Chapter 108. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. Today was the day of the follow-up visit with the mysterious person. The other party had been waiting at the Huichun Hall for a long time. This time he didn't let people clear the medical center. Gu Jiao came a little late to see Xiao Lulang off, so she made the other party wait for a long time. The young guard's face was completely dark. "Humph, you're the first person who dares to make my master wait." Gu Jiao spread her hands. "Oh, I'm honored." The young guard turned his face away. Gu Jiao entered the side room. The man wore a bamboo hat with a veil that covered his face, but his noble temperament couldn't be concealed. He was still guarded by two effeminate servants. After seeing Gu Jiao a few times, the servants were already used to her rudeness. When they saw Gu Jiao sitting down without even greeting their master, they could only criticize her in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything sarcastic. There was no other reason. Their master's illness was really cured by this little girl. Gu Jiao gave him a total of 3 injections of benzathine penicillin, one every 7 days. The last one was done last month. Today he came for a follow-up visit. Gu Jiao took his pulse and examined him. "I'm cured, right?" The man's voice couldn't hide his joy. Gu Jiao took off her gloves and said to him, "You seem to be recovering well, but you need 2 years before you can be considered completely cured. It's not suitable for a follow-up visit." The man was silent. Gu Jiao noticed that his mood was different from a few days ago. "What's wrong? You can't follow up?" The man smiled and said, "To be honest, I have to leave." "Oh." Gu Jiao was not surprised. Given his accent, Gu Jiao knew that he was not a local. He might not even be a native of Yuzhou province. He came from a place further away. As for the specific location, Gu Jiao could not guess. The man said amiably, however, "I believe that I have been cured by Mississippi. May I take the liberty to ask, Miss? Your medical skills are so brilliant. Where did you learn them from?" Gu Jiao said, "I have many teachers." This was the truth. In her previous life, she had studied medicine at a university and a research institute. After that, she had entered the research institute. There were indeed many teachers who had taught her. The man was not someone who did not have good eyesight. Since Gu Jiao was not willing to talk about this topic, he did not pursue the matter any further. He said, "Many thanks to Miss for curing my illness. I came here today for another matter. I hope that I can solemnly thank Mississippi. You've already paid the consultation fee, so there's no need to thank me." Gu Jiao was halfway through her sentence when she saw the man take a brocade box from a servant and place it on the table. That brocade box was clearly not an ordinary item. Gu Jiao seamlessly changed the topic. "If you really want to give me a gift of thanks, then I can only reluctantly accept it." The servants simply couldn't bear to watch. If you have the ability, then have some backbone. Continue to say that you don't want it." The man gave a tolerant smile and pushed the brocade box to Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao opened it and saw that it was an exquisite jade folding fan. Gu Jiao held the fan in her hand. It was slightly cold to the touch and the jade was clear. It was truly a good fan. "Do you like it?" the man asked. Gu Jiao had a hesitant expression. The servants were dumbfounded. No way, a fan made of 1,000-year-old cold jade. She didn't even like it? "If you don't like it, you can exchange it for something else," the man gently said. "Oh, then do you have a fan made of gold?" Gu Jiao asked. The servants couldn't help but tremble. "You really don't know how to be polite. You want to exchange it for gold, but is gold worth as much as it? Country people really don't know much." The man smiled and said, "I don't have a gold fan, but I have other gold things here." After saying that, he called one of the servants over and whispered a few words in his ear. The servant's eyes widened. "Master, this is not appropriate, right?" "That is." The man didn't treat the servant as nicely as he treated Gu Jiao. "Just take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? After going to Jiangnan, I found that you have other abilities. You are more talkative." "Yes." The servant didn't dare to neglect. He glared at Gu Jiao with hidden bitterness and went to the carriage to take a new small box. It was actually a Huarong Road made of pure gold. Huarong Road was a kind of ancient intellectual toy. Many shops sold it, but it was all made of wood. Gu Jiao saw a gold one for the first time. It was fun and sparkling. Little Jing Kong would definitely like it. Gu Jiao nodded with satisfaction. The man looked at her serious little face and finally had a little expression. He couldn't help but laugh. Miss, do you like gold or Huarong Road? Gu Jiao said, it's not me who likes it. It's my younger brother who likes it. The man smiled. Miss, you have a younger brother? Gu Jiao pointed with her fingers. Not one but 3. Man. Then it doesn't seem good to only give one. The man gave Gu Jiao 2 more gifts. The servants at the side all felt their master's pain. Why didn't you say it was good? Didn't you kill the conversation? Had he dug his own grave? There was no one to talk about it. It was you who cared about your face. When Gu Jiao left the medical center, there were 3 more luxurious gift bags in the small basket. The man cupped his hands at Gu Jiao at the gate of Huichan Hall. Miss, we will meet again. Gu Jiao glanced at him. We will meet again. What's wrong with you? After that, she carried the small basket and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. The servant was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, look at her. The man was also a little startled. After all, no one dared to talk to him like that for many years. But he was in a good mood after he understood and laughed. Yes, what's wrong with me? Why do I want to see a doctor? Isn't it good to be healthy? Master, it's time to go back to the capital. Let's go. After Gu Jiao left Huichan Hall, she set off for the only iron shop in town. This iron shop had been open for more than 20 years and could be considered an old shop. Gu Jiao had just walked to the door when she heard the sound of iron being hammered. The iron shop's business was very good. The blacksmiths were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. There was no counter in the shop. Gu Jiao called a waiter and asked, I ordered iron here last month. Today is the day of delivery. The waiter carried a heavy basket of iron ore and shouted into the hall, Old Wang. Someone is here to pick up the goods. Coming, coming. A blacksmith drenched in sweat hurriedly ran out. He had a handkerchief around his neck. He wiped the sweat off his face with the handkerchief and looked at Gu Jiao. Who wants to pick up the goods? You? Last time it was Huichan Hall's coachman who ordered the goods, so the old blacksmith didn't recognize her. Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement and handed the cards to him. There weren't many scholars in ancient times and not many blacksmiths were literate. Therefore they used matching cards. Each pair of cards had a corresponding number on it. Based on the number, one would know which batch of goods it was. You haven't finished this, the old blacksmith said with a frown. Gu Jiao said, but last time you said you would pick up the goods today. The old blacksmith used the handkerchief to wipe his sweat and said, but it really isn't finished. We can't do anything about it. How much longer will it take? Gu Jiao asked. The old blacksmith thought for a moment. 1 or 2 months. Gu Jiao was puzzled. That long? I didn't ask for too many farm tools, right? The old blacksmith sighed and said, it's not yours. Last month my shop received a job before yours. It's about 1,000 pieces of ironware for mining iron ore. How can a small blacksmith shop like ours make it in time? We're still short of half. We don't have enough manpower and we don't have enough furnaces. Old Wang. It's time to forge. One of the blacksmiths shouted from inside. Hey, coming. The old blacksmith shouted into the shop and then turned to Gu Jiao and said, Miss, you should come back next month to take a look. Gu Jiao didn't want to wait that long. After the old blacksmith went in, she also went into the shop. The shop assistants and blacksmiths were so busy that no one paid attention to a little girl. In all fairness, the blacksmith shop had a lot of manpower. According to this number of people, it was more than enough to make 1,000 pieces of iron a month. Then the problem shouldn't be the shortage of manpower. Gu Jiao looked at their blast furnace and suddenly found the problem. Smelting iron required an extremely high temperature. In order to reach this temperature, blast furnaces generally used blowers. Gu Jiao thought that the iron shops of this dynasty also used water pipes to blow the furnace. Who would have thought that it was the most primitive method of blowing the furnace by human power? The biggest disadvantage of human power blowers, commonly known as human power blowers, was that each port only had one tuwa bag made of horse skin. Every time the human power blowers, the tuwa would close once. And a blast furnace had about 4 to 6 ports. In other words, a blast furnace could blow up to 6 times at the same time. This efficiency was much lower than that of water pipes. Water pipes were driven by water power. Every time the water wheel rotated, the tuwa could close several times. Not only did it save a lot of time, but it also saved manpower. Gu Jiao told the old blacksmith her idea. The old blacksmith was very surprised. How could a little girl dressed in cloth know this? After being surprised, he said, I've seen what you said. It's only available in the Imperial Court's blacksmith shop. There were no craftsmen who could make water pipes. I can do it, Gu Jiao said. The old blacksmith was shocked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, but what I'm going to do next is not water pipes. Gu Jiao said a name. What box? The old blacksmith said that he had never heard of it. Do you have paper? Gu Jiao asked. Ah. The old blacksmith was shocked silly by Gu Jiao and didn't react for a long time. Gu Jiao simply found a piece of bluestone on the ground, took out a charcoal pencil from her purse, and concentrated on drawing. The other blacksmiths were attracted by her. The old blacksmith scolded. What are you looking at? Go to work. The blacksmiths were afraid of the old master's prestige, so they suppressed their curiosity and went to work. However, they still looked at Gu Jiao from time to time. What was this little girl drawing on the ground of their iron shop? The old blacksmith finally couldn't hold back and asked, Miss, what are you doing? Drawing. Gu Jiao said concisely. Why are you drawing on my ground? I'll have to find someone to wipe it later. It's too troublesome. Gu Jiao smiled. I'll let you finish the remaining 1,000 pieces of iron in 10 days. Don't you want it? 10 days? The old blacksmith stood up with his hands on his hips. Stop joking. He was a blacksmith, so how could he not know? Even if everyone in the iron shop didn't sleep or rest, it would still take at least a month. Unless they used the Imperial Court's water pipes, but that would still take 20 days. I'm not joking. The old blacksmith expressed his disbelief. If I do it, then what? The old blacksmith crossed his arms and looked down at her. If you do it, then I'll make your iron for free and won't charge you a single copper coin. Not only that, I'll also take care of all your iron in the future. I won't take a single coin from you. Gu Jiao seriously thought about it and felt that this deal was feasible. All right, I agree. The old blacksmith pouted. What do you mean you agree? You're bragging to the heavens. Gu Jiao quickly finished drawing and nodded her head in satisfaction. It should be like this. Go and find a carpenter later. The old blacksmith's mouth opened wide. What? Gu Jiao rolled up her sleeves. Don't be in a daze. If you keep on being in a daze, you won't be able to finish your iron. After saying this, Gu Jiao stood up and put the charcoal pencil back into her purse. Then she washed her hands and turned around to leave. The old blacksmith's face was filled with confusion. This can't be, right? Was this little girl toying with him? How could she understand these things? But for some reason, the old blacksmith thought of the other person kneeling on the ground and calmly drawing. He still went to call the carpenter next door. The carpenter was knowledgeable. After looking at the blueprint on the bluestone board, his eyes immediately changed. Who drew this? What's wrong? The old blacksmith asked strangely. The carpenter didn't answer his question. He knelt down and touched the blueprint on the ground with both hands as if he was looking at a treasure. However, he was afraid that he would touch it, so he didn't dare to touch it. This cautious look made the old blacksmith puzzled. The carpenter's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, he went back to the shop and grabbed a pen and paper. He knelt on the ground and began to copy the blueprint devoutly. He had a vague premonition that this might be the most amazing thing he had ever done in his life. The old blacksmith was confused. He stared at the blueprint on the bluestone board. What's going on? Can it really be made? Chapter 109. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. When Gu Jiao returned home, Gu Yan was already awake. He was sitting in the living room with the old lady and eating sweet and sour eggs. Seeing Gu Jiao enter the room, the old lady quickly pushed the sweet and sour eggs in front of Gu Yan. She said righteously, I said I won't eat it. You have to be filial to me. Gu Yan was speechless. Who was the one who took away half of his sweet and sour eggs? The sweet and sour eggs were made by Xuaningxiang. Of course, the old lady didn't show up. She just encouraged Gu Yan to ask for it. Xuaningxiang couldn't resist Gu Yan's charm. She cooked a big bowl for him without hesitation. Little Jing Kong and Gu Shaoshan also had a small bowl each. Gu Xiaoshan ate quickly. He had already returned to his room to study his wood carving. Little Jing Kong was still practicing on the tree trunk. He hadn't started eating yet. Gu Jiao decisively confiscated the old lady's sweet and sour eggs. In fact, the old lady who had already eaten half a bowl wiped her mouth and returned to her room. As long as I eat fast enough, Jiao Jiao won't be able to catch me. Gu Jiao gave the 3 gifts from the man to her 3 younger brothers. She didn't need to ask, and the 3 of them accurately found what they liked. Little Jing Kong picked up the shiny golden Huarong Dao and couldn't put it down. Gu Yan picked a jade thumb ring made of 1,000-year-old cold jade. It was better than the original one. Gu Xiaoshan got a dagger that could cut iron like mud. This dagger was smaller than a normal dagger. It was easy to carry and could be used as an excellent carving knife. The 3 of them were very happy. Xuaningxiang was helping Gu Jiao clean up the backyard. Xuaningxiang often came over to help. In return, Gu Jiao would help Xuaningxiang to work in the fields. Occasionally, the old lady would help Xuaningxiang to look after the children. The main reason was that Go Hua was a man of few words. If you gave him a candied fruit, he would lick it for the whole morning. The old lady's ears were very quiet, so she naturally felt that Go Hua was easy to take care of. Little Jing Kong, great aunt, you're eating the candied plums again. Jiao Jiao, great aunt is eating candied plums again. She already ate 5 today. Little Jing Kong, who caught the old lady right after he finished practicing, thought, great aunt is too naughty. I told you not to eat, but you always secretly eat. The old lady's hands trembled. Stinky little monk, Xuaningxiang came here today to look for Gu Jiao. Jiaonyang, Go Hua's second uncle, sent us a letter again. Help me read it. Xuaningxiang handed a folded envelope to Gu Jiao. Ever since Gu Jiao learned how to read from Xiao Lulang, Xuaningxiang didn't ask Xiao Lulang to read the letter. Gu Jiao opened the letter and glanced at it. What's wrong? Xuaningxiang asked. Gu Jiao said, oh, this letter is different from the previous one. It seems to be written by Go Hua's second uncle himself. Xuaningxiang's eyes lit up. Really? His second uncle also knows how to write? Gu Jiao looked at her proud face and didn't have the heart to tell her how she could tell that it was written by himself. It was because his handwriting was too ugly. It was even uglier than her calligraphy. Moreover, the words he used were very immature. It was at the level of a primary school student. However, it was still able to express the meaning clearly. The letter said that Go Hua's second uncle was promoted and became the deputy general's personal guard. Although he was only a small soldier, it was still a great honor to be able to follow the deputy general. However, because of this, his original plan to visit his family this year would have to be cancelled. He would have to follow the deputy general back to the capital to report on his work. The deputy general only brought 100 personal guards. He is one of them. It's a rare opportunity, Gu Jiao said. However, these words didn't comfort Xuaningxiang. Xuaningxiang's expression darkened. After Go Hua's father passed away, the person my mother missed the most was Go Hua's second uncle. My mother hoped day and night that he would come back to see her. When she heard that he might pass by our village this year, my mother was so happy that her old leg almost recovered. Now that he isn't coming back, how do you want me to explain this to my mother? Xuaningxiang was only 2 years older than Gu Jiao. In her previous life, she would still be a young high school student. Now, she was already a sister-in-law, mother, and daughter-in-law. Gu Jiao didn't know how to comfort her. She continued to read. Go Hua's second uncle also sent you some money. He said that your birthday is coming soon, and wants you to use the money to buy 2 sets of jewelry. It's a total of 20 taels. Xuaningxiang worriedly said, why did he send so much money? Did he not eat properly? He gave all the money to the family. Gu Jiao knew how to comfort her. Don't worry. He won't starve in the military camp. It's just that he doesn't have anywhere to spend the money, so he sent it all back. Xuaningxiang slightly relaxed. Gu Jiao continued to read. Go Hua's second uncle said that he doesn't want you to farm anymore. The money he gave you is enough for you, your mother, and Go Hua to spend. You can rent the land to the villagers for a cheap price. Xuaningxiang hurriedly said, how can that be? We have to save up the money and use it for him to get married in the future. Gu Jiao thought, a man wants to buy jewelry for you. Do you really not have any other thoughts? After lunch, Xuaningxiang went to the bank to get the money. Go Hua hugged her thigh and refused to let go. Xuaningxiang had no choice but to take Go Hua with her. There weren't many people in the bank. Xuaningxiang waited for a little while before she received the 20 taels of silver. She put the money into the cloth bag, carried Go Hua on her back, and hugged the cloth bag in her arms. When she came out of the bank, she was bumped into by a young man who was dressed like a scholar. Do you have eyes? How can you walk? The scholar impatiently patted the arm that Xuaningxiang bumped into. Xuaningxiang embarrassedly apologized. I'm sorry, the scholar's companion said. Forget it. Don't mind her. We still have to rush to the exam. We can't afford to be late. When she heard that she had to pay, Xuaningxiang's face turned pale. Fortunately, the scholar was persuaded to leave by his companion. Xuaningxiang breathed a sigh of relief. But soon she found that there was something wrong with her cloth bag. It seemed to be a lot lighter. She hurriedly took out her bag and was instantly dumbfounded. Her 20 taels of silver were all gone. Xuaningxiang thought of the scholar just now. The expression in her eyes changed and she chased after them. Wait! The two young men stopped in their tracks. The scholar who bumped into her turned around and looked at her impatiently. What are you doing? Xuaningxiang gathered her courage and said, You stole my money. What? The scholar was puzzled. There was also a trace of shame and anger from being wrongly accused. Xuaningxiang was originally a bully at home. She was amenable to the soft but afraid of the hard. If she really confronted two grown men, she was more or less afraid. But that was 20 taels of silver. It was such a large sum of money. Go Hua's second uncle risked his life to earn it. She couldn't let others steal it. It's you. She forced herself to gather her courage. I just came out of the bank. The whole way I covered myself up tightly. Just now I was bumped into by you. And the money was gone. The scholar rolled up his sleeves and was about to get angry. His companion pulled him back. What are you doing? Why are you arguing with an ignorant woman? The scholar snorted. It's not that I want to argue with her. She's the one who blackmailed me. His companion sighed. Forget it. The exam is more important. Don't pay attention to her. For your sake, I won't report it. The scholar snorted coldly and turned around to leave with his companion. Xuaningxiang rushed forward and grabbed the scholar's arm. Give me back my money. You're crazy. The scholar angrily stomped his feet and pushed her hand away. Xuaningxiang rushed over again. As the two of them pulled and pulled, the surrounding commoners surrounded them. The scholar indignantly said, You said that I stole your money. Can you show me the evidence? If you blackmail me again, I'll report it. Since you're a woman and you're carrying a child on your back, I thought you were honest. Don't you feel ashamed bringing a child to do such a despicable thing? You. Xuaningxiang's face turned green from his words. The surrounding people began to point at them. In today's world, men were superior to women. Moreover, everything was inferior except for studying. No one would believe that Xuaningxiang was a widow compared to a scholar. The scholar bitterly said, I'm kind and won't report it. First, because you're a woman. Second, because we're rushing to the provincial exam. We don't have time to argue with you. This is too much. How can she blackmail a student who's rushing to the exam? Does she have any conscience? Isn't that right? She studied hard for 10 years just to be blackmailed by her? Look at her. She's not a good person. The passers-by began to criticize Xuaningxiang. Xuaningxiang felt so wrong that tears came out of her eyes. She didn't blackmail them. She really lost the money. Go Hua was originally asleep, but he was also woken up by the noise. Seeing that he and his mother were surrounded by a group of people, he cried out in fear. Deanley had just come out of the dessert shop and was about to go to the town's medical center when he heard a heart-wrenching cry. This voice was a bit familiar. Deanley paused and then walked over. At this moment, Xuaningxiang was being criticized by everyone behind her back. No one believed what she said. Deanley quickly recognized her. She was his beloved student's neighbor. Then he recognized Go Hua, the little fatty who called him father. Deanley walked into the crowd. He was the dean of Tianxiang Academy. Even if he wasn't wearing the clothes of a teacher, his scholarly and noble aura could still suppress the crowd in an instant. What happened? he asked. Xuaningxiang was already sobbing. The scholar said, "This little woman blackmailed me." Dean Li asked, "What did she blackmail you about?" The scholar angrily replied, "She said I stole his silver." Dean Li asked again, "Did you steal it?" The scholar exploded, "What are you talking about? Of course I didn't steal it. I already said that she blackmailed me. Didn't you hear me?" An auntie who was watching the commotion said, "That's right. The two of them are students who are going to the provincial capital to take the exam. They are really unlucky to be blackmailed by this woman." Dean Li looked at the two of them. "Which private school are you from?" The scholar straightened his back and said, "We are from Tianxiang Academy." Dean Li's eyes slightly narrowed. "Is that so? What are your names? Which class are you from? What does it have to do with you?" The scholar impatiently asked. Dean Li faintly smiled. "I am the dean of Tianxiang Academy. I don't remember the academy accepting you two as students." The scholar and his companions' faces changed. The surrounding people were shocked. Dean Li calmly said to a young man beside him, "I'll have to trouble little brother to report this to the authorities. Just say that someone here is pretending to be a student of Tianxiang Academy to cheat and bully women and children." The two of them were making a lot of noise, but they didn't report it to the authorities. Now that he had reported it to the authorities, who was real and who was fake, it would be clear. The young man's mind was filled with one sentence. "Dean Li is talking to me. Dean Li is talking to me. I'll have to trouble little brother," Dean Li gently said. The young man nodded solemnly and dashed toward the county office like a wisp of smoke. This was like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. The scholar and his companion saw that the situation was not good, so they broke into a run. Dean Li calmly said, "I'll have to trouble the two of you to stop them." His words didn't have the slightest hint of a command, but they were inexplicably convincing. The two men who were watching the commotion caught the two of them. My money!" Xuaningxiang cried. Dean Li slightly nodded and walked forward. He searched the two of them and found Xuaningxiang's money. Seeing the money that she had lost and then regained, Xuaningxiang cried and was excited. In the end she burped, "Many thanks. Burp. Father." Gowa saw Dean Li. Xuaningxiang was so shocked that she didn't even burp. This child was randomly recognizing a father again. Dean Li was a mature and experienced man. Of course, he wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. He had already asked the experienced teachers in the academy. When children first learned how to speak, they would call a woman mother and a man father. It wasn't a rare thing. "Father." Gowa wanted him to hug her. Xuaningxiang was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. "You're injured." Dean Li saw the inch-long wound on her wrist. Blood was gushing out of it. She was so focused on getting the money back that she didn't notice that her wrist was cut by the other party's pendant. Dean Li politely said, "Give the child to me. The medical center is nearby. I'll take you to bandage it." Xuaningxiang hurriedly covered her wrist with her sleeve. No need. It's just a small injury." Dean Li sternly said, "You still need to see it. The weather is hot and it's easy to get infected." Xuaningxiang thought for a moment. "I'll go by myself. I'm also going to the medical center. It's just on the way," Dean Li said as he carried Gowa, who kept reaching out to him. After Gowa had a father, she didn't want her mother anymore. She wrapped her chubby little hands around Dean Li's neck and buried her head in his arms. Xuaningxiang was so embarrassed. The two of them went to the medical center one after the other. Dean Li sent his old mother to the medical center. The reason was that when the servant was cleaning the courtyard, he found that his old mother was eating mulberries and suddenly fainted on the rattan chair. Old Madame Li was old, and it was very dangerous for her to be in such a situation. Dean Li couldn't wait to invite the doctor home and directly sent her over. In the end, the doctor said she's fine. Old Madame Li just fell asleep. Dean Li was speechless. He was worried that old Madame Li would be hungry when she woke up, so he hurriedly went to a nearby snack shop to buy some osmanthus cakes that old people like to eat. After entering the medical center, Dean Li found a doctor to treat Xuaningxiang's injuries. Gowa was pressed down on the chair by Xuaningxiang. Dean Li gave Gowa a piece of osmanthus cake. Gowa ate it heartily. As he ate, he looked up and realized that his father was gone. He climbed down from the chair and sneaked to find his father. In the end, he followed him into a side room. Old Madame Li slowly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a little bean. The little bean was chubby, round, and cute. Old Madame Li waved at the little bean. Gowa was timid and retreated in fear. Coincidentally, Dean Li walked out from behind the green screen cabinet. Little Gowa rolled over and hugged his leg. Dad, Dad, Dad. Old Madame Li looked at her son and then at the little bean. Her cloudy old eyes lit up. The Bodhisattva had appeared. She had a little grandchild. Because Gu Jiao was unwilling to return home, Marquis Gu and Gu Jinyu's return to the capital was delayed. Marquis Gu's original plan was to bring Yao Shi and the twins back to the capital by the end of June at the latest. However, Yao Shi and Gu Yan were both staying here because of Gu Jiao. This made Marquis Gu very vexed. Gu Jinyu was even more vexed. Consort Shu had promised to hold a grand hairpin ceremony for her and confer her the title of county princess during the hairpin ceremony. Being a county princess was a rare honor. As long as she became a county princess, even if the news that she was not the Gu family's flesh and blood spread, it would not be too degrading. But if she could not even return, how could she talk about a hairpin ceremony? Gu Jinyu was so anxious that a blister appeared on her mouth. Marquis Gu came to visit her. Seeing her so angry, he could not help but feel distressed. How are you serving, young miss? The weather is so hot. Don't you know to cook fewer spicy dishes? A young servant girl said. Marquis, we're innocent. Young Miss's diet has been very light recently. Young Miss is angry because she is depressed. Gu Jinyu sighed. Don't speak nonsense. You can all leave. Yes. The servant girls left. Gu Jinyu said to Marquis Gu, Father, daughter is really fine. Marquis Gu frowned and said, Nonsense. You just have something on your mind. You haven't smiled recently. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes. Daughter just misses grandmother. Grandmother is old and fell last year. Although she has recovered, her body is not the same as before. Daughter doesn't know how much more filial piety I can perform for grandmother. These words struck a chord in Marquis Gu's heart. Marquis Gu was usually filial. Furthermore, the old madam only had him and Consort Shu as her children. After Consort Shu entered the palace, the old madam rarely saw her. As a son, he could not attend to his mother. Just thinking about it made him feel unfilial. Marquis Gu frowned and decided to give Yao Shi more trouble. Who knew that Yao Shi's heart was as firm as a rock? If I don't go back, Yen won't go back either. Marquis Gu scared. Mother hasn't seen Yen in many years? Yao Shi said. But she doesn't like Yen either. Marquis Gu retorted. When did mother not like Yen? Yen is her grandson. She dotes on him too much. But she did not dote on her 3 precious grandsons as much as she did on her previous 3. The previous Marchioness and the old madam were of the same clan. According to seniority, she called the old madam aunt. The marriage between the 2 families made them even closer. The old madam naturally doted on her children. In addition, her 3 sons had lost their mother early. The old madam's heart ached. Thirdly, the old madam looked down on Yao Shi's birth. When Yao Shi gave birth to the sick Gu Yan, the old madam felt that it was Yao Shi's own illness that implicated the Gu family's descendants. At first, the old madam treated Gu Jinyu indifferently. However, Gu Jinyu was too outstanding and gave face to the Marquis Fu. Imperial concubine Shu also thought highly of her. Only then did the old madam gradually change her opinion of Gu Jinyu. Marquis Gu's rebuttal did not have much confidence. He cleared his throat and said, But Jinyu is about to become of age. How can mother not be at her side when she holds the ceremony? Yao Shi said. Then holding it in the villa is the same. Marquis Gu said. I can't always stay in the villa. If mother is here, father must also be here. Yao Shi thought for a moment. How about you return to the capital first and come back on the day of your birthday? Marquis Gu. Why was it so hard to kidnap his wife and children back to the capital? Marquis Gu used all kinds of tactics, but Yao Shi refused to relent. Marquis Gu. What exactly will it take for you to return to the capital? Yao Shi said seriously, If I return on Jiaojiao, I will return. Marquis Gu. How could that girl possibly return? Gu Jinyu came to deliver ginseng soup to Yao Shi. and inadvertently heard the two's conversation outside the door. The young maidservant was also present. The young maidservant served Gu Jinyu and already knew about her and Gu Jiao's past. The young maidservant complained on behalf of her mistress. Why did eldest young miss only return to the capital after madam? Could it be that second young miss is not madam's child? It was second young miss who has been filial to madam all these years. Madam is too biased. Gu Jinyu held the ginseng soup on the tray and did not speak. The young maidservant said, aggrieved, on such a hot day. Second young miss personally went to the kitchen to make ginseng soup for madam. She even burned her hands. What did that eldest young miss do? She caused madam to be so biased. Don't say any more. She is my older sister. She has suffered a lot. It is only right that mother dotes on her. Gu Jinyu finished speaking and left with a gloomy expression. For a few days, no one in the manor mentioned returning to the capital. The villa seemed to have returned to its peaceful days. It was not until the end of the month that a carriage arrived at the villa that the many days of peace were broken. Marquis Gu put on his official robes and tidied up his appearance. He personally went to the entrance of the villa to welcome the arrival of the other party. Dozens of guards lined up in a row, and a young man dressed in white slowly walked down from a carriage pulled by 4 horses in the lead. The young man's clothes were as white as snow and he looked extremely noble. Marquis Gu flicked the wide sleeves of his official robes and stepped forward. He cupped his hands and bowed. This official greets Royal Prince and... The young man who was called Royal Prince and slightly raised his hand and said coldly and politely, Marquis Ding, and does not need to be so courteous. My younger sister and I have traveled the world. This time, we are rushing back to the capital to take the examinations. We were passing by and suddenly came to disturb you. I hope Marquis Ding and will not take offense. Marquis Gu smiled. Royal Prince and is too serious. It is this official's honor for Royal Prince and your younger sister to visit my humble home. The weather is hot. How about Royal Prince and young Miss Shuang move to the villa and speak inside? Royal Prince nodded and slightly turned his head. He said to the carriage behind him, Why haven't you alighted yet? The curtain of the carriage was lifted and a mischievous little girl stuck her head out. Her eyes darted around as if she was curious. She then jumped down with the help of the servants. She came to Royal Prince An's side. Older brother, is this the villa with the hot spring? Greetings, Marquis Ding An. Royal Prince An said to his younger sister. The little girl curled her lips and bowed to Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu's title was below Royal Prince An's. Although the little girl was his younger sister, she did not have a rank. According to the rules, she should have bowed to Marquis Gu. However, putting etiquette aside, the little girl's status was too high. Although she bowed due to her older brother's authority, her attitude was not very respectful. Marquis Gu smiled and acted as if he did not see anything. He amiably led the brother and sister into the villa. Inside the villa, Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu also received the news. They were female and could not go out to welcome them. Thus, they waited in the Listening Wave Pavilion's reception pavilion for Royal Prince, and Yao Shi had left the capital for many years and did not care about the situation in the capital. She had never heard of this royal prince, and Gu Jinyu patiently told her about this royal prince and's legendary life. He is Imperial Tutor Zhuang's grandson. He is only 18 years old this year. He was conferred the title of prince at 18? Yao Shi was very surprised. Even imperial princes in Qinhuang were rarely conferred the title so early. Gu Jinyu shook his head. He was not conferred the title of royal prince at 18. He was conferred the title when he was 8. However, this conferment was not his good fortune. Rather, it was his misfortune. 10 years ago, the country of Zhao and the country of Chun fought and the country of Zhao lost. The country of Chun proposed to use the crown prince of Zhao as a hostage. The emperor could not bear to part with his son, and the court officials were all against it. At this time, Imperial Tutor Zhuang stepped forward and was willing to let his most outstanding grandson replace the crown prince as a hostage in the country of Chun. If it was any other official's son or grandson, the country of Chun probably would not have agreed. However, the Zhuang family was the Empress Dowager's maternal family. Imperial Tutor Zhuang was the Empress Dowager's elder brother. His grandson was Empress Dowager Zhuang's grandnephew. Everyone knew that Empress Dowager Zhuang had been in charge of politics for many years. Her power was greater than the emperor's. Using her grandnephew as a hostage was not much less than the crown prince. Thus, the emperor conferred the title of Imperial Tutor Zhuang's grandson as royal prince and used his status as a prince to enter the country of Chun as a hostage. It was not until 3 years ago that the two countries fought again. This time, the country of Chun lost and royal prince and finally returned to the country of Zhao. There were many stories of royal prince and in the capital. Gu Jinyu had only heard of them and had never seen him in person. She was curious, but her expression was respectful and courteous. She did not overstep her boundaries. When Marquis Gu's group finally arrived at the reception pavilion, Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu finally bowed to royal prince, and Yao Shi had her eyes lowered the entire time. Gu Jinyu was still young. No matter how well-behaved she appeared, she could not help but glance at the other person curiously. Then she froze. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? He was noble but not arrogant. He was elegant and refined. His every movement was noble, and there was a hint of otherworldly immortality. "This is my wife, Yao Shi. This is my daughter," Marquis Gu introduced. Royal Prince nodded slightly. "Madame Gu, Miss Gu." Miss Zhuang walked forward. "You are Gu Jinyu? I know you." Gu Jinyu was slightly stunned. Yao Shi and Marquis Gu also looked at Miss Zhuang in astonishment. Miss Zhuang raised her eyebrows and said, "My fourth uncle praised your handwriting. He said that among people of the same age as me, your handwriting is the best." Miss Zhuang's fourth uncle was the provincial governor of Pingchang Prefecture, Zhuang Xianji. Miss Zhuang smiled coldly. "Ha, bring me a pen. I want to compete with you." Chapter 110. This was very awkward. Gu Jinyu's handwriting was famous in the capital for being outstanding. Although this Miss Zhuang was provincial governor Zhuang's niece, she would probably lose badly against Gu Jinyu. Miss Zhuang did not look like a magnanimous person. If she lost badly, she might make things difficult for Gu Jinyu. Marquis Gu looked at Prince An for help, hoping that he could stop his sister. But Prince An had no intention of speaking at all. Marquis Gu secretly broke out in cold sweat. He gave Gu Jinyu a look without batting an eyelid, hoping that Gu Jinyu would deliberately lose to Miss Zhuang. When Yao Shi saw Miss Zhuang making things difficult for Gu Jinyu, she inexplicably thought of Gu Jiao. Gu Jinyu was a daughter who grew up in the Marquis's household, but she could still make things difficult for her. If Gu Jiao, who grew up in the countryside, returned to the capital, would she not encounter this kind of situation? The group entered the reception hall. The servants brought over brushes, ink, paper and inkstone. "How does Miss Zhuang want to compete?" Gu Jinyu asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Miss Zhuang raised her eyebrows and said, "Each of them will write a poem. My brother and Marquis Gu will be the judges to see whose handwriting is better." "The same poem?" Gu Jinyu asked. Miss Zhuang snorted. "Of course. Otherwise, how can we compete?" This was what a layman would say. Gu Jinyu saw through it but did not expose it. "Miss Zhuang, please give us a poem." Zhuang Mengyun thought for a while, then waved her hand and wrote a poem written by Prince An. This was written by Prince An in his second year in the Chan Kingdom. He was not even 10 years old that year, but he had already written a 7-character quatrain filled with homesickness. His talent shocked the Chan Kingdom. The king of the Chan Kingdom pitied his talent and did not kill the hostage to vent his anger after the Chan Kingdom was defeated. Gu Jinyu knew which poem it was from the beginning. This poem was widely circulated in the Zhao Kingdom. While she admired Prince An's talent, she finished writing the entire poem smoothly. She was even faster than Miss Zhuang by a few strokes. After the two put down their brushes, the servants on both sides brought their works to Royal Prince An and Marquis Gu to judge. Marquis Gu had originally intended to say that Miss Zhuang was more powerful no matter what, but after he saw the two's handwriting, he didn't even have the courage to lie through his teeth. Was this really written by a human? In any case, Miss Zhuang was the granddaughter of Grand Tutor Zhuang, and her uncle was the literary master, Provincial Governor Zhuang. It could be said that the Zhuang family was full of scholars and none of them were cowards. Why did Miss Zhuang turn a corner? Marquis Gu broke out in cold sweat. "Daughter, didn't I tell you to give in to Miss Zhuang?" Forget it, with such poor handwriting there was no way he could give in. Miss Shuang clapped her hands and arrogantly asked, "How about it? Who won?" Royal Princeton smiled faintly. "Is there a need to ask? Naturally you win." Marquis Gu was taken aback. How could he be so good at lying through his teeth? Gu Jinyu was also very surprised. Was Royal Princeton the kind of person who felt wronged by the truth? Miss Shuang smiled proudly and was about to taunt Gu Jinyu when she heard Royal Princeton speak again. "In terms of making a fool of yourself, who can compare to you?" Miss Shuang was stunned. Marquis Gu and Gu Jinyu were also stunned. He was too disrespectful to his own sister. After Miss Shuang recovered from her shock, she put her hands on her hips and stomped her feet. Brother, how could you say that about me?" Royal Princeton calmly said. "Even a 3-year-old's handwriting is better than yours. If you can't even see this, then it's not that your handwriting isn't good. It's that your brain isn't good." Miss Shuang was choked until her face and neck turned red. Royal Princeton said, "If you want to continue making a fool of yourself, then let's do it again. This time, do you want to compete in poetry? Or do you want to take turns to lose to others in poetry?" Miss Shuang was so angry that she didn't want to bother with him anymore. She flung her sleeves and walked away angrily. Marquis Gu was embarrassed. "Royal Prince Anne's way of teaching your sister is really original." Royal Prince Anne said unhurriedly, "She's the youngest sister in the family. Her family has spoiled her. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Marquis." Marquis Gu laughed dryly. "How can it be? How can it be? Miss Shuang is delicate and lively. She's quite cute." Royal Prince Anne nodded slightly. "It's getting late. I'll go rest first. See you tomorrow." Marquis Gu, Lady Yao and Gu Jinyu bowed to him and respectfully sent him out. Watching his figure disappear into the night, Gu Jinyu murmured emotionally, "This Junwang is different from the other princes." Gu Jinyu often went to the palace to accompany Consort Shu and had seen many princes and princes. They were all not as outstanding as Royal Princeton, whether it was appearance, talent or temperament. This kind of man, there was no woman in the world who could match him. Royal Princeton and Miss Shuang were arranged to stay in the most elegant courtyard in the mountain villa. After Miss Shuang returned to her room, she locked herself in her room. The maids wanted to comfort her but were all chased out by her. There was a knock on the door. Miss Shuang said angrily, "Get out. No one is allowed to come in." "It's me," Royal Princeton said. "Brother." Miss Shuang stood up agitatedly. But when she thought of her brother's embarrassment, she sat down with grievance. "I'm coming in," Royal Princeton said. He waited for a while before pushing the door open and entering. Miss Shuang turned her back and showed him the back of her head. Royal Princeton said softly, "You were the one who wanted to travel with me. I said that I wouldn't spoil you like father and mother. You also agreed." Miss Shuang choked. She didn't expect her brother to keep his word. She thought that he would be like father and mother. He said that he wouldn't spoil her, but in reality, he would indulge her without any bottom line. She choked. "I'm your sister, but you're helping outsiders bully me." Royal Princeton didn't argue with her. He walked forward and handed her a palm-sized box. "What is it?" Miss Shuang asked indifferently. "You'll know when you open it," Royal Princeton said. Miss Shuang looked at the box in her brother's hand. Her brother's hand was really beautiful. It was as exquisite as a jade carving. Even if jade was in his hands, it wouldn't be as good as his. Miss Shuang sighed and took the box. She opened it and found a luminous pearl inside. She loved these exquisite and fun things, and her attention was immediately attracted. Royal Princeton said, "It's a 5-colored luminous pearl. It's the treasure of the king of Chun country. I used 2 poems to exchange for it." Once she heard that it was the treasure of the king of Chun country, Miss Shuang loved it even more. Her brother still loved her. Miss Shuang was happy. However, when she thought about how she compromised so quickly, she felt a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said seriously, "You're not allowed to help outsiders bully me in the future." After comforting his sister, Royal Princeton returned to his room. A man in black walked out from behind the screen. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Royal Prince." Royal Princeton said, "Are all your people here?" The man in black said, "They're all here. They're hiding outside the villa and waiting for your orders at any time." Royal Princeton said, "Tell them that they don't need to hide in the dark. Just change into civilian clothes." The man in black thought and said, Royal Prince, are you sure she's in Qingchuan town? Royal Prince and thought for a moment and said, previously, His Majesty's people lost news of the Empress Dowager in Qingchuan town. In other words, the Empress Dowager did wander here. As for where she went, we still need to find her carefully. The man in black hesitated and asked, Did the Empress Dowager really get leprosy? Royal Prince said, Yes. The man in black frowned and said, But His Majesty's people have already turned the town upside down. They even searched the villages under his rule. They didn't find anyone suspicious. Could it be that the Empress Dowager is already dead? Royal Prince Anne's eyes were deep and dark. He said, If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. No matter what, search her again. Everyone thought that this royal prince was ignorant of worldly affairs, and was a weak young man who only knew how to play with words. However, if he was as weak as he looked on the surface, how could he live well after being a hostage in Chan country for so many years? No one knew how much the royal prince had suffered in Chan country. The royal prince didn't even tell his biological parents. However, the man in black stayed by the royal prince's side and witnessed the royal prince's dark days with his own eyes. He knew the royal prince's methods better than anyone else. Once he made up his mind to do something, he would definitely do it to the end. Because Miss Zhuang felt embarrassed when she lost to Gu Jinyu in the competition, she decided to ignore Gu Jinyu. However, even though she didn't look for him, he came to find her. What are you doing here? The next morning, Miss Zhuang looked coldly at Gu Jinyu, who suddenly appeared in her courtyard, and questioned him angrily. Gu Jinyu smiled. I'm here to deliver a copybook to Miss Zhuang. Miss Zhuang's expression changed. You still dare to mention copybook? You're here to humiliate me, aren't you? Gu Jinyu shook his head slightly and said with a gentle smile, Miss Zhuang, you're mistaken. Why would I humiliate you? I saw Miss Zhuang's calligraphy yesterday and realized that the problem doesn't lie with Miss Zhuang. Miss Zhuang's interest was piqued. She raised her eyebrows and asked, What do you mean? Gu Jinyu said tirelessly, Miss Zhuang's strokes are impressive. A normal girl's style is too small and doesn't suit Miss Zhuang's strength. If Miss Zhuang changes her handwriting, you'll definitely be able to create a majestic feeling. Everyone liked to hear good words, and Miss Zhuang was no exception. Her repulsion towards Gu Jinyu instantly lessened. At least you have some eyesight. I've always felt that there was something wrong with the handwriting. No matter how I practice, it doesn't work. Why don't Miss Zhuang try this? Gu Jinyu took out a copybook and placed it on the stone table. Whose handwriting is this? Miss Zhuang asked. It's the young duke's calligraphy, Gu Jinyu said. Miss Zhuang immediately exploded. You want me to practice a man's handwriting? Gu Jinyu smiled and shook his head. Handwriting doesn't differentiate between men and women. It's just that women have less strength and it's easier to learn the style of a hairpin style. But if we're talking about handwriting, the young duke's handwriting is still the best. This was the truth. Gu Jinyu had also practiced it in private. Even if it wasn't the essence, it was still much better than the style of a hairpin style. She had begged this copybook with great difficulty from Imperial Concubine Shu, and Imperial Concubine Shu had used all her effort to get it from His Majesty. It was extremely precious. She had also made a great deal of determination before she was willing to take out the invitation. Gu Jinyu said gently, Miss Zhuang, why don't you try it? You can start by copying it. Miss Zhuang felt that the handwriting was indeed beautiful. It was 10 times, 100 times better than the copybooks the Zhuang family had collected for her. Gu Jinyu had also persuaded her so nicely, giving her a way out. She had someone bring over a brush, ink, paper and inkstone. After copying a few words, she compared it with yesterday's handwriting. Indeed, there was an obvious improvement. Gu Jinyu praised, Miss Zhuang is indeed extraordinarily intelligent. I practiced a lot in the past, but I still couldn't reach Miss Zhuang's handwriting. As long as Miss Zhuang works hard and perseveres, it won't be long before you surpass me. Miss Zhuang was pleased. Of course. After Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin went to the provincial capital for the imperial examinations, Gu Xiaoshan brought Gu Yan and little Jing Kong for lunch. Among the three of them, Gu Yan was the oldest, but he had the least life experience. He was truly Baby Gu. Baby Gu was also picky. I don't want to eat noodles today. Baby Gu pouted and said, "But you should eat noodles today." Little Jing Kong spread his hands. Little Jing Kong was a person with a plan. He arranged their meals in an orderly manner every day. Xiao Lulang didn't care what he ate, so he let him eat. Gu Xiaoshan didn't care either. In the past, Gu Yan thought that it was his brother-in-law's idea and cooperated. Ever since he found out that it was little Jing Kong's plan, he started to disagree. "I don't care. I don't want to eat noodles." Gu Yan looked up at the sky. Gu Xiaoshan looked at little Jing Kong, who was frowning, and then looked at Gu Yan, who didn't want to cooperate. He had a headache. He really missed his brother-in-law. How did he keep these two guys under control? Before Gu Yan appeared, Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong were two people who were at odds with each other. After Gu Yan appeared, the internal conflict changed. In fact, if little Jing Kong wasn't a huge threat, Gu Yan and Xiao Lulang would also be at odds with each other. To put it bluntly, Xiao Lulang, the fisherman, benefited from the quarrel between his two younger brothers. Gu Xiaoshan was in a terrible fix and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. His eyes lit up. "Sister." The two who were at odds with each other instantly quieted down and turned their heads to look at her. Gu Jiao came to the gate of the academy with a small basket on her back. She looked at the three of them and said, "Why haven't you eaten yet?" "It's all because of brother Gu Yan. He didn't eat according to the plan." Little Jing Kong said with a serious face. Gu Yan snorted. "You only know how to complain all day long." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips. "I'm not complaining. I'm just stating the truth." Gu Yan snorted and said, "You made the plan yourself. I didn't agree to it." Little Jing Kong said reasonably, "I used to eat like this." Little Jing Kong had a little obsessive-compulsive disorder. Unless someone could persuade him with reason, he would change his plan. But obviously no one could win against him. Gu Jiao asked Little Jing Kong, "What are we eating today?" Little Jing Kong said, "Yangchun noodles." Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yan. "What do you want to eat?" Gu Yan stared at Little Jing Kong and said, "Rice and fish." Gu Jiao nodded. "Just in time. I brought some rice and fish. Let's go to a noodle restaurant and order another bowl of noodles." The two of them had no objection to this arrangement. Gu Yan was confused. "How do you know I want to eat fish? What if I said I wanted to eat meat just now?" Gu Jiao smiled. "Because I really want to eat fish today." A pair of twins was just that magical. They had lunch at the noodle restaurant. Gu Xiaoshan didn't need anyone to send him back to the academy. Gu Jiao sent Gu Yan and little Jing Kong to the private school. Then she went to Huichan Hall and sold the herbs she picked from the mountain to them. It was still early. She planned to go to the iron shop to check on the progress of the farming tools. She would catch up with Gu Yan and the other two after school. 12 days had passed since Gu Jiao left the drawings. It took the carpenters 3 days to make the piston bellows designed by Gu Jiao. In the remaining 9 days, the iron shop really rushed out more than 1,000 pieces of iron for mining. The blacksmiths were all stunned. There was really such a magical treasure in the world. "Old Wang, this thing is much more useful than the imperial quartz drainage pipe," a young blacksmith said. The old blacksmith nodded in shock. "Yes, not to mention the imperial quartz drainage pipe. I'm afraid that the Liang Kingdom's drainage pipe is not as good. In terms of ingenuity and various small inventions, the Liang Kingdom was the best among the 6 kingdoms. The drainage pipe technology of the Liang Kingdom had already reached the peak. In order to obtain this technology, the Zhao Kingdom did not hesitate to exchange 3 mines. But even so, the Liang Kingdom only taught the Zhao Kingdom the basic drainage pipe technology. Who is that girl?" The young blacksmith thought of something and opened his eyes in shock. "Is she a spy of the Liang Kingdom?" The old blacksmith slapped his head. "Are you stupid? How could a spy of the Liang Kingdom casually pass such a powerful technology to us?" That's right. The young blacksmith finally realized how much his head hurt. He bitterly glared at the old blacksmith. "Don't you know how heavy your blacksmith's hand is? If you hit me again, I'll be a piece of fucking iron." "Old blacksmith, the young blacksmith said, "What about that girl?" The old blacksmith said, "What do you mean what to do?" "Oh, you're talking about the farming tools. Since she really let me finish more than 1,000 pieces of iron in 10 days, then I will keep my promise. I won't take a single cent of her farming tools." Not only that, the old blacksmith also wanted to thank that girl in person. Unfortunately, he waited for an entire afternoon, but Gu Jiao did not come. Oh. Chapter 111. Gu Jiao had planned to go to the iron shop, but she ran into some trouble. When she first arrived in town, she had already noticed that there were many more officers on her. She didn't know why, so she asked the boss of a bun shop. The boss of the bun shop was a warm-hearted person. He didn't ignore her just because she didn't buy any buns. "Miss, you don't know? I heard that a prince from the capital came to our town. Those officers are under orders to protect him." It wasn't just the officers on the surface. Gu Jiao also noticed that there were many experts dressed as commoners among the seemingly unremarkable crowd. What a grand display! As expected of a prince. The road to the iron shop was blocked. Gu Jiao decided to go another day. She came to the private school to wait for little Jingkong and Gu Yan. But she didn't expect to run into Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu had accompanied Miss Shuang to town to shop. The two of them were waiting for Li Ji's osmanthus cakes. Miss Shuang naturally wouldn't line up obediently. She spent money to buy all the osmanthus cakes behind her, but the cakes took some time to come out of the oven. "Sister." Gu Jinyu saw Gu Jiao. She let go of Miss Shuang's hand and came over to greet Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't want to bother with Gu Jinyu. She glanced at her and didn't intend to stop. Gu Jinyu chased after her. "Sister." Gu Jiao was annoyed. "I said I'm not your sister. Don't call me that in the future." Gu Jinyu opened her mouth. "But hey, how can you speak like that?" Miss Shuang suddenly appeared beside Gu Jinyu. Because Gu Jinyu had given her the calligraphy and flattered her, Miss Shuang and Gu Jinyu had turned hostility into friendship. She even saw Gu Jinyu as her friend. Miss Shuang felt that she had been humiliated when her friend spoke to her in such a humble manner, and even received a cold face from the other party. Gu Jiao didn't know Miss Shuang, and she didn't intend to know her. She kept a distance from the two of them with an expressionless face. Miss Shuang had never been ignored like this before. She was furious. "Stop right there." Gu Jinyu tugged at Miss Shuang's sleeve. "Miss Shuang, forget it." Miss Shuang said angrily, "What do you mean by forget?" She was just an unruly commoner. Yet she dared to give the daughter of an aristocratic family a hard time. Who did she borrow the guts from? "She," Gu Jinyu said awkwardly. "She's my elder sister." Miss Shuang sneered. "What kind of sister is she? Do you think an unruly commoner is worthy?" Gu Jinyu explained, "I'm not lying. She really is my father's child." Miss Shuang looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe. "Poor and ugly. I understand. She is your father's illegitimate daughter." Marquis Gu only had one daughter who had acknowledged her identity. If he had other children, then they must be mistresses, and mistresses were illegitimate children. Gu Jinyu tugged at her and said, "No, Miss Shuang. Things are a little complicated. I'll explain it to you later." Miss Shuang snorted coldly. "You don't have to speak up for her. She's just a cheap wretch who can't be seen in public. Why do you have to give her face? I've seen many people like her. She thinks that she's a proper master just because her mother is a fox. She doesn't know that a pheasant will always be a pheasant. Even if she flies to a branch, she can't become a phoenix." She was scolding Gu Jiao, but Gu Jinyu felt as if she was scolding herself. Her face burned. Gu Jiao's expression was extremely calm, as if she wasn't the one being scolded. This made Gu Jinyu feel even more stifled. This Miss Shuang was too good at scolding others. Miss Shuang scolded Gu Jiao for a long time, but the other party didn't do anything. She felt that her fist had hit cotton. She took a few steps forward, pointed at Gu Jiao's nose, and said, "You apologize to my friend immediately." Gu Jiao looked at her as if she was looking at an idiot. This look completely infuriated Miss Shuang. This moment school was over. Gu Yan and little Jingkong walked out. The two of them saw Gu Jiao and little Jingkong ran to Gu Jiao's side. Gu Yan couldn't run away. He could only watch as the little monk threw himself at Gu Jiao. Little Jingkong hugged Jiao Jiao. Miss Shuang and Gu Jiao were very close to each other. When little Jingkong ran past her, he accidentally brushed against her skirt. Miss Shuang was instantly enraged. "How can you walk like that? You've dirted my skirt." Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. Gu Yan's expression also turned cold. Little Jingkong didn't sense the hostility in her words. He let go of Jiao Jiao's hand and carefully studied Miss Shuang's skirt. Did I dirty your skirt? Let me see. Miss Shuang suddenly pulled her skirt. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Gu Yan walked over coldly and took out a handkerchief. He squatted down and grabbed the little monk's hand to wipe it carefully. After that, he threw the handkerchief on the ground without hesitation. Don't touch dirty things outside in the future. Miss Shuang widened her eyes in disbelief. Did she hear it wrong? Did this guy say that her skirt was dirty? Miss Shuang was furious. Just now she was still thinking that this person was so beautiful. Now she turned around and found that he was an arrogant bastard. Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Yan and said, Yenner, this is Miss Shuang. She's Prince An's sister. Miss Shuang frowned. You know him? Gu Jinyu nodded. He's my father's son. He and elder sister are fraternal twins. Miss Shuang looked at Gu Yan with disdain. Fraternal twins. That means he's also an illegitimate child. I heard that there's a short-lived ghost in Marquis Ding and Fu. Don't tell me you're also a short-lived ghost? These words were too hurtful. Even Gu Jinyu's expression changed. Gu Jiaojiao's expression didn't change. She said to Gu Yan, the two of you go over there and wait for me. Oh. Gu Yan grabbed little Jingkong's hand and brought him back to the private school. Once the two disappeared, Gu Jiao gave Miss Shuang a slap. Miss Shuang was stunned. You hit me? Gu Jiao coldly said, if I hit you, I'll hit you. Do I need to pick a date? Gu Jinyu's face turned pale. Elder sister, how could you slap? Gu Jiao also gave her a slap. Will it kill you to speak properly? Are you stuttering or stuttering? You can't explain clearly in one sentence and have to divide it into 3 or 4 parts. There's too much money in the Marquis Fu. Did it all run into your brain? Gu Jinyu staggered from the rebuke. Not far away, Marquis Gu and Royal Prince heard the commotion from the servants and came over to see what happened. In the end, they saw Miss Shuang and Gu Jinyu swollen like buns. Elder brother. Miss Shuang threw herself in front of Royal Prince and let him see her injured face. She pointed at Gu Jiao. She hit me. She hit me. When Marquis Gu saw Gu Jiao, his head exploded. Why was it this girl again? Royal Prince Anne's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face. Because of the birthmark on the left side of her face wasn't considered pretty. But the coldness between her brows made her more elegant than the so-called beauties in the capital. Gu Jinyu also returned to Marquis Gu's side. Her eyes were filled with tears and she looked aggrieved. Marquis Gu's heart ached. What happened? Royal Prince Anne also looked at Gu Jinyu, waiting for her explanation. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said, Elder sister and Miss Shuang had some misunderstanding. Actually, it's my fault for not making things clear. It's all my fault. Father, don't blame elder sister. Marquis Gu was so angry that he leaned back. So she really hit you? Crazy. This girl was so daring. Not only did she hit her own father, she even hit her younger sister and the Marquis younger sister. How many heads did she think she had? Wasn't she afraid that the entire Marquis Fu would be buried with her? Marquis Gu cupped his hands. Royal Prince Anne looked at Gu Jinyu. What misunderstanding? Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said, I said this is my elder sister. I didn't make it clear and caused Miss Shuang to misunderstand that she's my father's illegitimate daughter. Miss Shuang glared at Gu Jiao angrily. What misunderstanding? Isn't she? Marquis Gu gritted his teeth and cupped his hands at Royal Prince and she's my wife's blood. Royal Prince Anne's confused gaze landed on Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu only felt a prickle in her back, but Royal Prince Anne didn't ask further. Miss Shuang couldn't help but ask, she's your biological daughter. What about her? The first one she was referring to was Gu Jiao, and the second one was Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu clenched her fists. Marquis Gu broke out in cold sweat and said awkwardly, Jinyu is also my and my wife's daughter. Miss Shuang asked, so they're not fraternal twins but triplets? Marquis Gu wanted to say no, but when he turned his head, he saw Gu Jinyu's red eyes. Her aggrieved look made his heart soften. He didn't say anything, so Miss Shuang thought she guessed right. Miss Shuang looked coldly at Gu Jinyu. She's your own elder sister. Can't you make things clear? Gu Jinyu said softly, I wanted to say it, But Miss Shuang didn't give me a chance, Royal Prince said. Just because she misunderstood that she was an illegitimate daughter, my sister spoke rudely to her? Gu Jinyu said guiltily. And Miss Shuang thought that I was bullied by my elder sister. She stood up for me and said a few words to my elder sister. Royal Prince looked at Miss Shuang. What did you say? Miss Shuang's eyes flashed. I didn't say much, just those few words. What few words? Royal Prince asked sternly. Miss Shuang muttered softly. Those few words about the illegitimate daughter. Royal Prince looked at the crowd and pointed at a commoner. Come over and tell me. That person was brought to the front by Royal Prince An's guards. His face was full of fear. Just now, he heard the old master call him Royal Prince. He was the prince from the capital. What did she say? Royal Prince looked at the commoner and glanced at his younger sister. That person didn't dare to say. I'll pardon you, Royal Prince said calmly. That person looked at Miss Shuang. Miss Shuang used her eyes to threaten him. Royal Prince An's tone was clearly easygoing, but he strangely felt that Royal Prince An was more dangerous than Miss Shuang. He broke out in cold sweat and confessed. She called that girl an illegitimate daughter a wretch? She called that girl's mother a vixen. She also called another person. She said, there is a short-lived ghost in Marquis Ding An's Fu. You wouldn't also be a short-lived ghost, right? It was not important who the other person was. When she said, there is a short-lived ghost in Marquis Ding An's Fu, anyone could tell that she was scolding Gu Yan. Gu Yan had been ill since he was young. The imperial physician said that he would not live past 15. But the imperial physician's diagnosis was one thing. Being ridiculed as a short-lived ghost was another. That girl was Marquis Gu and Yao Shi's direct blood relative. That meant that she was Gu Yan's direct elder sister. She called her an illegitimate daughter a wretch. She called her mother a vixen and even called her younger brother a short-lived ghost. If she didn't slap her, who would she slap? This time Marquis Gu did not speak. Royal Prince An raised his hand and slightly bowed towards Marquis Gu and Gu Jiao. My younger sister's words and actions were rude. I will apologize to Marquis Gu and Miss Gu here. Marquis Gu quickly supported him. You cannot. You cannot. This is just a quarrel between young girls. Royal Prince does not need to take it to heart. Royal Prince An sincerely said, later on, I will properly discipline my younger sister. Marquis Gu was embarrassed. Royal Prince is too serious. As he responded, he gave Gu Jiao a look. At this time she should also apologize. She should say that she had hit someone in a moment of impulse. In the end, Gu Jiao ignored his gaze and turned to leave. Marquis Gu. Young Miss Shuang angrily rebuked you. I will not let you go. I don't care if you are the Marquis Fu's direct daughter. You hit me. I will remember you. You better kowtow to this young miss and admit your wrongs. Perhaps this young miss will be merciful and forgive you. Otherwise, when you return to the capital, this young miss will make you pay. Marquis Gu's eyelids twitched. Gu Jiao continued to ignore her and walked towards the direction of the private school. Young Miss Shuang's lungs were about to explode. Outrageous. Do you know who I am? Grand Tutor Zhuang is my grandfather. The Empress Dowager is my great-aunt. When I return to the capital, I will make the Empress Dowager sentence you to death. Marquis Gu was so anxious that cold sweat broke out. The ruthless Empress Dowager Zhuang was famous for being protective. Whoever bullied her grandniece, she would really twist the person's head off. This stupid girl, what will happen if you admit defeat? Must your head be chopped off? Shut up. Royal Prince An coldly scolded and said to the guard beside him, send young miss back to the villa. Yes. Young Miss Shuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. I am not going back. I don't want to. Where did this dog come from? How dare he touch me? I will chop off your hand. Sorry. The guard took a cloak from a maid and put it on young Miss Shuang's arm. Through the cloak, he sent her into the carriage. Royal Prince An nodded slightly at Marquis Gu and glanced at Gu Jinyu's face. Gu Jinyu lowered his head. Royal Prince An didn't say anything and also got into the carriage. Young Miss Shuang saw her eldest brother and was furious. You didn't keep your word. You said that you won't help outsiders to bully me. Royal Prince An said softly, let me take a look. Young Miss Shuang turned her back. Stop it. You don't care about me at all. Royal Prince and I will give you. Young Miss Shuang covered her ears. No, I don't want any gifts. Don't even think about bribing me. I want to return to the capital. I want to see my parents. I want to see the Empress Dowager. I want to tell you that you are working with outsiders to bully me. Royal Prince sighed faintly. I wanted to take you to play in town for a few more days. Since you insist, then let's return to the capital. Fourth uncle is also returning to the capital. Let him test you on your homework and see if you have made any progress. Hearing that she was going to be tested on her homework by Provincial Governor Zhuang, young Miss Shuang did not make a sound. She removed her hands from her ears and weakly said, Then how about playing for a few more days? Royal Prince said, Then you are not allowed to cause any more trouble. I know, young Miss Shuang said perfunctorily, but she secretly swore in her heart that when she returned to the capital, she would immediately go see the Empress Dowager. She would have the Empress Dowager drag out that little wench from Marquis Ding and Fu and give her 100 slaps in front of everyone. Chapter 112. Little Jing Kong had a serious expression on his face on the ox cart on the way back. He met a very fierce benefactor today, and she said a lot of things that he didn't understand. It didn't seem to be anything good. But that was not the point. He seemed to be protected by Brother Guyen today. He was much smarter than Guyen. He skipped grades and got first place every time. Brother Guyen was like a baby. But when Brother Guyen squatted down to wipe his little hands and pulled him to the private school, he had the illusion that he was the baby. Little Jing Kong fell into deep thought. For the first time he was confused about his position with Guyen. On the other side, Royal Prince and Miss Shuang returned to the villa. Miss Shuang was exhausted and fell asleep immediately. Royal Prince ordered her personal maid, Don't let anyone disturb her rest. Don't see anyone who comes. The maid hesitated. What if Miss Gu? Royal Prince's eyes were cold. I won't see her. Yes. The maid hurriedly responded. Royal Prince returned to his room. Not long after, the black-robed man flashed in and saluted him with cupped hands. Your Highness. Royal Prince poured himself a cup of tea and said lightly, Did you find anything? The man in black shook his head. I've secretly checked all the inns and clinics in town. I didn't find any trace of the Empress Dowager. Royal Prince murmured, Maybe she didn't go to the clinic or the doctors in town. She didn't stay in the inn either. The man in black was puzzled. Then where did the Empress Dowager go? Did she hide in a commoner's house? Royal Prince was silent. The man in black didn't care. Royal Prince, that's impossible. Have you forgotten that the Empress Dowager has leprosy? In the early stages of leprosy, there were only some small red spots on the body and face, which looked like frostbite or allergies. But as the disease progressed, the symptoms of leprosy would become more and more obvious, and eventually become completely different from normal people. It was impossible for a leper to remain hidden, unless she had gone into the mountains and lived alone. But that was even more impossible. The Empress Dowager had lived like a princess all her life. She didn't even know how to cook. If she really stayed in the old forest, she would starve to death sooner or later, even if she didn't die of illness or get bitten to death by wild beasts. Royal Prince said thoughtfully, You're right, but if she didn't hide, where did she go? She has leprosy and causes a commotion wherever she goes. The man in black said, Are you really not considering the possibility of the Empress Dowager's death? Royal Prince said, I've said it before. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The man in black was at his wit's end. Perhaps someone took her in and cured her. The man in black said, Leprosy is incurable. Even the most skilled doctor in the state of Chun could only delay the symptoms of leprosy. The earlier they interfered, the better the effect. But a complete cure was unheard of. Royal Prince obviously knew how unreasonable his guess was, but compared to being cured, he didn't want to believe that the Empress Dowager had died alone in a corner. He ordered, Go and investigate the old woman who came to Qingchuan town last winter. Don't leave out the villages under her rule. Yes. The man in black accepted the order and went to investigate. His efficiency was much higher than Huang Zhong's group. In a few days he found 2 clues. One was in Danyo village, the other was in Qingchuan village. The 2 villages were in the north and south of the town. This one from Danyu village was stranded there last winter. When the villagers found her, she was curled up in an abandoned cowshed. The villagers pitied her, so they let her live in the cowshed. Occasionally, someone would send her some food so she wouldn't starve to death. Royal Prince asked, "What about the other one?" The man in black continued, "The one in Qingchuan village is a distant relative of a scholar in our village. Something happened to her family and she had no one to rely on, so she came to seek shelter from him." From the clues, the old woman in Danyo village was more likely to be the person they were looking for. However, for some reason, Royal Prince chose Qingchuan village. There was no reason. It was just his intuition. In order not to alert the enemy, Royal Prince decided to go there personally. The man in black and his men were waiting in the town. Royal Prince rode his horse to the village. The summer days were long and the evening sky was still bright. Royal Prince tied his horse to the old locust tree at the entrance of the village and walked to the house according to the map drawn by the man in black. Little Jing Kong was feeding the chickens in the backyard. He was worried that the chickens would run out, so he closed the door. Royal Prince knocked on the door. Little Jing Kong opened the door. That day, before Gu Jiao took action, Little Jing Kong was taken into the private school by Gu Yan. Therefore, he didn't know what happened later and didn't see Royal Prince. However, Royal Prince looked back after getting into the carriage. He saw Gu Jiao holding Little Jing Kong's hand and walking out of the private school. There was a young man who looked like Marquis Gu beside them. He must be Gu Yan, who the imperial doctor said would not live past 15. It was strange. Why was this little guy here? "Is this your home?" Royal Prince asked. Little Jing Kong didn't open the door completely. He only opened it a little and a round head popped out. "Of course it's my home. Who are you? What are you doing here?" Royal Prince said gently, "I'm passing by and want to ask for a bowl of water." "Then wait." Little Jing Kong didn't invite him in but closed the door. After a while, he brought him a bowl of water. "Here." This little guy was very cautious. Royal Prince took the bowl and drank all the water in one gulp. Then, he returned the empty bowl to him. "Are you alone at home?" Little Jing Kong immediately became alert and closed the door a little. "Are you a trafficker? Why are you asking about this?" Royal Prince said without batting an eyelid, "Ah no. I just wanted to thank your lady for drinking your water." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "I was the one who brought the water to you. You just have to thank me." Royal Prince had never seen such an unconventional child. He was stunned and said, "Thank you very much. By the way, can I ask you how to get to Danyu village?" Little Jing Kong would know if it was Apricot Blossom village or Yonglu village. However, Danyu village was beyond his knowledge. Little Jing Kong was stunned. Royal Prince smiled. "Can you help me ask your family's lord?" "My lord is very busy. You can ask elsewhere. Go east." The 7th family's surname is Luo. Second Uncle Luo is an ox cart driver. He knows all the villages. Little Jing Kong closed the door decisively after showing him the way. He didn't forget to bolt the door. Zhao Zhao had said that strangers shouldn't be allowed in when there were no adults in the house. He was a child and his great-aunt was an old woman. They were not adults. In any case, Royal Prince was someone who had been abroad before and had rich experience. Unexpectedly, he was rejected by a child. However, he didn't give up so easily. If the front door didn't work, he would go through the back door. He had to see that old lady today. Royal Prince went to the back door. The back door of the kitchen was also closed but not locked. Royal Prince paused and gently pushed the door open. Then he walked in. His footsteps were very light and almost didn't make any sound. Just as he took 2 or 3 steps, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind the door and hit him on the head with a rolling pin. With a bang, Royal Prince fainted. The old lady threw the rolling pin back on the chopping board and looked down at the unconscious Royal Prince. She snorted, "Sneaky. I can tell you're not a good person." The old lady heard the conversation between Royal Prince and Little Jing Kong. He kept asking if the Lord was in the house. After being rejected, he sneaked in through the back door. Thief, he was a real thief. It wasn't strange that the old lady was so suspicious. After the family's life was not so difficult, they were indeed targeted by thieves. However, the thieves were all at night. At night, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan's secret guards were there. They could get rid of the thieves easily. However, she didn't expect the thieves to be so bold. They dared to steal things in broad daylight. The old lady looked at the handsome side profile and clicked her tongue. Even if you rely on your face to make a living, it's still better than being a thief. But why do I feel that this boy looks a little familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? The old lady hit him hard. When Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshan, and Gu Yan returned from cutting firewood in the mountains, he was still unconscious on the floor of the kitchen. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan put down the 2 bundles of firewood on their backs. Gu Yan also put down the half basket of dried branches and leaves that he had packed. Jiao Jiao, there was a thief in the house. Great Aunt is so powerful. She knocked the thief out. Little Jing Kong turned into a little loudspeaker in a second and told them what happened. Gu Jiao quickly recognized that he wasn't a thief. He was the young man in embroidered clothes that she saw outside the private school a few days ago. He was the royal prince and that Gu Jiao mentioned. Gu Jiao didn't have a good impression of him. He didn't shield his biological sister and even apologized to Marquis Gu and her. He was so understanding at such a young age. She didn't know if he was too fair and kind or if he wasn't simple at all. No matter what, he couldn't get into trouble in their house. Gu Jiao grabbed him with both hands and brought him to Gu Xiaoshuan's room. The old lady didn't show any mercy. There was a big bump on his head and he even bled a little. Gu Jiao applied medicine for him and wrapped him in gauze. After that, Gu Jiao took out silver needles and pricked his acupuncture points a few times. Royal Prince and slowly opened his eyes. Royal Prince and's facial features weren't particularly exquisite, but he had an aura that could make people sink into him. His eyes were beautiful but his gaze didn't seem right. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. She took out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. He didn't react. What was going on? Was he blind? At this time, the sky was dark and there was only a weak oil lamp in the room. Gu Jiao made the wick brighter but he still couldn't see. However, he didn't panic and didn't show any abnormality. He calmly closed his eyes and said, "My eyes hurt." The first thing he said when he woke up wasn't to ask where he was or who she was but to cover up the fact that he couldn't see. What a strange person. Since he said so, Gu Jiao naturally wouldn't expose him. After all, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any consequences after exposing him. The more you know, the faster you'll die. Then don't open your eyes. I'll find some herbs for you, Gu Jiao said. She randomly took some mint leaves and wrapped them in a cloth to cover his eyes. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong poked his head in the door. Is he awake? It was the little fellow's voice. And Royal Prince began to guess Gu Jiao's identity. If he didn't guess incorrectly, she should be the woman who argued with his younger sister that day. But wasn't she Marquis Ding An's daughter? How could she live in this kind of place? He's awake. Gu Jiao asked, "Are you hungry?" "Unhungry." Little Jing Kong nodded honestly and asked, "Then is there something wrong with him?" Gu Jiao said softly, "He's fine. His eyes are just a bit uncomfortable." Little Jing Kong asked again, "Will he blame Grandaunt?" Gu Jiao looked at an royal prince recently. "Our home has been burglarized a few times. You came in through the back door, so my Grandaunt thinks you're a thief." "It's my fault." And Royal Prince said, "He won't blame Grandaunt." Gu Jiao turned to Little Jing Kong and said, "Go eat some snacks first. I'll cook immediately." Only then did Little Jing Kong feel relieved and leave. And Royal Prince listened to Gu Jiao's voice and found it hard to connect her with the woman who slapped his younger sister and Gu Jinyu. It was as if they were two different people. It was also as if her patience and gentleness were all given to her family. When there was no one else in the room, Gu Jiao asked again, "Royal Prince, why did you suddenly come to visit?" Originally it was just a guess. Now that she called him an Royal Prince, it confirmed his identity. After all, it was impossible for people who had never seen him to know that he was an Royal Prince. Commandery Prince and could not tell her that he suspected that the Empress Dowager was hiding in her house. He hesitated for a moment and said, "To be honest, I'm here to apologize. Miss Gu has been wronged because of my sister." Gu Jiao? And Royal Prince couldn't tell if she believed him or not. "You're saying the person who knocked me out was your Grandaunt?" Gu Jiao asked, "What's wrong?" And Royal Prince smiled without batting an eyelid. "She's really strong." It seemed that the person wasn't the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager recognized him, and Royal Prince planned to leave. At this moment, little Jing Kong complained in a small voice from the backyard, "Jiao Jiao, Grandaunt secretly ate candied plums again." "I didn't." "Little monk, don't talk nonsense." "I'm not a monk. You're little Baldy." This voice. And Royal Prince felt his whole body tremble and his whole body stiffen. Chapter 113. Gu Jiao walked out and looked at the jar that the old lady was holding tightly in her arms. "Great aunt, you said that you can only eat 3 a day." The old lady refused to admit her mistake. "I only ate 3. Gu Jiao pointed at the jar. "But there are clearly 6 less in this jar." "He ate it." The old lady dragged Gu Xiaoshun into the water. Gu Xiaoshun, who was chopping firewood, was confused. "What's wrong? What did he eat now?" Gu Jiao cruelly confiscated the old lady's candied plums and searched her room for the stock that she had kept for a long time. The old lady's face turned green. Royal Prince heard the familiar voice and his heart tightened. Was it the Empress Dowager? It was a pity that he couldn't see now, but it didn't matter. When the sun rose, his eyes would recover. Gu Jiao finished confiscating the old lady's candied plums and turned around to see Royal Prince walking out blindly. He was standing at the door and looking over. "What are you looking at? You can't see." Gu Jiao walked over and said lightly, "Where does Royal Prince live? I'll have someone send you back later." Gu Yan's secret guards were in the dark, so they could do it for him. Royal Prince had already made up his mind to stay. He said softly, "I feel a little dizzy. Can I stay at Miss Gu's house for a night?" Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Was this guy here to extort money? "I don't have an extra room in my house." Royal Prince was about to say, "It's okay. I can squeeze with someone." But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Royal Prince?" The person who came was none other than Marquis Gu, who she hadn't seen for a long time. Marquis Gu came to find Gu Jiao. He thought about what happened last time. That domineering Miss Shuang was indeed asking for a beating. But what did Jinyu do wrong? Why did this girl slap Jinyu's mouth too? After hesitating for a few days, he finally decided to come to the village and have a good talk with her about bullying Jinyu. No matter if she returned to the manor or not, she couldn't vent her anger on Jinyu just because she didn't like him. The door was open and he walked in directly. Unexpectedly, as soon as she passed through the central room, she saw Royal Prince who she had not seen for the whole day. Didn't he say that he went to the town for a stroll? And buy some Li Jia's manthus cake for Miss Shuang? Why would he appear in his daughter's house? Could it be that they were also here to denounce him? Marquis Gu took a few steps forward and found that Royal Prince seemed to be injured. His head was wrapped in gauze and his eyes were also covered with gauze. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that girl also beat up Royal Prince? Oh heavens, what kind of devil incarnate did he give birth to? Marquis Gu bowed so hard that his waist almost broke. "Your Highness, my daughter is rude. Please forgive her." Royal Prince looked at him in confusion. "Marquis, you don't think that your daughter caused my injury, do you?" Marquis Gu was startled. "Was it not?" Royal Prince gently tugged at the corner of his lips. "I was careless. I still have to thank your daughter for treating me." Marquis Gu was dumbfounded. Royal Prince probed. "I didn't expect your daughter to be proficient in the art of medicine." However, Marquis Gu did not understand and said embarrassedly, "Royal Prince, you flatter me. She worked as a medicine boy in the town's clinic for a few days. She can't be considered proficient in the art of medicine and only knows the most basic things. In my opinion, we should ask Royal Prince to quickly move to the manor and let the manor's imperial physician treat you carefully." Marquis Gu said this because he was indeed worried about Royal Prince Anne's injury. Secondly, he thought that Royal Prince Anne came here to denounce Gu Jiao. No matter how much he disliked Gu Jiao was still his and Yao's flesh and blood. He couldn't really let her be punished by Royal Prince Anne. He had to quickly coax Royal Prince Anne away. Royal Prince Anne wanted to use the same trick again. He said that he was dizzy and should not be tired from traveling. Marquis Gu said that he brought the best carriage in the manor and guaranteed that he wouldn't feel any bumps. Marquis Gu was so determined that Royal Prince and couldn't persuade him in the end. Royal Prince and unwillingly sat on the carriage back to the manor. Marquis Gu heaved a sigh of relief. However, Royal Prince Anne's heart was filled with doubts. Why did Marquis Gu insist on bringing him back to the manor? Was he worried that he would find something in his daughter's house? Why did his daughter live in the countryside? Was it to hide the Empress Dowager? Marquis Gu didn't know that his actions had made Royal Prince Anne think so much. After returning to the manor in order to appease Royal Prince Anne's anger, he gave him many expensive antiques and paintings. It really hurt him. Royal Prince Anne became more suspicious of Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu was Imperial Concubine Shu's brother, and Imperial Concubine Shu was one of His Majesty's people. Marquis Gu never stayed in the manor for so long in the past. Could it be that he didn't leave this year because of the Empress Dowager? As more and more clues were pieced together, a reasonable truth was pieced together. Royal Prince Anne called the man in black into the room. After listening to Royal Prince Anne's deduction, the man in black asked in confusion, "But if she really is the Empress Dowager, why didn't she recognize you? According to what you said, she didn't see who you were when she knocked you out, but she should have seen you when you fainted." Royal Prince Anne said thoughtfully, "I understand this point, so I want to confirm it again. I've already gone there once. If I go there again, it'll arouse suspicion. Go there tomorrow and say that. I want to apologize for the two misunderstandings. I hope that the two families can bury the hatchet. I also hope that she won't mention my sister's bullying to anyone in the capital, so as to not ruin my sister's reputation." The man in black replied, "Yes." Royal Prince Anne said, "You must see the Empress Dowager and tell her about the situation in the capital." The man in black cupped his fists. "Yes, sir." But, thinking of something, the man in black frowned and said, "If she really is the Empress Dowager, what do you plan to do?" Royal Prince Anne's eyes were cold. "What can I do? Of course I'll bring her back to the capital. I can't let her fall into anyone's hands. It doesn't matter if it's His Majesty or someone else." The man in black hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm afraid that the capital isn't safe now. It's still a mystery how the Empress Dowager got leprosy. His Majesty hid the truth about the Empress Dowager's illness and claimed that she was recovering in the palace because of a sudden illness. If we bring the Empress Dowager back like this, won't we be telling His Majesty that we know everything? And we'll bring the Empress Dowager back without saying anything. Will His Majesty think that we're disloyal to him?" Royal Prince Anne snorted. Is this the first time he's afraid of the Zhuang family? From the moment he and Marquis Schwamping's marriage alliance, he's been thinking of ways to contain the Zhuang family. "I'm afraid that the Empress Dowager's illness has something to do with His Majesty. The situation in the imperial court is getting worse for the Zhuang family. If the Empress Dowager doesn't come out to control the situation, the Zhuang family will become the second Lu family. There used to be 4 hegemons in the capital: Marquis Schwamping's Shao family, Duke Luo's Luo family, Duke Ding's Lu family, and Grand Secretary Zhuang family. His Majesty didn't come from a good background. His birth mother didn't even have the right to raise him. He was raised by concubine Jing. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a son, because she didn't get along with the Crown Prince's maternal family, the Lu family. She defeated the Crown Prince and the Lu family and put concubine Jing's adopted son on the throne. However, His Majesty was an ungrateful wretch. Not only was he not grateful to Empress Dowager Zhuang, but he was also afraid of her after seeing how powerful Empress Dowager Zhuang was. The daughter sent to the palace by the Zhuang family should have been the Empress, but he made Marquis Schwamping's sister Empress in the throne room and married his favorite Princess Xinyang to Marquis Xianping. With the support of Marquis Schwamping's family, His Majesty was like a tiger that had grown wings and weakened the Zhuang family's power. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang was still too powerful. As long as she suppressed His Majesty couldn't shake the Zhuang family's foundation. While the Empress Dowager was recovering in the palace, the Zhuang family was suppressed by Marquis Schwamping's family. If this continued, the Zhuang family would be finished. Therefore, even if the Empress Dowager would be in great danger once she returned to the capital, the Zhuang family couldn't care less. "Wu Yang, this is our fate." It was his fate to be a hostage in the Chan kingdom. It was also the Empress Dowager's fate to go through fire and water for the Zhuang family. Early the next morning, the man in black changed into a guard's uniform and went to Qingchuan village with a large box of gifts. Gu Yan and the other two went to school. Gu Jiao opened the door for him. "Who are you?" Gu Jiao asked. He cupped his hands and smiled. "My name is Wu Yang. I'm Prince An's guard. I'm here to apologize to Miss Gu on the orders of the prince." Gu Jiao said, "Didn't he already apologize yesterday?" Wu Yang said politely, "The prince was injured yesterday and had some things to say. He asked me to come again today." Gu Jiao waited for him to continue. Wu Yang asked, "Can I move these gifts inside for Miss Gu first?" Gu Jiao didn't refuse. Wu Yang moved the large box into the central room. He opened the box and took out several large brocade boxes. He said to Gu Jiao, "The prince hopes that Miss Gu won't mention to anyone that my miss spoke rudely when you return to the capital. My miss has been spoiled by her family and has a domineering personality. The prince apologizes to you. However, reputation is too important to a girl. If people know that she bullies others like this, I'm afraid that she will suffer a lot of criticism in the future. I hope that Miss Gu can understand the prince's love for his sister." It sounded like he was here to shut her up. Gu Jiao didn't say anything and indicated for him to put the things down. Wu Yang jumped out of 2 brocade boxes and said to Gu Jiao, "I scared little brother and old madam yesterday. The prince ordered me to apologize to them personally. She went to school in Jingkong. I'm afraid you won't be able to see her. Grandaunt doesn't like to see strangers. I'll pass on your apology." Was she really on guard? Wu Yang originally only believed 30% of it, but now he believed 50%. He stood up and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Gu. May I borrow the latrine?" Gu Jiao glanced at him. "Please." Wu Yang went to the latrine with a normal expression. Wu Yang was stalling for time. He had to see the Empress Dowager today. He was lucky that the old madam had a nightmare and woke herself up. She came out to the courtyard to get some fresh air and bumped into Wu Yang. Wu Yang was Prince An's confidant. He had followed Prince An to see the Empress Dowager many times. He was familiar with the Empress Dowager's appearance, unlike Marquis Gu who had only seen her twice. The person in front of him was dressed like an old lady from the countryside. She was calm and composed. Her aura was far from that of the ruthless Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, Wu Yang could still recognize that she was the Empress Dowager. There was a mole on the Empress Dowager's right earlobe. Wu Yang was sure that he didn't recognize it wrongly. Wu Yang was so excited that he took a big step forward. The old madam had just finished a nightmare and was still in shock. Then, a 7-foot-tall man appeared out of thin air in the backyard. She was shocked. "Who are you?" she asked fiercely. Wu Yang was stunned. "This one is Wu Yang. What 5 or 6 sheep? I've never heard of it. Go away." The old madam anxiously pushed him away. "Jiao Jiao. Why is there another strange person in the house?" Gu Jiao put down the brocade box and walked over. She glanced at Wu Yang and said to the old madam, "He is the bodyguard of the prince from yesterday. He came to apologize." The old madam raised her eyebrows and said, "Did he send anything?" Gu Jiao nodded yes. The old madam went to the main room to look through the porcelain, jade and tea. She had a look of disgust. "There isn't even a piece of osmanthus cake. Not sincere." Humph. Wu Yang was stunned. What was going on? The Empress Dowager was different from what he thought. "I want to eat sugar egg," the old madam said to Gu Jiao. "All right." Gu Jiao agreed. It was fine as long as there wasn't any sugar water. "Give him a bowl as well," the old madam said in a serious manner. "He sent so many gifts, so you have to ask him to stay for a meal." "That's fine." Gu Jiao nodded. She went to the kitchen to cook 2 bowls of sugar egg. One bowl was half full and the other bowl had less sugar. The old madam generously said, "Jiao Jiao, you can go do your work. I'll take care of the guests." Wu Yang gave the Empress Dowager a thumbs up in his heart. First she used the excuse of eating sugar egg to make him stay. Then she thought of a way to send the Gu family away. She was worthy of being the wise Empress Dowager. Gu Jiao carried a pole to the entrance of the village to fetch water. There was no third person in the room. The old madam's expression instantly became excited. Wu Yang was also excited. The Empress Dowager's great wisdom was really just an act. The Empress Dowager wanted to recognize him. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Jiao Jiao will be back soon. Yes, quickly. Wuyang nodded like he was pounding garlic. In the end, he saw the old madam exchange a bowl of sugar egg with him. She then picked up a spoon and ate happily. Wuyang. Chapter 114. All the novels that can't be found online are here. In order to eat sweets, the old lady let Wuyang be a tool at home for the whole day. Wuyang said, Miss Gu, I'm hungry, I want to eat candied fruit. Miss Gu, I'm thirsty, I want to drink mung bean soup, the super sweet kind. When he returned to the villa, Wuyang was doubting life. Princeton saw him in the room. How was it? Did you see the Empress Dowager? Wuyang's face was green. I saw her. But was that really the Empress Dowager? Wuyang told Royal Princeton about his miserable day. Princeton was shocked. He remembered that when he was in the village yesterday, he seemed to have heard the Empress Dowager say some strange things, but he was too excited and didn't take it to heart. Later, he thought that the Empress Dowager was pretending to be crazy in order to numb the Gu family who put her under house arrest. I don't think so. Wuyang pondered. When Miss Gu went to get water, only the Empress Dowager and I were left in the room. If the Empress Dowager was pretending to be crazy before, then there was no one else. She should be honest with me. However, she didn't. The Empress Dowager only focused on eating the poached eggs. Every time he wanted to speak, the Empress Dowager would raise her hand to stop him. Why didn't he realize that the Empress Dowager was so greedy before? In Prince An's impression, the Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't someone who would ignore business for a little food. But it was true that she couldn't eat too many sweets. The imperial doctor told him that it was better for the elderly to eat light food. Prince An murmured, how could this be? Did the Empress Dowager lose her memory? And caused her personality to change? Or was this the Empress Dowager's true nature? The Empress Dowager was pretending all those years in the palace? But what kind of person could pretend for decades? He had been wearing a cruel and merciless mask for dozens of years. Wouldn't he be exposed? Prince An was more willing to believe the former. The Empress Dowager forgot something, so the change in her personality disappeared. She became a complete stranger. Wuyang didn't dare to guess. What do you plan to do? Do you want to bring the Empress Dowager back to the capital? I don't know. Royal Prince sighed. An Empress Dowager who only knew how to eat and drink would not be a match for the Emperor, but leaving her here under the eyes of the Marquis of Ding, and he was not at ease. Royal Prince thought for a while and thought of something. He asked Wuyang, I have a few things that I don't understand. What? Wuyang asked. Royal Prince pushed open the window and looked at the courtyard filled with flowers and plants. How did the Empress Dowager lose her memory? Does this matter have anything to do with Ding and Marquis Fu? Wuyang followed him and walked over. Does your highness mean that they deliberately made the Empress Dowager silly? Royal Prince shot him a cold look. Wuyang shrunk his neck and lowered his head. This subordinate has misspoken. How could she say that the Empress Dowager was stupid? Although it was indeed a little silly. Royal Prince asked, have you investigated the identity of that Miss Gu? Wuyang said, I've investigated clearly. She's the older sister of the twins. Back then, the Marquis gave birth in the temple and was swapped with a village woman's child. Gu Jinyu should be from that village. However, because they had nurtured her for so many years, they did not send Gu Jinyu back even after discovering the truth a few days ago. As for the real Miss Gu, it's said that she did not want to return to the Fu. Also, she is already married. Her husband came here from outside. Royal Prince said, who did you ask? Wuyang said. This subordinate directly asked the Marquis. Yao Shi did not feel that this was a secret. When Wuyang asked, Yao Shi told him the truth. Royal Prince thought for a while. Then, Miss Gu was not purposely placed in the village by Marquis Gu? Wuyang shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. This subordinate guessed that the Empress Dowager was taken in by Miss Gu after she lost her memory. But how did she become the great-aunt of Miss Gu's husband? Leprosy. Royal Prince narrowed his eyes and said, what? Wuyang was stunned. Royal Prince raised his hand to touch the potted begonia on the windowsill. Didn't you just say that Miss Gu's husband is from outside? Wu Yang was confused. That's right, but what does this have to do with them taking in the Empress Dowager? Could it be that Miss Gu's husband is the Empress Dowager's relative? This could not be. The Empress Dowager had a noble status. How could she be a relative of a poor boy from the countryside? Royal Prince thought for a while. If the Empress Dowager got leprosy and fainted in front of Miss Gu's house, and Miss Gu touched her without knowing it, what would you do if it was you? Wu Yang's eyes widened. How could that be? Leprosy is so infectious. If she touched it, she would be sent to Leprosy Mountain. Could it be? Royal Prince faintly raised the corner of his lips. That's right. In order not to be sent to Leprosy Mountain, they could only take in the Empress Dowager and cure her. In order not to arouse suspicion, they lied that they were the great-aunt of Miss Gu's husband and came to seek refuge with them. Wu Yang suddenly realized, that's right. Miss Gu's husband is from outside. Her husband's great-aunt is also from outside. No one will suspect them. Royal Prince fiddled with a blooming begonia in front of him. What I'm curious about is, how did Miss Gu cure the Empress Dowager's leprosy? Marquis Gu said that she was only a little medicine boy. It seemed that he still did not understand his own daughter. Wu Yang suddenly looked into Royal Prince's eyes. Royal Prince, if she can cure leprosy, then... Royal Prince raised a finger and stopped him from continuing. This prince still does not trust her. Wu Yang sighed with a complicated expression. Yes. Then. What does Royal Prince plan to do with the Empress Dowager? Royal Prince thought for a while. The Empress Dowager has lost her memories. If we really went to meet her, she would not leave with this prince. Moreover, her identity might be exposed. This is not a wise move. Call a few people and steal the Empress Dowager out in the middle of the night. Wu Yang, steal people? Why did he feel that there was something wrong with this statement? Wu Yang moved very quickly. At night he brought 7 experts to Clear Spring Village to steal. Kidnap people. When he arrived at Miss Gu's house, he found that there were 2 hidden guards hiding nearby. They should be the hidden guards of Marquis Ding, Anne's manor that were secretly protecting the twins. Wu Yang thought that it would be best to lead the 2 away. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they woke up the Empress Dowager. But hidden guards were different from normal guards. It was unlikely that they would leave their master's side at the same time. Just as Wu Yang was pondering how to carry out his plan, the 2 hidden guards walked out of the house and fled into the forest. It was unknown where they went. Wu Yang. This was also possible? He did not care that much. Time was precious. He had to move quickly. Wu Yang gestured for them to attack. The 7 black-clothed people soared into the air and flew into the backyard. Wu Yang also planned to fly into the yard. Unfortunately, he had just assumed a posture. Before he could jump, he heard a loud bang. One of the black-clothed people was kicked out like a sandbag. Wu Yang was a little confused. Was the method of entering wrong? Wu Yang jumped onto the wall. At this time, the second black-clothed person flew past his eyes. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell heavily onto the empty ground outside the room. Wu Yang was completely dumbfounded. Didn't the hidden guards already leave? Could they have returned so quickly? He looked towards the backyard, but where were the hidden guards? It was clearly the young Miss Gu who had slapped Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Kai Dai. That day, he had felt that young Miss Gu had gone too far. She even bullied a weak girl who did not even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Now it seemed that she had been merciful. Otherwise, with the strength of her hand that could send an expert flying with a single punch, if she really wanted to kill them, wouldn't Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Kai's heads be smashed? Although the people that Wu Yang had brought over were not top-class experts, they were still much stronger than the average expert. Even so, they had been beaten up by young Miss Gu to the point of not being able to retaliate. Wu Yang wanted to cry. He finally understood why the 2 hidden guards of Marquis Ding and Fu had suddenly fled into the forest. They were worried. They were afraid that with him here, they would not dare to charge in and ruin this young Miss Mood. Wu Yang calculated in his mind. He was afraid that he was not this young Miss Gu's opponent. Apologies for the offense, young Miss Gu. Wu Yang took out a crossbow from his back and knocked a short arrow. He aimed at Gu Jiao's shoulder and pulled the trigger. But in the blink of an eye, the matriarch's door suddenly opened. She walked out with a yawn. What is it that is so noisy? Wu Yang's hand trembled in shock. The arrow had missed. It had missed in the matriarch's direction. Wu Yang's heart trembled. The speed of a crossbow was several times faster than an arrow. It was already too late for him to grab his arrow back. In the nick of time, he saw Gu Jiao jump up and land in front of the matriarch. She pulled the matriarch to the side. The arrow brushed past the back of her hand and nailed itself to the wall behind the two of them. The back of Gu Jiao's hand had been scratched and was covered in blood. She used her other hand to pull out the arrow and fiercely threw it in the direction of Wu Yang in the night. That arrow was too fast. It was so fast that even an expert like Wu Yang could not dodge it. His right shoulder was hit by the arrow. He gave a grunt and said to the black-clothed men on the ground, "Retreat." After the group of people left, the village regained its tranquility. The matriarch saw the blood on the back of Gu Jiao's hand. "Jiao Jiao, you're injured." Gu Jiao did not care. "It's nothing. It's just a scratch." The matriarch scolded. "Our family's life is getting better. But now we're being targeted by thieves." Thieves? The thieves that came the previous few times didn't have such skills and equipment. Gu Jiao looked at the boundless night sky. She felt that these people did not come for the money. They went straight to the small east room. That was her great-aunt's room. Wu Yang returned to the villa with an injury. He did not have time to heal himself before he went to the study to see Royal Prince and looked at him in confusion. What happened? He knelt down on one knee and said with shame, "I failed in my duty. I couldn't bring the Empress Dowager back, and almost hurt the Empress Dowager." He didn't dare to hide anything and reported everything to Royal Prince N. A trace of surprise flashed through Royal Prince N's eyes. "I didn't expect," Wu Yang agreed. "Yes, I didn't expect that Miss Gu, who grew up in the common people, would have such skills." Royal Prince N pursed his lips. "No, I didn't expect that she would sacrifice herself to save an old lady who has nothing to do with her. She did it to protect herself. Now that she had recovered, she could have sent her away, or at least she did not have to risk her life to save her." According to Wu Yang, if she dodged a little, her heart would have been pierced by the arrow. He really did not understand this Miss Gu more and more. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and whispered, "Miss Gu, how much do I not know about you?" Wu Yang begged. "Royal Prince, I'll tomorrow night." Royal Prince interrupted him lightly. "No need. Since she protects the Empress Dowager so much, let the Empress Dowager stay by her side." Wu Yang was shocked. "Royal Prince." Royal Prince looked into the distance. "Now is not the best time to bring the Empress Dowager back to the capital. Let me go back and report to grandfather. After making all the arrangements, I will bring her back safely. Miss Gu, we will meet again soon." The next day, Royal Prince bid farewell to Marquis Gu and Lady Yao. "The provincial examination is around the corner. I can't stay here any longer. I must return to the capital as soon as possible. I am indebted to Marquis and Lady Marquis for your hospitality these few days. I am very grateful." For the first time, he used Junior. Marquis Gu was so scared that he was tongue-tied. Royal Prince N's gentle gaze fell on Lady Yao's face. "Lady Marquis, your daughter is very outstanding. She is better than countless daughters in the capital. If there is a chance, please bring your daughter to the manor to have a chat with Meng Dai." Lady Yao bowed and thanked him. Gu Jinyu, who was behind the two, could not help but blush. Was the royal prince praising her? Zhuang Mengdai also thought that her brother was praising Gu Jinyu. She pursed her lips. She already knew that there was no such thing as triplets. Gu Jinyu was the Gu family's wrong child. That girl was the real daughter. Neither of them were good people. She did not like either of them. The brother and sister set foot on the road back to the capital. The carriage had gone far away, but Gu Jinyu still had not recovered from Royal Prince An's praise. There wasn't a single girl who wouldn't like Princess An, but most of them were just wishful thinking. But what if Royal Prince An was interested in a girl first? From what she knew, Royal Prince An had not discussed marriage. His words just now. Were he hinting at something to her father and mother? Gu Jinyu secretly glanced at Marquis Gu and Lady Yao. Their expressions were calm. It was obvious that they did not think in this direction. She could not help but feel anxious. Father was a blockhead in this area. She could not count on him. Mother only had her own daughter in her heart. She did not care about her at all. If Mother knew that Royal Prince An was interested in a girl from the Marquis's manor, Would she let Gu Jiao marry over? In just a moment, Gu Jinyu's mind filled in many possibilities. Her mind was in a mess. On one hand, Royal Prince Anne's praise evoked her unrealistic fantasies. On the other hand, she desperately wanted to return to the capital and find imperial concubine Shu to make a decision. Gu Jiao received the farm tools from the blacksmith shop. There were a lot of farm tools. The worker from Huichun Hall went to get them. Before she left, the old blacksmith called out to her, "Little brother, what is the surname of your young miss?" The worker said, "You mean Miss Gu? She is not my young miss." The old blacksmith was stunned. "Ah? Then she is." The worker did not know that Gu Jiao practiced medicine. He said, "She is a friend of our boss." The old blacksmith asked, "Can I trouble little brother to tell me where she lives so that I can go and thank her?" The worker said, "Miss Gu said that if she succeeds, she can be exempted from paying for the farm tools." The old blacksmith, but there were no buts. The worker left with the large carts of farm tools. The old blacksmith looked at the back of the horse carriage as it left. He was in a daze for a long time. Gu Jiao did not touch the empty space halfway up the mountain for the time being. She hired the nearby villagers to cultivate a large medicinal field on the mountain. She also dug a fish pond and a ditch to draw water from the bottom of the waterfall into the fish pond. Gu Yan's secret guards became the coolies in the mountain. They were sent to dig the ditch every day. After a month, the two of them became really tanned. In the blink of an eye, it was autumn. This year's summer was not particularly hot. Instead, it was the return of the hot autumn that made people sweat profusely. Xiao Liulong's group had been in the provincial capital for a period of time. Under the careful arrangements of the Lin family, they stayed in the most advanced and luxurious and closest to the provincial capital's tribute court. Steward Zhou had asked several times to invite Xiao Lulang to the residence as a guest, but he was rejected by Xiao Lulang every time. Lin Qingye had been tortured by Xiao Lulang for the past few months. When he went to Qingchuan town, he was still a little fatty. When he returned to the provincial capital, he had lost 2 sizes of weight. Every time Xiao Lulang taught him questions, he would feel enlightened. He also did not understand why Xiao Lulang was so knowledgeable. He was more knowledgeable than all the teachers in the residence combined. However, when it was Xiao Liulong's turn to give him questions, he was done for. In any case, he was someone who had experienced the county exam, the capital exam, and the academy exam. Normal questions were not difficult for him. However, were the questions Xiao Lulang gave him questions? They were knives. In fact, even the 4 books and 5 classics had a scope of examination. Some chapters had to be memorized while others were not. Xiao Lulang did not care about this. He casually gave a set of exam questions, and more than half of them were not important chapters. Lin Qingye's head was about to explode. He had lost weight from Xiao Liulong's examination. Lin Qingye complained to Feng Lin. Feng Lin made an "oh" sound and said, "You misunderstood him." He did not deliberately not test the important chapters. He simply did not know which chapters were important. He had never highlighted the important points. He directly went from head to back to tail. And he even memorized it backwards without missing a word. Even after being tortured by Xiao Lulang, Lin Qingye still did not choose to return to the residence after returning to the provincial capital. He, Xiao Lulang, and Feng Lin stayed together at an inn. The provincial examination had a total of 3 rounds, and each round lasted for 3 days. The first round was on the 8th day of the 8th month, which was tomorrow. The inn was filled with provincial examination examinees, and the entire inn's atmosphere became tense. The only person who could be calm was Xiao Lulang. Feng Lin was also a little nervous, but he had too many things to do, so he did not have the time to be nervous. "Little Lin, come and help." Feng Lin called Lin Qingye to the inn's small kitchen. This small kitchen was rented by the Lin family for a large sum of money, and they had even arranged for a chef to be in charge of it. The provincial examination did not care about the examinees' meals. The chef wanted to cook for them, but was rejected by Feng Lin. Before leaving, Gu Jiao gave him a list of things to take note of and related recipes. The recipes were very detailed. Gu Jiao even took the weather into consideration. If the weather was cold, the first recipe would be used. If the weather was hot, the second recipe would be used. Biscuits, jerky, oranges, pickled vegetables, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye fiddled in the kitchen for an entire afternoon, and finally prepared everything they needed. The jerky was roasted by them, and the aroma of the meat filled the air, making all the examinees in the inn hungry. The pickled vegetables had been pickled a few days ago, and now that it was done, Feng Lin filled 3 small jars. The biscuits could not be left for too long, and were made by the chef before dawn. Feng Lin instructed the biscuits to be dry without any moisture. Every provincial capital's provincial examination had 2 main examiners, appointed by the imperial court. They and the local examiners entered the examination courtyard on the 6th day of the new year, and first held a banquet. The inner curtain officials entered the inner curtain area in the back hall, and the examiners closed the curtains. The inner curtain officials were also known as the marking officials. They stayed from the day they entered until the end of the provincial examination, and only left after marking all the examination papers. The entire process could take up to half a month. During this time they were not allowed to interact with the outside world, and even the examiners outside the curtains were not allowed to interact with each other. On the 8th day of the new year, the examinees came to the examination venue early. Although each round had 3 days, the real examination only had 1 day in between. The first day was for the entrance inspection, and the third day was for the exit inspection. Early in the morning, there was a long queue outside the examination courtyard. Xiao Lulang and the other 2 came neither early nor late, and were in the 100th place. They were not in a hurry, but Steward Zhou was beside them. The provincial examination did not allow people to line up for them, otherwise their Lin family would have outsourced the examination courtyard. "Have you brought the water?" Steward Zhou asked Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye nodded yes. Steward Zhou asked again, "Have you brought all the food?" Lin Qingye nodded again yes. He could still say these 2 words without stuttering. Steward Zhou was still worried. "Then are your clothes thick enough? I'm afraid you'll catch a cold at night." "It's hot," Lin Qingye said. Steward Zhou sighed. The weather this year was abnormal. It wasn't hot when it should be hot, but it wasn't cold when it should be cold. He heard that the crops in the countryside were not growing well. Steward Zhou wanted to say something more, but Lin Qingye frowned. "Leave annoying." "Steward Zhou." "Aya." Steward Zhou had just taken 2 steps when he was shocked by Feng Lin, and almost fell. "What's wrong?" He turned around and asked. Feng Lin said, "I forgot to give this to you. Jianyang said that if the weather is hot, we should bring this into the examination hall. It can refresh the mind and also drive away mosquitoes and stop itching." It was 3 bottles of essential bombs. However, Gu Jiao had replaced the glass bottles with jade bottles. After adding a stopper, she sealed the bottles with wax. "Can we bring this?" Steward Zhou asked. Other than water and food, they couldn't bring anything else with them. Feng Lin explained, "This can be used externally, but it can also be taken orally." Jianyang said that if anyone asks, we should drink it and show it to them. Xiao Liulong's gaze was subtle. "You 2 are very close now." Feng Lin didn't notice his companion's dangerous gaze and said, "I was ignorant in the past and misunderstood Jianyang. She's actually a very good person. Lulang, really, to be able to get such a wife is a man's good fortune. I also want to." Xiao Liulong's gaze was like a knife, and Feng Lin finally couldn't ignore it. Feng Lin shrunk his neck resentfully. "Okay, I don't want to." Xiao Lulang took the essential bombs. Was it the strange things in the box again? He had seen these words before. That night, most of the things that rolled out of the box had these words on them. However, that night he didn't see these few bottles of green things. So it wasn't his imagination. That small box was able to produce strange things, and they were always different. Did it have some kind of strange trick or mechanism? Since these bottles were medicine, then could the ones he saw before also be medicine? Was it a small medicine box? Even someone as smart as Xiao Lulang couldn't understand Gu Jiao's small box. Soon it was his, Feng Lin's, and Lin Qingye's turn to be searched by the guards. Feng Lin indicated that they had brought water. When he opened the bottle and drank a drop, he almost died from the taste. "Oh my God, this is too refreshing." After entering the examination hall, the examinees were assigned to their respective examination sheds. Some people also called them rooms. The rooms were simple and crude. There were only 2 wooden planks. One was used as a table and the other was used as a chair. They were respectively embedded in the grooves on both sides of the room. At night, the examinees would put the 2 planks together to make a bed and spend the night there. During these 3 days, the examinees weren't allowed to leave their rooms. They had to eat, drink, go to the toilet, and sleep inside. The first test was about memorization and poetry. It was reasonable to say that it would be the Analects of Confucius, the Doctrine of the Mean, or the Great Learning, or the Mencius, as well as a 5-character 8-rhyme poem that he had composed himself. However, this year's provincial examination questions were especially abnormal. There was an additional test, the Classic of Filial Piety. Strictly speaking, the Classic of Filial Piety wasn't long. It was less than 2,000 words. However, the problem was, it wasn't tested. If it wasn't tested, who would memorize it, right? When he saw that he had to memorize the Classic of Filial Piety, Lin Qingye's hair stood on end. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was excited. Because Xiao Lulang had tested it. Xiao Lulang was a very strict teacher. As long as Lin Qingye didn't know how to answer the questions, he would retest him a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th time until Lin Qingye knew how to do it. Not only did Lin Qingye lose weight, but he also became bald at a young age. It was all because of Xiao Liulang's torture. However, at this moment, Lin Qingye loved Xiao Liulang's torture to death. Lin Qingye knew that there would be very few people memorizing the Classic of Filial Piety in the provincial examination. Just the first test alone was enough for him to lead many people. Chapter 115. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Lin Qingye began to write vigorously. Feng Lin, who was in the back row, could not help but secretly laugh when he received the questions. When Xiao Lulang tutored Lin Qingye, he also listened in. Lin Qingye was afraid of Xiao Lulang, so he would sometimes take the exam papers for himself to look over. When he felt that there were no problems, he would then present it to Xiao Lulang. After a while, he also knew how to recite the Book of Filial Piety. If not for the strict rules of the examination hall, Feng Lin would have wanted to hum a little tune. Just from this examination alone, the examiner's questions were not as difficult as Xiao Liulang's demonic difficulty. The other examinees were not as calm as the 3 of them. They did not expect that this year's examination questions would exceed their syllabus. It was going to kill them. However, the examinees who were able to enter the provincial examination all had relatively strong mental fortitude. Although they were roaring in their hearts, they still forced themselves to write. This year's heat was very strong. It was very hot when they came in yesterday, but it was not as hot as today. The examination shed was narrow and cramped, and there was no ventilation. Not long after the examination began, the examinees were sweating from the heat. Some daring examinees began to undress. Although it was damaging to their appearance, the examination hall's rules were that as long as you did not cheat, the examiners did not care if you shit or fart. At noon, the sun shone down from the sky and the temperature in the examination shed increased. All the examinees felt that they were being roasted on a metal plate. Finally, an examinee from the provincial capital fainted from heatstroke. This was a young master from a large family. He had not suffered much and was not like the poor students who often worked in the fields. Instead, he was able to withstand the heat. The examiner paid attention to his movements. It was best if he could wake up on his own. Otherwise, once he was carried out of the examination shed, he would not be able to return to the examination hall. After waiting for a while, the examiner still did not respond. The examiner could only call for the guards to carry him out to see a doctor. Just as the guards carried him to the entrance of the examination hall, he woke up. He cried and shouted that he wanted to go back to the examination hall. However, the examination hall's rules would not be broken for anyone, not even a prince. Therefore, the imperial examinations had extremely high requirements for the examinees in all aspects. Not only did the examinees need to have a strong mentality, but their physical fitness must also be good enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a high-intensity examination. This small episode also created a huge psychological pressure on the rest of the examinees. Coupled with the fact that the weather was indeed getting hotter, everyone felt that their exam booth had become a huge furnace. At first, the examinees who refused to take off their clothes could no longer care about anything else. Not taking off their underwear was already the last bit of respect they could show to the examination hall. Xiao Lulang also felt the heat. If it was in the past, he would have fainted from the heat. However, for the past 6 months, Gu Jiao had dragged him to do the re-examination every day. Even when he went out for exams, she would ask Feng Lin to keep an eye on him. At first, he thought that everything she did was in vain because he could not get rid of the shadow in his heart. He could not stand up like a normal person. Only now did he realize that her efforts had not been in vain. His body had become much stronger. After another hour, the temperature in the examination shed reached its peak, and another 2 examinees fainted from the heat. All of the examinees were vexed and their minds were dizzy, unable to think properly. Xiao Lulang took off his outer clothes, but it was still not enough. His gaze suddenly landed on the bag by his hand. He opened the bag and took out the little green bottle that Gu Jiao had Feng Lin bring over. He rubbed a few drops on his temples and forehead. Instantly, a cool air spread from his forehead to his entire body. He instantly felt refreshed, and his ears and eyes became sharper. All of the heat in his body subsided at this moment. He calmed his heart and continued to write the questions. The weather was not so hot until the sun set. After the entire day of exams, the examinees were all paralyzed. It was not known whether it was because of the provincial examinations or because of the heat. Xiao Lulang, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye had it easier than the other examinees because they had Gu Jiao's magical medicine. During the day, everyone did not have much of an appetite. Now that it was cold, they finally remembered to eat. However, what made the examinees collapse was that the weather was too hot. The dry rations they had brought in had all gone bad. There was a faint rancid smell in the exam tent. The invigilators could not help but pinch their noses. But very quickly, a sweet and sour fruity fragrance floated over. It was oranges. Once the skin was peeled, a handful of orange-scented oil would splash out. It was extremely fresh. Rumble, some of the examinees' stomachs grumbled. Immediately after, everyone began to drool. The oranges were too fragrant. They were sour and sweet. Xiao Lulang ate an orange and took out a piece of jerky and a piece of pancake. The pancake and jerky had been baked dry, so they were not spoiled. The pickled vegetables were also not spoiled. He began to eat slowly and carefully. The fragrance of the meat and the pickled vegetables filled the entire exam hall. All of the examinees collapsed. The difficult exam questions and bad weather during the day were already torturous enough. Why did they still have to eat such fragrant food in the exam hall? Were they really here for the exam? Who would bring such a sumptuous meal for the exam? If it was not for the fact that whispering was prohibited in the exam hall, the examinees would have shouted, "Brother, give me a bite of your food. In the future, wherever you go, I will protect you." Misfortune never comes alone. In such hot weather, how could there be fewer mosquitoes at night? Xiao Lulang and the other 2 applied essential ointment and slept comfortably for the entire night. When the examinees who had been swatting mosquitoes all night walked out of the exam hall, the dark circles under their eyes were almost unbearable. Fortunately, on the day they left the exam hall, there was a heavy rain in the provincial capital. The weather finally turned cold. On the 11th day, the examinees entered the exam hall again. The second exam was on the 5 classics. It was a discussion essay. The word count for each essay was not high. It had to be no less than 300 words. In previous years, it was mainly about people's livelihood and official career. For example, the world's industry and commerce, water conservancy, agriculture, the division of the 6 ministries, and so on. But this year it was on the pros and cons of removing the vassal state, which directly stunned the examinees. Which examiner was not afraid of death to come up with such a sharp and sensitive question? In the Zhao country, the provincial exam questions were set by the cabinet every year, and then handed over to the emperor for review. Only after the emperor approved would the questions be sealed and sent to each major provincial capital. The questions issued by the imperial court were all the same. However, it did not rule out the possibility that some people or accidents were caused, such as leaking or destroying the questions. Therefore, the imperial court would usually prepare 8 sets of questions. During the exam, the main examiner would randomly draw questions in front of everyone. Up until now, there had not been a precedent of all the provincial capitals drawing the same set of questions. Unfortunately, The main examiner of the provincial capital drew the most difficult set of questions this year. Among the group of examinees there were people like Xiao Lulang, who were taking the provincial exam for the first time. There were also people who had been taking the exam for most of their lives and whose hair had turned white. But anyone who had taken the exam many times could see that this year's questions were not simple. They did not follow the usual routine over the years. The examiners had their own preferences. When the examinees did the questions, they would do their best to cater to the examiner's preferences. This was also why every year, people would spend a lot of money to inquire about the examiner's origins and life stories. But the problem was that removing the vassal state was not an ordinary matter of people's livelihood. It could not be decided by the examiner's preferences. This mainly depended on the attitude of the imperial court. If the imperial court advocated removing the vassal state, then the examiner would definitely not give a paper that opposed removing the vassal state a high score. Otherwise, wouldn't the examiner be openly challenging the imperial court and the emperor? From the imperial court's recruitment of the Lin family, the examinees generally understood the imperial court's attitude toward the vassal state. At least for the next 10 years it would be impossible to remove the vassal state. To be on the safe side, most examinees chose to cater to the imperial court's wins. They quoted classics, eloquently described the drawbacks of removing the vassal state, and vigorously advocated the imperial court's current appeasement policy. And in a certain examination shed, Xiao Lulang did not hesitate to write, "Removing the vassal state is imperative." The last exam was on the 14th. The exam would start on the 15th, and it would be on the 8-legged essay. This was Lin Qingye's weakest area. In the children's exam, he had never obtained a high score in the 8-legged essay. He had almost always relied on his essays to obtain the title of a scholar. However, this time when he looked at the questions on the exam paper, he inexplicably felt that they were not as tricky as the questions that Xiao Lulang usually gave him. Moreover, Xiao Lulang taught him some 8-legged essay techniques, and let him recite a few neat lines of flattery. There was no meaning, but it made the overall style of the essay look high-end and impressive. He wrote it smoothly and fluently. In short, it was hydrology. Lulang said, "If you don't understand hydrology, use hydrology. Don't leave it empty." Lin Qingye felt that his hydrology was very good this time. He didn't even understand what he wrote. Although he didn't get a high score, he probably wouldn't fail like before. After the 3 exams, the examinees had lost a lot of weight. Steward Zhou was waiting outside the examination courtyard early in the morning. Seeing the examinees come out one by one, he was worried to death about his 6th young master. Soon Xiao Lulang and the other 2 came out. No matter how many people there were, Xiao Lulang was always the first to be noticed. Steward Zhou saw him first and then saw Lin Qingye beside him. Steward Zhou was about to shout, "Young master, you've lost weight." But then the words got stuck in his throat. Why did his young master seem to have gained weight? Actually, Lin Qingye wasn't fat, it was just that the other examinees had lost weight, making the 3 of them look fat. Steward Zhou quickly walked forward and asked excitedly and anxiously, "How was the exam, young master? You didn't let me come over for the previous 2 exams, I was so bored. Can you pass? Are the questions difficult? Why do I feel that everyone's expression is not good?" Lin Qingye said, "Later we'll talk." Steward Zhou looked at the examinees at the side and knew that he was too excited. How is this the place to talk? He smiled and said to Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin, "The exam is finally over, you 2 have worked hard during this period of time. My old master has set up a banquet in the residence. Please do me the honor and follow me to the residence for a chat." The Lin family was the richest family in the provincial capital, and Feng Lin wanted to go and see the world. Who knew that Xiao Lulang would reject him? "No, we are going back to the county. We appreciate old Master Lin's good intentions. We will meet again in the future." Lin Qingye and Steward Zhou were stunned at the same time. Especially Lin Qingye. Even though he had expected that Xiao Lulang would have to go back after the exam, but when it really came to this moment, he felt very reluctant. These days of tutoring with Xiao Lulang was the most miserable torture in his life. But when he entered the exam hall, he realized that it was his most precious experience. "You go later. I will send you." Lin Qingye was anxious and exposed his stuttering problem. His face changed and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Xiao Liulang's face did not show any difference, and the eyes he looked at him with were as calm and cold as usual. No, you have been away from home for so long. You should go back and take a look. Feng Lin was a little surprised. After reuniting with Xiao Lulang for so long, this was the first time he heard him say such humane words. Thinking carefully, he had changed a lot compared to a year ago. In the end, Lin Qingye was unable to persuade Xiao Lulang to go to his house. He could actually feel that he had a good teacher-student relationship with Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was cold, but his heart was not cold. But he did not understand why Xiao Lulang was unwilling to go to his house. Steward Zhou smiled. Sixth young master, Miss Biao is here. She said that you have worked hard in the provincial exam, and wants to take you out to play for a few days. Lin Qingye did not like that love-struck cousin. Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin returned to the inn. When they went upstairs, Feng Lin asked, "Do we have to wait for the results to come out before we leave?" "It would take half a month for the results to come out." Xiao Lulang calmly said, "No need. The results will be reported to the county office." "That's fine too." Feng Lin nodded. Even though he wanted to know his and Xiao Liulang's results as soon as possible, but Xiao Liulang's anxious look clearly showed that he was homesick. He missed Jiaonyang. Ha ha ha, stinky brat. The two were heading to the guest room when they heard the excited voices of the examinees coming from the main hall. "Hey, did you guys hear? The Imperial College is going to be reopened in the capital." "Really? Who told you? Is there a need to tell me?" "The Imperial notice has already been posted. It's at the entrance of the government office. If you don't believe me, go take a look for yourself. Students with excellent results will have the opportunity to enter the Imperial College after being recommended by the government office. If you get first place in the provincial exam, you will be able to move to the Imperial College without a recommendation." Students were Xiaocai. Generally speaking, the Junior 3 Yuan would have the opportunity to be recommended. If there were no Junior 3 Yuan, even if you got first place, you would still have the opportunity. Feng Lin pulled Xiao Liulang's sleeve. "Lulang, you got 2 first places." Even though he had missed the first place in the college exam due to some reason, he was still an outstanding student. Feng Lin slapped his thigh and said, "Aya, if you had known, you wouldn't have asked for that 1,000 taels of silver. No matter what, you should have taken the exam again. If you get into the Junior 3 Yuan, you will definitely be able to enter the Imperial College." The Imperial College was the highest educational institution in Zhao country. All the students in the world would be proud to enter the Imperial College. Xiao Liulang's expression was very calm. He stood on the stairs and listened to the heated discussions of the examinees in the main hall. But wasn't the Imperial College closed by His Majesty himself? Because the young chancellor was burned to death. Why did it suddenly reopen? It was Imperial Tutor Zhuang who led many important officials to kneel outside the throne room. They kneeled for 3 days and 3 nights before His Majesty finally moved. Imperial Tutor Zhuang is really a loyal official of Zhao country. When His Majesty ordered the Imperial College to be closed, anyone who tried to persuade him was punished by His Majesty. Imperial Tutor Zhuang wasn't punished, right? The examinees didn't want such a good official who served the country and the people to get into trouble. How could that be? If he was punished, he wouldn't have reopened the Imperial College. The examinees discussed heatedly with each other. Xiao Lulang revealed a suspicious and thoughtful expression. He quickly lost the mood to listen to the gossip and returned to his room expressionlessly. Lin Qingye's things had already been taken away by Steward Zhou. Xiao Lulang only packed his own things. Steward Zhou had already paid for the inn's food and lodging, so the two of them didn't need to fork out any more money. At night, Feng Lin wanted to eat the famous snacks in the provincial capital. "After coming here for so long, in order to not get a stomachache, I ate all the food made in the small kitchen. I've been holding it in for so long," Feng Lin said, feeling wronged. When he accompanied Xiao Lulang to the prefectural city for the exam, Feng Lin had eaten something on the way and had gotten a stomachache. Although he had Gu Jiao's anti-diarrheal medicine, he had still been frightened. The provincial examination was no small matter. In order to avoid repeating the same mistakes, they had been avoiding certain foods. Xiao Lulang just happened to want to buy something for his family and agreed to Feng Lin's request. The streets of the provincial capital were wide and long. Even if 4 carriages were to drive side by side, it wouldn't be crowded at all. The shops on both sides of the road were lined up in rows and the pedestrians walked shoulder to shoulder. It was truly a bustling scene. Feng Lin looked at the lanterns in the vendor's hand and said enviously, "The provincial capital is really lively. It's much more lively than our county city. Even the prefectural city isn't this lively." Xiao Lulang grunted in acknowledgement, which could be considered a response. Feng Lin said longingly, "What do you think the capital is like? The provincial capital is already so lively. Will the capital be even more lively? Will the streets in the capital be wider and longer? More carriages? And the shops are bigger?" "Yes." Xiao Lulang made another sound of acknowledgement. Feng Lin said strangely, "What do you mean by yes? You're making it seem like you've been there before." I really want to go to the capital. I even dream of going there. As long as I can go there once, I can die without regrets." Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "What's so good about the capital? It's just a place of trouble." Feng Lin sighed and shook his head. "You don't have any aspirations. You don't understand. The Imperial College was the holy land for all scholars. If Feng Lin only had a 60% chance of going to the capital in the past, now he had a 100% chance. If he could go to the Imperial College once in his life, he wouldn't have studied hard for more than 10 years in vain. However, he knew his own limitations. With his aptitude, he wouldn't be able to pass the exam and wouldn't be recommended by the prefectural government. The specialties of the provincial capital were sesame sugar and donkey meat. Feng Lin wasn't interested in sugar, but he craved donkey meat. The two of them went to an old donkey meat shop and ordered 2 bowls of donkey meat soup, 2 donkey meat roasts, and a small bowl of braised donkey meat. As the saying goes, donkey meat is fragrant and horse meat stinks. No one would eat donkey meat even if they were beaten to death. As long as the donkey meat was cooked well, its fragrance would fill the entire street. Feng Lin couldn't wait to try the braised donkey meat. "Wow, it's delicious." Xiao Lulang was used to Gu Jiao's cooking and sure you felt that the donkey meat was delicious. After eating, the two of them called for the waiter to settle the bill. However, they were told that someone had already paid for them. "Who?" Feng Lin asked. "Could it be Lin Qingye? That can't be right. Didn't that fellow return to the residence? Why did he sneak out so quickly? He even followed them to the donkey meat shop? He didn't eat at the same table as them and only paid the bill in secret?" The waiter smiled and said, "It's a master with the surname Lu." Xiao Liulang's face turned cold. Feng Lin looked at Xiao Lulang. "Do you know him?" Xiao Lulang said calmly, "I don't know him." The waiter smiled again and said, "Master Lu said that he has set up a small banquet at the Drunken Cloud restaurant to entertain Master Xiao and your friends. He sincerely hopes that Master Xiao will do him the honor." I was wondering what was going on. So it's another master who wants to get to know you. Xiao Liulang's 8-legged essay in the prefectural examination was too outstanding. Along the way, there were many people who wanted to get to know him. Feng Lin naturally thought that this Master Lu was one of them. "Are you going?" Feng Lin asked. "No." Xiao Lulang stood up. "Let's go back to the inn." Oh. The two of them went to the inn to stay the night. The next day, they planned to go to the carriage shop to hire a good carriage. When they arrived at the entrance, they saw a man dressed as a waiter waiting outside with a smile. "Are you Master Xiao and Master Feng? My master has prepared a carriage to send you two back to the county." "Who is your master?" Feng Lin asked. "My master's surname is Lu," the waiter replied. Feng Lin muttered, "It can't be the one from yesterday, right?" Feng Lin glanced at the other side's carriage. Good fellow, it was even more luxurious than the Lin family's carriage. This Master Lu's background was not small. "I'm not sitting." Xiao Lulang refused without thinking. Feng Lin. Great. Talented and willful. The two of them hired the fastest carriage and spent twice as much silver as the other carriages. Without stopping, they headed in the direction of the county. Lin Qingye left the Lin family early in the morning. He planned to send Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin off, but in the end there was nothing. He sighed. He didn't know if he would see them again in this life. After the provincial examination, the inner curtain officials began to grade the papers. There were a total of 12 inner curtain officials in groups of 4. Each paper was graded by 4 inner curtain officials. If there was not much difference in opinion, the total score would be calculated. If there was too much controversy, It would be presented to the chief examiner and the deputy chief examiner for them to decide again. The first test was the 3 classics and the 5 characters in 8 rhymed poems. The chief examiner was the correct rate in handwriting. In previous years there were either high correct rates but poor handwriting, or excellent handwriting but not as good as another examinee. This year's situation was a bit special. There was an examinee who turned in a perfect answer sheet. Not only was the question not bad, but his handwriting made everyone feel ashamed of their inferiority. He deserved to be the first in the first test. This year's The Classic of Filial Piety stumped many examinees. An inner curtain official sighed with a smile. Except for the one just now, I haven't seen a second examinee who wrote The Classic of Filial Piety correctly. Wait a minute. As soon as he finished speaking, he found another very excellent answer sheet. Although it was not all wrong, it was much better than the previous one, especially The Classic of Filial Piety. He wrote it all correctly. The inner curtain official across from him said, "What a coincidence, I also have someone who wrote The Classic of Filial Piety correctly." The two looked at each other and smiled. This year's examinees unexpectedly made people surprised. But when they read the second test, the atmosphere became tense. The vassal kings had always been a big problem for the imperial court. They were either powerful dragons that had once occupied a region and had been given the title of vassal king by the imperial court, or they were feudal princes with royal blood. The former had military power, the latter had royal blood, so they were definitely a big problem. As the saying goes, how could one allow others to sleep beside one's bed? It was just that the imperial court did not have enough power to get rid of these vassal kings, so most of the officials in the imperial court did not advocate removing the vassal kings. Xianping Marquis Fu had always been at odds with Grand Tutor Zhuang, but on the matter of removing the vassal kings, the two families' opinions were surprisingly consistent. No one knew that this time's test questions had been set by the emperor himself. The emperor had wanted to listen to the voices of the people and see what kind of foresight and temperament the students of the Zhao country under his rule had. The result was a lot of flattery. But in this pile of flattery, there was one with outstanding literary talent. Although he did not advocate removing the vassal kings, he was not pandering to the winds of the imperial court. Instead, he analyzed the possible consequences of removing the vassal kings in the short term from the current situation of the entire Zhao country, and how to obtain a win-win situation from the economy and agriculture under the pacification policy. This was an article that stunned all the inner curtain officials. If there were no accidents, the first place of the second test would be this article. But very quickly, an examiner found another article that advocated removing the vassal kings. The words used were so sharp that the inner curtain officials' faces turned white. Why didn't this guy just go to the throne room and scold the emperor and the civil and military officials? But, although he scolded fiercely, the reasoning behind his analysis could not be found wrong at all. Originally, when they had read that article, they had felt that it was a win-win situation or a new way out for both sides. But after reading this article that advocated removing the vassal kings, they instantly felt that they were asking a tiger for its skin. If the vassal kings were not removed, the Zhao country would be finished. Mother! The deputy head examiner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He suddenly felt that the Zhao country was surrounded by danger. Was the Zhao country really in danger right now? Not really. It was just that this might not be the case in a few decades. This examinee had contained all the dangers in a few decades into a small discussion of the Tao, letting everyone personally feel the consequences and fear of not removing the vassal kings. This person's skill could be seen at a glance. In terms of literary attainment and writing skills, this examinee had won. The problem was, did they dare to give this kind of alarmist and even rebellious article the title of first place? If this was exposed to the emperor, who could bear the anger of the Son of Heaven? The emperor only wanted to see the thoughts of the examinees. He didn't really want to hear anyone scold him. The inner curtain officials hesitated. First put it to one side, the head examiner said. Once it was put to one side, it was put to one side for a long time. Even after the 8-part essay for the third test had been edited, they still hadn't decided which of the two articles would be first. Chapter 116. Xiao Lulang hired the fastest carriage and arrived at Clear Spring Town at the end of August. When they passed by Sky Fragrance Academy, Feng Lin first moved his luggage back to his dormitory. When he came out, he bumped into Principal Li. Principal Li was surprised to see him. "How come you're so fast? Didn't you go to the provincial examination? Did you not make it or something? Where's Lulang?" I made it. We came back right after the examination. I'll tell you the details later. Lulang is waiting for me outside. See you, Principal." Feng Lin laughed dryly and ran away. Who didn't know that Xiao Lulang was Principal Li's precious child? If he didn't run away quickly, Principal Li would ask him all sorts of questions. Feng Lin jumped onto the carriage. "What's the matter?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Principal Li." Feng Lin said, "Don't let him catch you. If he asks you, you won't be able to go home." Xiao Lulang agreed and urged the coachman to hurry back to the village. The money for the carriage had already been paid in the provincial capital. However, the coachman had followed them all the way and worked as a coachman and a servant. It was really hard work. Xiao Lulang gave him 1 tael of silver. The coachman was flattered and hurriedly bowed. "Be careful on the road," Xiao Lulang said. "Hey, thank you, young Master Xiao." The coachman happily got on the carriage. People in their line of work were paid for their hard work. Even though they had been gone for more than a month, they only had 2 or 3 taels of silver in their hands. With this 1 tael, their family's life would be much better next month. Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin walked into the village. When they left the village at the end of June, the late rice had just been planted. There were only sparse rice seedlings, but now they were all green. "Wow, your village's wheat is growing really well. This year's weather was abnormal. There was little rain and the fields were dry, causing many crops to die from drought." They had walked all the way from the provincial capital and witnessed it with their own eyes. They were shocked. However, the crops in Qingchuan village didn't seem to be affected by the drought. They were growing healthily. "It's rice," Xiao Lulang corrected him, but the same doubt flashed through his mind. Why did the crops in his village grow so well? "Oh," Feng Lin replied and suddenly pointed to the front. "Look, canals. Not bad, your village has even dug a canal. It's really different with Li Zheng around." After Old Master Gu stepped down, the village elected a new village chief. Second Uncle Luo was a relative of the clan. It was said that he was almost 5 generations old. However, because they lived close to each other, the two families often interacted with each other, so their relationship was still considered close. Luo Lijing was not as cultured as Old Master Gu, but he was a practical man. If any of the villagers in the village were in trouble, he would lend a helping hand. But when it came to digging a canal, it wasn't that Xiao Lulang looked down on Luo Lijing, but they were all neighbors. After interacting with each other for so long, Xiao Lulang knew what Luo Lijing knew and did not. He was a relatively conservative village chief. He wouldn't easily carry out large-scale construction. Moreover, the village didn't have the money to carry out large-scale construction. "Hey, Lulang!" Feng Lin, who was at the side, called out again. "Look, water wheels. Oh my god. Am I seeing things? Your village actually has a water wheel." The number of times Feng Lin had seen a water wheel in his life could be counted on one hand. Water wheels were good things. They could divert water from lower areas to higher areas. It was best used to irrigate the fields. However, water wheels were rare in this kind of small county. Usually, only the wealthier villages had water wheels. On their way back from the provincial capital, they had seen water wheels a few times. However, because of the drought, the village's ponds had run out of water, so the water wheels had become mere decorations. Feng Lin didn't understand. "Speaking of which, where did your village get the water?" Xiao Liulong's gaze followed the canal all the way to the back mountain of second Uncle Luo's house. He frowned and muttered. Did they use the waterfall on the mountain? That was no ordinary canal. It spanned half a mountain and required a lot of manpower and resources to dig it. Not only that, but they also needed to be very familiar with the terrain of the mountain. "Oh my! Lulang is back." It was Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang had just come out of second Uncle Luo's house with a basket of wild fruits in her hands. She felt that her family was in luck. Every time Xiao returned from his exams, The first person he saw was her Aunt Zhang. Xiao Lulang greeted her. Aunt Zhang. Feng Lin also greeted her with a smile. Aunt Zhang already recognized Chief Feng Lin when he came to the village. She smiled and said, "You're finally back. This time you were gone longer than last time. The provincial capital is very far away." People in the countryside didn't know the date of the exams and the release of the results. They didn't know that Xiao Lulang was actually the first one to return home. They only thought that he had been away for a month longer than last time. Xiao Lulang didn't explain anything and said, "Yes, the provincial capital is farther than the prefectural capital. I walked for half a month longer than last time." "I knew it." Aunt Zhang had an "I'm very smart" look on her face. "Okay, you've been away for so many days. You must be thinking about Jiaonyang. Hurry back, she's here." Today was Tianxiang Academy's holiday, but the private school wasn't. Gu Xiaoshun went to town to take care of the two babies. Gu Jiao was working at home. Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin entered the house. The first person they saw wasn't Gu Jiao, but a man dressed like a farmer. The two of them were stunned. The man heard movement at the door and turned around. His eyes lit up. "Lulang? This is Scholar Feng, right?" Feng Lin stared blankly. I am. You are Luo Lijing." Xiao Lulang greeted him. Luo Lijing scratched his head and smiled. Feng Lin suddenly realized. "You're the newly appointed Li Zhang? You're really amazing. You dug the canal and made the water wheel. All the crops in the village have been revived by you." Luo Lijing stared blankly at first, then smiled honestly. "Scholar Feng, you're mistaken. The one who dug the canal wasn't me. And the one who made the water wheel wasn't me." Feng Lin's face was full of surprise. "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" Xiao Lulang had a vague guess in his heart. He subconsciously looked towards the back door of the central room. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao entered the central room while wiping her hands. When she saw Xiao Lulang, her steps paused. She knew when the provincial examination would end and when the results would be released. She estimated that Xiao Lulang would only return after the results were released. She didn't expect him to return so soon. Her stunned expression was a little naturally dazed. Xiao Lulang felt his heart tremble uncontrollably. He calmly shifted his gaze away and greeted Luo Lijing. Luo Lijing was confused. Didn't he just greet him? Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang and unconsciously curved her lips. "Why are you back so soon? Why didn't you stay in the provincial capital to play for a few more days?" Xiao Lulang lightly said, "There's nothing fun in the provincial capital." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Luo Lijing smiled. "I was just talking about you. Feng Xiucai asked me if I dug the canal and made the water wheel. Haha, how could I have such ability?" As he spoke, he said to Feng Lin, "It's Jiaonyang." Feng Lin was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao opened up the mountain to plant herbs and even dug a fish pond. When the water from the waterfall entered the fish pond, she also dug a canal to the village. The weather was dry and the waterfall on the mountain was much smaller, but it was still enough to irrigate the farmland in the village. Xiao Lulang looked deeply at Gu Jiao. "It can't be. You've only been gone for 2 months and you even dug a fish pond?" Feng Lin knew about Gu Jiao buying a mountain, but he didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so swift and decisive. Luo Lijing said to Gu Jiao, "That's right. I went to the village's carpenters to make the wooden cart for threshing and transporting the grains that you told us about last time. But they couldn't make it so quickly. They told me to ask you what kind of wood is better." Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Red pine, poplar, sandalwood or basswood are all good. They are hard and not easy to deform." "Okay, then I'll go first," Luo Lijing said and turned to congratulate Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin in advance, wishing them good results in the provincial examination. "What's a cart for threshing and transporting the grains?" Feng Lin asked curiously. Gu Jiao explained, "It's a cart that can separate the grains from the ears of the rice, as well as a cart that can filter out the grains that aren't full enough, leaving only the normal grains." "There's such a thing?" Feng Lin expressed his doubt. Although he couldn't distinguish wheat fields from rice fields, he still knew how to remove the grains. It was to grab a bundle of rice and smash it on the ground with brute force. Not to mention the trouble of smashing, one might not even be able to remove all the grains. The grains that were not removed had to be carefully plucked by hand. When he was young, He had picked grains for others for half a copper coin a day. As for separating the grains from the good grains, it was usually done by drying the grains under the sun and picking a windy day to raise the grains. The good grains were heavier and would fall to the ground. The grains were lighter and would be blown to the side by the wind. After pounding the rice, they would also use the method of raising the grains to separate the rice from the husks. The grain-raising cart that Gu Jiao asked people to make was the same as the grain-raising cart. It could separate the grains from the bad grains and could also separate the rice from the husks. The only difference was that the grain-raising cart was more efficient, less laborious, and more thorough. Originally, Luo Lijing didn't believe that there was such a useful thing, but after seeing Gu Jiao dig the canals and make the water wheel for the villagers, Luo Lijing believed in her ability and character without any doubt. In the evening, Gu Yan and his two brothers arrived home. Little Jing Kong's eyelids had been twitching since noon. When he entered the house and saw his bad brother-in-law, he finally understood why his eyelids had been twitching for the whole afternoon. He walked into the house and looked at his bad brother-in-law with a serious face. Well, he didn't lose weight. He didn't need to worry about Jiao Jiao. He pulled Xiao Lulang to the backyard and asked Xiao Lulang to pick the dates from the jujube tree for him. Xiao Lulang looked up at the branches and said, "It's almost September. Where are the dates?" Little Jing Kong stared at the top of Xiao Liulang's head. He had strictly recorded his bad brother-in-law's height before, and he could barely reach the first branch. Now, his bad brother-in-law had already surpassed the branch. His bad brother-in-law had grown taller. In fact, in the past 2 months, according to his strict observation, not only had his bad brother-in-law grown taller, brother Gu Yan and brother Xiaoshan had also grown taller. Even Jiao Jiao had grown taller. The only ones in the family who hadn't changed were him and his great-aunt. Jiao Jiao said that it was because he was still young. But Gouwa was even younger than him. Gouwa had grown taller. Little Jing Kong frowned miserably. "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Lulang looked at him and asked. "Sigh nothing. Let's not talk about me." Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. He looked up at Xiao Lulang seriously and said, "Let's talk about you. How did you do in the exam? Were the questions difficult? Are you confident? If you don't pass, the family will have to support you for another 3 years." Xiao Lulang didn't expect that he could avoid Dean Li, but not the little monk. What kind of elder's tone was this? You still know that the exam is held once every 3 years. Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the little boy's buzz cut. He passed a red date to him and said, "Here, take it and play with it." Little Jing Kong looked at the shriveled dates in his hand and curled his lips. "Who wants to play with it? Childish." Xiao Yulong's family brought gifts. The old lady's gift was sesame candy and soybean pudding. The old lady was very happy. Gu Jiao confiscated the sesame candy. She could only eat 1 piece of soybean pudding a day. The old lady was not happy. Gu Yan brought an inkstone made of jade. It was round. He liked things that were round, especially those made of jade. Gu Yan said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong received a set of 9 rings. Little Jing Kong took it with a proud face. He said, "What? Childish." Then he turned around and hid in the room. He started to open the 9 rings secretly. Gu Xiaoshan received a few pieces of high-quality wood for carving. He didn't lack tools now, but he lacked good wood for carving. "Brother-in-law, what kind of wood is this? I've never seen it before." Gu Xiaoshan weighed a piece of black wood in his hand and asked. "Ebony." Xiao Lulang said. Ebony was not from the Zhao kingdom. It was shipped from the Qing kingdom. They were lucky to meet a caravan on the way. They were very satisfied with their gifts. Finally, it was Gu Jiao's turn. Gu Jiao thought that he couldn't give her a writing brush this time. In the end, Xiao Lulang did not give her a writing brush. Instead, he gave her a stack of paper. Gu Jiao was speechless. This was not the coarse paper sold in the market. It was a very expensive water pattern paper. When it was exposed to light, curtain patterns, bamboo patterns, or other patterns would appear. Therefore, it was also called pattern paper. Pattern paper was complicated and expensive. It was not even sold in the prefectural city. It could only be found in the provincial capital. In the Zhao kingdom, giving pattern paper was equivalent to giving flowers. Under the moonlight, a beautiful woman would add fragrance to the flowers. However, Gu Jiao's smile froze on her face. The old lady, whose sesame candy was confiscated, laughed until she was convulsing. There was a kind of romance that Lulang thought was very romantic. Feng Lin also brought some things. There were a few pieces of smoked donkey meat and a bottle of Shadozi wine. The Shadozi wine was a gift from the shop. Gu Jiao had never drunk ancient wine. It did not seem too strong. She tasted it twice. She did not have any reaction during dinner. When she was washing the dishes, the wine kicked in. Xiao Lulang first sent Feng Lin to the village entrance. Then, he came back to give little Jing Kong a bath. When he went to the kitchen to find Gu Jiao had already thrown the half-washed dishes into the pot. She was sitting on the doorsill at the back door of the central room. Her back was facing Xiao Lulang. She was motionlessly looking at the starry sky. Xiao Lulang walked over and asked, "What are you looking at?" Gu Jiao slowly turned her head. Her expression was blank and wooden. Her small face was flushed red. Her big eyes were moist and sparkling. Her appearance was different from her usual cold and aloof self. It was as if she had turned into a child in an instant, looking especially innocent. "Looking at the stars," she said. Her voice was soft, with a hint of muddle-headedness. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said, "Let's go back to the house. It's dark." "I'm not going back." She shook her head and pouted. Well, little Jing Kong was usually like this. She had drunk so much that she looked like she was 3 years old. Gu Jiao continued to look up at the stars. "Lulang," she suddenly said. Chapter 117. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. It was the first time she called him that. She used to call him husband, but it wasn't an intimate way of calling him husband and wife. It was more like she called him by his official position in the family because she didn't want to call him by his name. It was the same as when he called Gu Lijing or Luo Lijing. Xiao Lulang sat down beside her. Gu Jiao looked at the endless starry sky and asked, "Do you know why the stars in the sky don't fall down?" Xiao Lulang looked at her and asked why. Gu Jiao said with a silly smile, "Because they are too far away. They all have their own positions and trajectories." It was the first time Xiao Lulang had heard this, so he asked, "If they are really too far away, why can we see them?" "Because they are big." Gu Jiao raised her hand. She couldn't move her hand because of the alcohol. "They look small, but they are all very, very big. Do you know what kind of star that is?" "Which one?" Xiao Lulang asked. "That one." Gu Jiao pointed at the star to him. In order to let him see it more clearly, she moved her hand in front of his eyes. This movement made her soft body stick to his shoulder. Xiao Lulang froze. "Do you see it?" Gu Jiao asked drunkenly. Xiao Lulang responded absent-mindedly. The fragrance of the young girl penetrated his nose and disturbed his thoughts. Gu Sansui, the initiator, didn't know anything about it. She whispered in his ear, "Do you know what star that is?" "I'll only tell you. You can't tell anyone else. It's Venus. You people here call it Chongqing's star." Her breath carried small circles of heat that landed on his earlobe. He didn't hear a single word she said. He only felt his ears burning. Gu Sansui pinched his earlobe. "Huh? What happened to your ears? So red. Is it hot?" As she spoke, she actually pursed her lips and blew on them for him. Xiao Lulang shuddered when her fingertips were slightly cold. He had thought that this was already torturous enough, but who would have thought that she would make it worse? "Gu Jiao." Xiao Lulang grabbed her hand and forced her to sit up straight. "Stop fooling around. I'm a man." "I know." "No, you're not a man yet. You're not even 18 yet. You can't be considered a real man. You're still a child." Gu Jiao groaned and waved her hand. Xiao Lulang looked at her dangerously. "Do you want me to prove to you that I'm not a man?" His words were full of threat, but Gu Sizhui wasn't scared at all. Instead, he stared at him blankly and said seriously, "Lulang, you're so handsome." Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and said, "You've drunk too much. Let me help you back to your room." Gu Jiao mumbled, "I haven't washed the dishes yet." Xiao Lulang said, "Let me wash them." Gu Jiao said, "Okay." Xiao Lulang helped Gu Jiao up. With one hand on the crutch and the other on her arm, he helped her back to her room. Lying on the soft bed, She kicked off her shoes and stared at him with wide eyes. Lulang, I really want to go out and have a look. Xiao Lulang had intended to ask her where she wanted to go when she was so drunk, but he realized that the go out she was talking about was probably not going out the door. Where do you want to go? He asked while looking at her. Gu Jiao let out a bitter laugh and lowered her eyes to look at the distant starry sky. I don't know. I've been here for so long, but the farthest place I've been is the hot spring villa. Come here? Was her mouth really muddled? Did she forget that she was born and raised in Qingchuan village? Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hand and asked, What's outside the county? Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and said, The big counties, prefectural cities, and provincial capitals. Also the capital. Gu Jiao laughed mischievously. Then I want to go to the big counties, prefectural cities, and provincial capitals. You don't want to go to the capital? Xiao Lulang stared at her. At this moment, Gu Jiao still had a trace of reason left. She remembered that he didn't want to set foot in the capital. She smiled drunkenly and waved her hand. I don't want to go. What's so good about the capital? It's enough to go to other places. If I go back one day, I can brag about it to people. Xiao Lulang looked at her strangely, waiting for her to explain these strange words. However, she tilted her head and hugged his hand, snoring softly. The feeling of having a hangover was not good. When Gu Jiao woke up, it was already late in the morning. Her head still hurt. The moment she sat up, she felt that her head was going to explode. In her previous life, she wouldn't get drunk even if she drank 1,000 or 10,000 cups. This body was too weak. 1 cup was enough to burn a knife. Gu Jiao endured the headache and opened the small medicine box. At the top of the box was a box of hangover medicine. How did you know I was drunk? Gu Jiao weakly took the medicine and patted the small medicine box. This is the most considerate you've ever been. The small medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. Gu Jiao dressed neatly. After the hangover, her body was more than a little sluggish. She picked up her shoes 3 times and dropped them on the ground twice. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Gu Jiao asked. Shivering dog doll. It was Guowa's voice. Then it was Xue Ningxiang's voice. Shua, don't disturb Jiaonyang's sleep. Guowa was taken away by Xue Ningxiang. She guessed that she overslept and no one made breakfast. Grandma Bai didn't eat Xiaoliulong's dark cuisine, so she called Xue Ningxiang over. After Gu Jiao dressed neatly, she sat on the bed dizzily for a while before she opened the door and walked out. Grandma Bai, Gu Xiaoshan, and Gu Yin sat upright at the table in the central room. When they heard the sound of the door opening, they all looked at her in unison. Great Aunt, Gu Jiao greeted. Her gaze fell on Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshuan's faces. Is the private school and the academy on holiday today? Why didn't the 2 of you go to school? Where are your brother-in-law and little Jing Kong? The 2 of them didn't speak. They just looked at her with a serious face. Are you okay? Grandma Bai asked suspiciously. I'm fine. What's wrong? Gu Jiao said. The 3 of them exchanged glances with each other. Gu Xiaoshan whispered, Usually those who say they're not drunk are drunk. Usually those who say they're fine, Gu Yin said expressionlessly. They're all crazy. Grandma Bai and Gu Xiaoshan nodded in unison. It's so early in the morning. Gu Jiao looked at the 3 of them strangely. Then she went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Little Jing Kong was squatting under the jujube tree to clean the chicken poop. He didn't see Gu Jiao walking behind him. Gu Jiao went into the kitchen. Xiao Lulang was making hangover soup. It was made with pea sprouts and added a little salt. It was a folk recipe for hangover. Morning, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang looked at her quietly. He added a ladle of water into the pot and said, You're awake? Yes. Gu Jiao rubbed her dizzy temples. She suddenly remembered that she went to see the stars in the middle of washing the dishes last night. She couldn't remember what happened after that. I drank too much yesterday. I didn't do anything strange, did I? She asked casually. Obviously, she had full confidence in her alcohol tolerance. Xiao Lulang looked at her with a complicated expression. In the yard, Jing Kong finished cleaning up the last pile of chicken poop. He carried a bucket to water the pea sprouts that he planted in the vegetable field. He hummed and sang while watering, I have a donkey, I never ride it one day. I rode it to the market on a whim. Gu Jiao's brain exploded. An unbearable memory flashed through her mind. She was standing on a high bed. Xiao Lulang was standing in front of her with a serious face. She had a pair of shoelaces tied to her head. She was holding a small belt in her hand. She twisted it and sang to Xiao Lulang. I'm holding a small leather whip in my hand and I'm proud of it. I don't know why I fell down and was covered in mud. Little brother, I fell down, I need a kiss before I can get up. Sitting like a duck, tilting its head to kill cute. Gu Jiao staggered. She felt as if there were 10,000 arrows in her heart. Little Jing Kong finished watering the pea sprouts and started watering the soybean sprouts. Then he changed the song he was singing. I'm the Mount Tai next door, hold on to the vines of love, listen to me ow ow ow. In her mind, she lifted Liolong's chin and sang. You're the beautiful Jenny, hold my hand and wander around the capital ow 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 ow. Don't be afraid of my Lulang ow ow ow. Gu Jiao's legs went soft. She supported herself on the stove. She was so drunk, but she still knew how to change the lyrics. Gu Jiao's heart was filled with arrows. Her legs went soft and she supported herself on the stove. That's it, that's it? Gu Jiao waited in fear for little Jing Kong's follow-up song. She waited for a long time but there was no response. That's it, that's it, that's it. However, little Jing Kong started singing before she could breathe a sigh of relief. He was building up his emotions just now. The next song required him to put in a very sorrowful mood. This was a very difficult task for a 3-year-old child. He held a small bucket in one hand and looked forward solemnly. He raised a small ladle with his other hand. True love is as vast as the grassland, layers upon layers, wind and rain cannot stop us. There will always be a day when the clouds part, the sun shines on you and me. Gu Jiao's mind was filled with images again. She jumped down from the bed halfway through the song and looked at Xiao Lulang affectionately. Snowflakes fluttering in the north wind, heaven and earth are vast plum blossoms in winter, standing proudly in the snow only for the fragrance of my lover, love my love, without any complaints or regrets. The song was not finished yet. Xiao Lulang turned around and left, but she sat on the ground and hugged his thigh. She started to wail and howl, love even in death. I won't be happy if I don't fully express my feelings. Love even in death. I won't be happy if I don't cry until I smile. The heart of the universe is still there. Gu Jiao was in a bad mood. It was worse than walking 2 streets and only realizing that she forgot to wear her underwear. Xiao Lulang looked at her and said, the hangover soup is ready. Gu Jiao said awkwardly, no, I'm awake. But it was better not to wake up. Gu Jiao did not know how she got back to her room. She opened the medicine box and rummaged through it. Amnesia pills, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. I'm not in. Gu Jiao stuck her head into the medicine box. Xiao Lulang, who saw this scene through the crack in the door, was speechless. Xiao Lulang cleared his throat and said seriously, I'm going to the county office. The enrollment documents for the Imperial College have been sent out to all the counties. There's a recommendation for each county. I'm going to see if there's any news from the county office. He was the top scorer in the county. If there were no accidents, the recommendation would be his. Gu Jiao pulled her head out of the medicine box. There was still a box of hangover medicine on her forehead. She asked in a daze, you want to study at the Imperial College? The Imperial College in the capital? Xiao Lulang said, yes, there's only one Imperial College in the country of Zhao. Why are you suddenly, you want to go to the capital? Before she could finish her question, she suddenly stopped talking. Don't you know why this happened? You've been crazy for a whole night. You don't want me to be scared out of my wits? Gu Jiao said, I'll go with you. Xiao Lulang said, okay. By the time Gu Jiao finished washing up and changed her clothes, no one could tell anything was wrong when she came out of the house. She had regained her calm expression. The old lady, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun stared at her for a long time, but they could not see anything. Gu Jiao said lightly, you guys, you're not allowed to skip school. Go get your school bags. Okay. Gu Shaoshun nodded. This was his elder sister. His elder sister was back. Gu Yan also nodded and went to the room to get their school bags. When little Jing Kong heard that Jiao Jiao was going to take them to school, he happily walked out with his school bags. Jiao Jiao? Gu Jiao patted his little head. Last night, there was only one person in the family who was not frightened by Gu Jiao, and that was little Jing Kong. In his eyes, Jiao Jiao did not do anything strange. The way he looked at Jiao Jiao was also the same as usual. Gu Jiao was very gratified. However, it turned out that she was gratified too early. A group of people sat in second Uncle Luo's ox cart. Little Jingkong sat next to Gu Jiao. The autumn air was refreshing and the cool breeze was blowing. Everyone in the cart tacitly chose to lose their memories. Only little Jingkong raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao seriously. Jiao Jiao, the song you sang last night was really nice. I learned all of it. He was clearly touching on her sore spot. Gu Jiao, who was poked inside out, was speechless. Little Jingkong patted his chest and said, I'll sing Jiao Jiao every day from now on. Gu Jiao imagined the horrible scene of being dominated by little Jingkong's magical singing. Gu Jiao, strike her with lightning. Chapter 118. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang first sent their 3 younger brothers to Tianxiang Academy and the private school, then the 2 of them went to the Yamen together. The enrollment documents for the Imperial College had been issued, and the name list had been announced. However, it wasn't Xiao Lulang. How could this be? Gu Jiao asked. This? Magistrate Lu had an awkward expression. He awkwardly looked at Xiao Lulang, then looked at Gu Jiao. I don't know if I should say it. There's no harm in saying it, Xiao Lulang said. Magistrate Lu sighed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something going on behind the scenes. Ever since the county had held the exam, there had never been a student more outstanding than Xiao Lulang. Even though Xiao Lulang had failed in the exam, he was still ranked first in the county. Moreover, he was a student of Tianxiang Academy. Headmaster Li had unilaterally announced that he was a direct disciple. His reputation was clean, and there wasn't a single blemish on it. Magistrate Lu was also worried. The first person he wrote down was Xiao Liulong's name, but who let him? I really can't say. Please let me go. I'm just a lowly county magistrate. I can't afford to offend those nobles. Who did you give the name to? Gu Jiao asked. Magistrate Lu hesitated, then said, a student with the surname Feng. His name is Feng Lin. Gu Jiao and Xiao Liulong's expressions froze. Which Feng Lin? Gu Jiao frowned. The Feng Lin from Tianxiang Academy? Magistrate Lu was shocked. He looked at the 2 of them and said, Ah yes. You know him? Gu Jiao turned to Xiao Lulang and asked, How many Feng Lins does your academy have? Only 1. Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao mumbled, That's strange. Why is Feng Lin's result higher than yours? No, it's not about the results. Xiao Lulang said to the county magistrate. He's not a local at all. He's from Song County. How could he get a local quota? That's what I said, but... Magistrate Lu was halfway through his sentence when he realized that he had almost spilled the beans. He quickly corrected himself. In short, there's nothing I can do. Scholar Xiao, Lady Xiao, you can go back first. Magistrate Lu really felt sorry for Xiao Lulang. He was such a good seedling. It was a pity that he didn't join a good family. Otherwise, how could his future be estimated? This matter should have nothing to do with Feng Lin, Xiao Lulang explained to Gu Jiao as he walked out. Yes, I know. Gu Jiao nodded her head. The 2 of them weren't people who would lose their minds easily. Perhaps when others heard this news, their first reaction would be to suspect Feng Lin. However, they both knew Feng Lin's character. He wouldn't stab Xiao Lulang in the back. Moreover, he couldn't do it. He didn't have any power or background. This matter was clearly targeted at Xiao Lulang. The other party wanted to use Feng Lin to suppress Xiao Lulang. Their intentions were to be executed. Gu Jiao said, Why don't we go to the prefectural city and ask? Oh, don't go. The document was sent from the prefectural city. Magistrate Lu heard that they wanted to appeal, and was very worried that he would lose his official position. He hurriedly chased after them and said, To tell you the truth, that person is a noble from the capital. You won't find him even if you go to the prefectural city. What noble from the capital? Gu Jiao only knew one noble from the capital who had a problem with Xiao Lulang. A marquis. Magistrate Lu said that the person who sent the document accidentally let it slip, and let him know that it was a marquis. However, as for which marquis he really couldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. A marquis? Gu Jiao muttered. As soon as she finished speaking, A carriage stopped in front of the county yamen. Marquis Gu swaggered down and straightened his clothes in high spirits. Then, his gaze landed on Gu Jiao and the little cripple, Xiao Lulang. "Oh, it's you? What a coincidence. Don't tell me you heard about the directorate's enrollment and came to see if there was a spot for you? I'll let this Marquis guess there are no more spots, right? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Marquis Gu put his hands on his hips and laughed. "I need to talk to him," Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang and dragged Marquis Gu into the carriage. Dong! 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 Bang! 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 After a moment of chaos, Marquis Gu collapsed in the corner of the carriage, his face ashen. Gu Jiao grabbed him by the collar and said coldly, "Change the spot for me." The moment Magistrate Lu saw Marquis Gu, he hurried back to the yamen and rummaged through the brocade box that Marquis Gu had sent. When he brought the brocade box to the side of the carriage, Marquis Gu had been beaten beyond recognition. He couldn't directly ask Marquis Gu to lift the curtain, so he said respectfully, "Marquis, I'm afraid I can't do what you asked me to do. You're too late. The quota for the directorate has already been decided by someone else. You should take your things back." Marquis Gu had no strength to speak. Gu Jiao paused and looked at Marquis Gu, who had been beaten into a punching bag. She asked, "You didn't do anything about the quota?" Marquis Gu was on his last breath. What did I do?" Gu Jiao. I beat up the wrong person." Gu Jiao clapped her hands and got off the carriage with a serious expression. Marquis Gu had originally planned to do something, but it wasn't to prevent Xiao Lulang from going to the directorate. On the contrary, it was to allow him to go. Because only if Xiao Lulang went, could Gu Jiao go with him to the capital. He had Huang Zhong send an order to Magistrate Lu that very night. He also sent a large sum of hush money to have Magistrate Lu leave the quota for him. Just now, he had mocked Xiao Lulang for not having a quota because he was confident that the quota was already in his hands. Although it was to be given to Xiao Lulang, having that girl beg him a few times was also not bad. What he did not expect was that not long after Huang Zhong left, another noble person's order arrived. That Marquis's power was even higher than Marquis Ding, and Magistrate Lu could only let Marquis Ding and down. Of course he would not say it out loud. He only knew that Marquis Ding and had come too late. Marquis Gu felt wronged as he looked at the sky. Why was he beaten again today? On the way back, Gu Jiao did not ask Xiao Lulang why the Marquis of the capital had set his eyes on him. Was he not going to the capital because of that Marquis? If he wanted to say, she did not need to ask. If he did not want to say, asking was pointless. Gu Jiao sent Xiao Lulang to Heavenly Fragrance Academy. Just as she left, Xiao Lulang was stopped by a person. Xiao Lulang indifferently turned around. "It's you again?" The middle-aged man cupped his hands towards Xiao Lulang. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Long time no see. Young master still remembers this Lu." Xiao Liulang's expression was cold as he said, "The matter of the quota was done by you?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Young master was not willing to obediently return to the manor with us, so we could only use this method. That young master Feng is young master's friend. Instead of benefiting others, it is better to benefit him. Of course, if young master agrees to return to the manor with me, I can change the quota right now." Xiao Lulang was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned around to leave. The middle-aged man meaningfully said, "Young master, do you really not want to study at the Imperial College? That is a place that all scholars in the world want to go to. Moreover, the registration documents will be submitted to the Imperial Court tomorrow. Young master only has one night to think about it. Once the documents are sent out from the relay station, even the Marquis will not be able to get the documents back." Xiao Liulang's footsteps paused. "I said before, I am not a member of the Xiao family and I do not know you. I will not return to the Xiao family with you. You should give up." The middle-aged man sighed. "Sigh, why bother? Young master, this isn't a wise decision. You don't want to walk on the broad road, but you want to cross the single-plank bridge." Xiao Lulang said, "You can let me go back, but write my name and Feng Lin's name together." "Young master, you must be joking. I spent a lot of effort to obtain this quota. If it was so easy to enter the Imperial College, there would not be so many candidates fighting to get in. Xiao Lulang turned around to look at him. Isn't there still the provincial examination? Since you are so powerful, why don't you just change my results to first place? I am a top scorer, so I can enter the Imperial College without any recommendation. Top scorers from all over the country were directly admitted to the Imperial College. This was the rule of Zhao country. The middle-aged man smiled. We cannot interfere in the provincial examination. There is only one quota. I advise young master not to waste this opportunity. I will remind young master one last time. After tomorrow there will be no turning back. If that is the case, then you cannot interfere in the provincial examination. Xiao Lulang coldly curved his lips and walked away disdainfully. Steward Lu was confused. He touched his chin and sucked in a breath of cold air. Did he miss something? In September, the provincial examination results came out. The relay station rushed to send the newly released second-class roll to all over the country. The county magistrate woke up before the sun rose. He did not wait at the yamen, but went directly to the relay station. The moment he received the second-class roll, his hands began to tremble. He could not wait to open it. On the rightmost column there were 5 words written in large letters. Top scorer Xiao Lulang. The county magistrate cried on the spot. He sat on the ground and hugged his head. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The constable at the side was frightened. County magistrate, you. What happened to you? The county magistrate's eyes were brimming with tears. I am so happy. The county magistrate under my rule has finally produced a top scorer. First place in the provincial examination was not so easy to obtain. There were many top scorers in the provincial capital. After all, the families and teachers of the provincial capital's candidates were there. The reason why so many people would travel thousands of miles to study at Tianxiang Academy was because Tianxiang Academy had the best teachers outside of the provincial capital. There were a total of 50 top scorers on the second-class roll. 10 of them were from Tianxiang Academy. This was a frightening ratio. However, these 10 top scorers were not all local scholars. Feng Lin and Lin Qingyao were also top scorers. Feng Lin was ranked 17th. He was a scholar from Song County. Lin Qingyao was ranked 45th. He was a scholar from the provincial capital. The county magistrate counted. There was only Xiao Lulang among the top scorers. 1 was 1. He was a top scorer. 1 was worth 10. He would not accept any rebuttals. The constable scratched his head and said, Actually, Scholar Xiao. No, I should call him top scorers now. Top scorer Xiao was registered in our county because he married Miss Gu. Otherwise, he would still be a foreigner. The county magistrate. The county magistrate. I don't care. His household register is here. He is the first top scorer in my term. The county magistrate personally went to Xiao Lulang to report the good news. The entire village knew that Xiao Lulang had become a top scorer. Did my Dashun pass? Zhou Shi excitedly ran over to Gu Jiao's house to ask the county magistrate. The county magistrate looked at her indifferently. Gu Dashuan's name is not there. How can it not be? Zhou Shi did not believe him. Xiao Lulang passed. How can my Dashun not pass? The county magistrate said, I don't like what you're saying. Is Xiao Lulang worse than your Dashun? In Zhou Shi's impression, Gu Dashun had always been the best. Xiao Lulang was lame and poor. Even if he went to the academy, he was always the last place. If this kind of person could pass, why couldn't Dashun pass? Did you make a mistake? Zhou Shi turned her head and saw Xiao Lulang coming back from the academy. She quickly went forward and said, Lulang, tell auntie that Dashun also passed. Xiao Lulang said to Zhou Shi, I didn't see Gu Dashun during the provincial examination. A bolt from the blue. The family sold the dowry of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and collected a total of 20 taels of silver. They asked Gu Chonghai to bring Gu Dashun to the provincial examination. Who knew that someone would cheat them of all the money on the way? Zhou Shi fainted on the spot and was carried home by the villagers. Little Jing Kong came out of the private school and heard from Gu Xiaoshan that his bad brother-in-law got the first place. He expressed his disbelief and insisted that someone else must have made a mistake. It's true. Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head. The whole academy is in an uproar. Little Jing Kong insisted that seeing was believing. Gu Xiaoshan had to bring him and Gu Yan to the county magistrate's office. He was very small and the list was very high. He looked up for a long time and then said, "I want to see the official document from the magistrate's office." The constables were dumbfounded. "Little kid, you know about the official document?" After knowing that he was Xiao Liulong's younger brother, the magistrate took out the official document and showed it to him. Little Jingkong read it carefully 3 times. After confirming that it was not forged and that there was no mistake, he nodded with a serious face. He did get the first place. Chapter 119. All the novels that you can't find online are available here. Bad brother-in-law's grades were so bad. It was not easy for him to get first place. Little Jingkong decided to praise his bad brother-in-law when he got back. However, when he got home, he realized that there was no need for him to praise his good brother-in-law. There were many people in the house. They were all here to congratulate his bad brother-in-law. See, he was right. His bad brother-in-law's grades were indeed bad. Therefore, everyone was surprised when he got first place. Little Jingkong, who knew nothing about the value of the top score, decided to take back his praise. After everyone in the house left, Little Jingkong found Xiao Lulang, who was packing up in the west room. Xiao Lulang looked at the little guy with his hands behind his back, acting like a little adult. He asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" "Yes." Little Jingkong nodded seriously. He looked like a teacher with his hands behind his back. Even his tone was very similar. "You've heard praises all day, so I won't say more. Don't be arrogant just because you've heard too many praises. You have to be humble and study harder. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at if you don't get first place next time." Xiao Lulang looked at him. "Who's laughing at? You?" Little Jingkong snorted. "I'm not that lame. If you don't get first place, you can't support your family. I'm not an adult yet." Xiao Lulang smiled faintly. "Didn't you say that it's okay if I don't do well?" Little Clear Sky was at a loss for words. Xiao Lulang chuckled. "Did you remember?" "No, you remembered wrongly. I didn't say that." Little Jingkong decisively exercised his privilege as a child. Reneging on a debt. This was the knowledge that he had learned in elementary school, taught to him by his deskmate who had been his deskmate for the entire day. Then Little Jingkong quickly changed his position and looked for Gu Jiao to be her little tail. During dinner, Gu Jiao talked about Xiao Lulang going to the Imperial College. "Aren't you going?" the old lady asked. Gu Jiao said seriously, "Why should I go? I'm not studying, I'm not curious about Beijing, not at all." Everyone looked at her in disbelief. Who was the one crying and singing that she wanted to go to the capital that night? Ha ha. Gu Jiao was inseparable from the family. It was okay for 1 or 2 days. Xuaningxiang could withstand it. If it was too long, she would die. In the end, the family unanimously decided to go to the capital together. But can a single travel permit bring our entire family? Gu Jiao didn't want to miss out on anyone. "One is not enough," Xiao Lulang said. "But we still have Feng Lin. With his help, we should be able to enter the capital." Steward Lu thought that his plan was perfect, but he didn't know that he had been played by Xiao Lulang. If he didn't scheme against Xiao Lulang wouldn't have gotten what he wanted. The Imperial College opened at the end of October, and it was already September. They had to hurry up and get on the road. Gu Jiao left the matter of opening the mountain to Luo Lijing. Although Luo Lijing didn't study much, he could still read. Moreover, his son had passed the Imperial College examination, so he could understand the drawings and plans left by Gu Jiao. There wasn't anything valuable in the house. They only had Liulong's books. Xuaningxiang said that she would help take care of them. "Oh right, Go Wa's second uncle is also in Beijing. If you go there, help me meet him. I'll bring something to him." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. Xiao Lulang went to Tianxiang Academy and the private school to apply for the withdrawal of his 3 younger brothers. Gu Yan didn't like to go to school, so he was happy to be able to withdraw. Gu Xiaoshan went to the academy to learn how to carve characters on wood. In fact, he could learn from Little Jingkong. As for Little Jingkong with his level, he couldn't find a suitable class in the private school. If he wanted to skip a grade, he would be in the class that specialized in the Imperial College examination. The Imperial College had a preliminary class, and there were many young geniuses in the preliminary class. Xiao Lulang felt that little Jing Kong was more suitable. Xiao Lulang also went to greet Dean Li. Dean Li had mixed feelings. He hoped that Xiao Lulang could go to Beijing for the Imperial College examination every day, but when he really went, he suddenly felt very reluctant. He sighed. Forget it. No matter where you go, you'll always be my disciple. Xiao Lulang wanted to say something but stopped. I'm afraid you won't be able to become my disciple for the rest of your life. Speaking of which, I should have had a younger brother in Beijing. Dean Li suddenly said, unfortunately, he died young. I didn't even have the chance to see him. Xiao Lulang glanced at him indifferently. He walked out of Zhongheng Hall and sneezed loudly. Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong to the temple. Little Jing Kong said goodbye to the abbot, his senior brothers and his friends. He didn't see his master. However, little Jing Kong was used to it. His master was rarely in the temple all year round. Are you going on a long trip too? Little monk Jing Fan asked. For little monks sat on the steps of the temple, each holding a string of vegetarian meatballs made by Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong ate a mouthful of Chinese characters and sighed. Yes, my bad brother-in-law is admitted to the Imperial College. Our whole family is going to go to school with him. But why did you say so? Jing Fan smiled and said, because we're going on a long trip too. The abbot is going to take us to the Dharma conference. Oh. Little Jing Kong was actually a little tempted. However, this might be the price of going down the mountain. Since he had Jiao Jiao, he was destined to give up some things. In his heart, Jiao Jiao was still the most important thing. Gu Jiao brought a lot of delicious food. In addition to vegetarian meatballs, there was also vegetarian roast duck, vegetarian dongpa pig knuckle, and 2 boxes of osmanthus cake bought from Li Ji. The 4 little monks had a pleasant afternoon. Gu Jiao also went to the medical center to say goodbye to the second boss. However, shopkeeper Wang told her that something happened to the Hu family, and he had already returned to the capital. She might be able to see him in the capital. Gu Jiao went to Dean Li's house and gave some mountain products and hawthorn cakes to old Madame Li. Old Madame Li was still in a daze, but her complexion was much better. The servant said that when old Madame Li woke up, she said that she had a little grandson and was very happy. At the hot spring villa, Marquis Gu rested for a few days and finally recovered from the wounds on his face and body. He went to Madame Yao's courtyard to find her. Madame Yao was ordering the servants to pack their luggage. Marquis Gu was stunned. Madam, what are you doing? Don't you live in the villa? Are you leaving? That's right, I'm leaving. Madame Yao nodded. Marquis Gu panicked and stepped forward to grab Madame Yao's hand. I was wrong. I will never bully that girl again. I will not drive a wedge between them and divorce. You're angry. Don't go. This time, it was Madame Yao's turn to be stunned. Marquis, what are you saying? Who are you bullying? Jiao Jiao? You. You went to find them and threatened them to divorce? Marquis Gu panicked. Marquis. Madame Yao painfully pulled her hand back. Marquis Gu quickly denied it and said, I did not. I am saying that I plan to. Madame Yao was shocked and angry. You still plan to? Marquis Gu shook his head like a rattle drum. Small ripples appeared on his cheeks. I won't. I won't go now. I will listen to everything you say. Don't go. Madame Yao calmed her emotions and said to Marquis Gu, if I don't go, how can I return to the capital? Marquis Gu was surprised. You're finally willing to go back? You've thought it through? But what about Yanner and Cough and Jiao Jiao? Madame Yao smiled but did not say anything. On the side, Nurse Fong happily said, Marquis, you probably don't know yet. The son-in-law has become a top scorer and is going to study at the Imperial College. The young master and young miss are going to the capital with him. Marquis Gu was stunned. Did he hear wrongly? That little cripple had become a top scorer? He had just scolded him for being useless, and he had become a top scorer in front of him? What was the meaning of this? Was she here to slap him in the face? Marquis Gu pursed his lips. He was just a top scorer from a small provincial capital. How great was that? There were 20 to 30 top scorers like him in the whole of Zhao country. He was probably the worst of them all. However, this solved his urgent problem. If they still did not return to the capital, Jinyu would have to go through her hairpin ceremony at the villa. Gu Jinyu also heard the news that Madame Yao was packing her luggage. She happily came over to help Madame Yao pack her things. Unexpectedly, she accidentally heard the reason why Madame Yao agreed to return to the capital. It was because Gu Yan and Gu Jiao were going to the capital. Gu Jinyu felt like her heart had been pierced by something. Mother said that she treated her like her own, but in her heart, the person she loved the most was her own flesh and blood. Alright. Marquis Gu suddenly remembered that the son of the Gu family was also taking the provincial examination this year. What was that child's name again? Gu Shunzi? Gu Shunfeng? Gu Dashun? Did Gu Dashun pass the examination? Marquis Gu asked. Madame Yao personally went to the Yamen to look at the list. She remembered the names on the list clearly. There was no candidate with the surname Gu. Nurse Feng disdainfully sneered. The son-in-law is talking about that family's son, right? I heard that he also went to the provincial examination. Unfortunately, he didn't even pass the provincial examination. He's far worse than our son-in-law. There's a saying that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to babies that can dig holes. Other than the deceased Gu Sanlang and his wife, no one else in that family is good. And they still want to pass the provincial examination? Bah, maybe in your next life. These words were a bit harsh. She shouldn't lose her composure in front of her master. However, that family was indeed too harsh on Gu Jiao. So even the mild-mannered Madame Yao didn't refute Nurse Feng's words. Although Marquis Gu was a bit unhappy that Nurse Feng praised the little cripple so highly, he agreed with the rest of her words. That family was indeed hateful. As for Gu Jinyu, Marquis Gu never thought of her as a member of the old Gu family, so he didn't feel that she was being scolded. Nurse Feng originally didn't mean to scold Gu Jinyu. She was only referring to those from the old Gu family. However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Gu Jinyu's face flushed red. It was even more embarrassing than being slapped by Gu Jiao on the street. In the end, she didn't go in to help Madame Yao count the luggage. Instead, she turned around with red eyes and silently returned to her room. Nurse! Madame Yao suddenly spoke from inside the room. In the future, it's better not to say such things. Be careful that Jinyu doesn't hear it. That child is sensitive. I'm afraid that she will think too much. Yes, madam. Nurse Feng bowed in response. Madame Yao looked at the 3 sets of clothes in the box. They were all personally made by her. After reuniting with Jiao Jiao, she was anxious to make up for Jiao Jiao and neglected Jinyu. These 3 sets of clothes were all made by her for Jinyu. Madame Yao knew that her daughter would be uncomfortable with them, so she didn't ask her to travel with her. Instead, she arranged for the Marquis's household's best coachman and carriage for her daughter. Marquis Gu didn't have any objections to this. After all, Gu Yan's body was weak. A good carriage would greatly reduce the bumpiness. Gu Jinyu sat in the bumpy carriage. She probably felt that she didn't have any weight in this family. They only gave her 3 sets of clothes, but gave Gu Jiao a carriage. Gu Jinyu looked out the window, her face full of grievance. On a sunny morning, Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, and the others set foot on the road to the capital. The weather was still beautiful. After a long journey of more than a month, the group arrived at the capital. Feng Lin did not travel with them. He wanted to make a trip home and took the water route. Feng Lin's travel permit was in Xiao Liulang's hands. Great Aunt and little Jing Kong were registered on his travel permit. He was a supervisor of the Imperial College and could enter the capital with the admission document. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshun were registered on Xiao Liulang's travel permit. This kind of school district travel permit was different from ordinary travel permits. One could bring along family members, but only 2 at most. As for Gu Yan and the coachman, they were originally from the capital. It was still early when they entered the capital. They first went to the nearest relay station to rest and feed the horses. At the same time, they also inquired about the residences in the capital. On the way, Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang had discussed it. They would try to live near the Imperial College so that it would be convenient for him to attend school. They had used some silver to open the mountain. Now they only had 1,000 taels left. 1,000 taels could buy a few houses in the town, but it was not enough in the capital. The best way was to rent. They were lucky that the relay station happened to have a broker. A broker, also known as a guarantor, was similar to the intermediary in Gu Jiao's previous life. They were registered in the yamen and could buy and sell servants, property, and animals reasonably. The guarantor's surname was Zhang. He was a young man in his early 30s. When Zhang Bao heard that they were going to the Imperial College to attend school, he immediately cupped his hands and showed a respectful expression. So you are a supervisor of the Imperial College? Then I will help you. Don't worry. Whichever area you like, I will sell it to you at the lowest price. Gu Jiao was not familiar with the capital. Xiao Lulang told her the approximate location of the Imperial College. It was at the northeast corner of the intersection of Chang'an Avenue and Xuanwu Avenue. It was closer to Chang'an Avenue, but Chang'an Avenue was a commercial street and was very congested. So, in fact, both streets were similar. Zhang Bao was surprised. Little brother, have you been to the capital before? Are you very familiar with the capital? F. Chapter 120. Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Liulang's expression did not change as he said, I heard the dean of our academy mention it. Gu Jiao said to Zhang Bao, my husband's dean lived in the capital for more than 10 years. Zhang Bao suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Gu Jiao said, are there any houses on these two streets? There are. Zhang Bao looked at the two of them. Their clothes were very simple. Although one of them was a supervisor of the Imperial College, he was a cripple. The other had an extraordinary temperament, but his face was damaged. These two didn't have much money, right? Zhang Bao smiled and said, do you want a house with a single entrance or a house with two entrances? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, we need at least 5 houses. Then it'll have to be 2 or 3 houses. Zhang Bao smiled. Houses with 2 or 3 houses are not cheap. A house with 2 houses costs at least 10 taels a month, and a house with 3 houses costs 20 taels. In the countryside, 10 taels was enough to feed a large family for a year or two. However, this was the capital, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Gu Jiao thought about it and understood. Gu Jiao suggested going out to take a look. No matter how Zhang Bao looked at them, they didn't look like they could afford it. He was worried that he would make a wasted trip. Although they were supervisors of the Imperial College, was there a shortage of supervisors in the capital? The capital was a place where a falling plat could kill 3 officials. Zhang Bao really didn't think much of Xiao Lulang. However, he hadn't opened for business for several days. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to take the two of them. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang looked at more than 10 houses. There were 2 and 3 houses, but they were not satisfied with any of them. The two of them returned to the relay station. Zhang Bao followed them. Do you want to decide today? If it's any later, the students from all over the country who are coming to the capital for the exam will arrive. Even if we want to rent it, we won't be able to. Moreover, the price won't be this high. Gu Jiao said, it's too small and too secluded. Although it was said to be near the Imperial College, in reality, it was not the residences on the 2 streets, but the most remote alleys at the end of the street. Not only was it dark and damp, it was also very close to very noisy shops. If it was not a smithy, then it was a carpentry shop. There was even a coffin shop. How could he study in peace? I only have these houses at this price. If you want something better, you'll have to pay this price. Zhang Bao gestured. 30 taels. Gu Jiao asked. A house, Zhang Bao said. The first entry cost 30 taels of silver, not to mention the second and third entry. It seemed that regardless of the dynasty, the school district housing was extremely expensive. Alas. Zhang Bao sighed and said, all right, I'll just tell you the truth. The houses in the capital are priced at this price. The good locations and good houses have already been bought by the nobles in the capital. Those nobles don't lack money, so they won't rent out their houses. Even if you change 100 guarantors, you'll only be able to rent those houses just now. Gu Jiao asked, didn't you say that there are good houses, just that the price is higher? Zhang Bao smiled and said, there's a house with 3 entrances, 100 taels a month. Gu Jiao frowned. What house costs 100 taels? Zhang Bao gestured. It's diagonally opposite the Imperial College. Walk 500 steps. The house where the young Marquis of Zhaodu and the young Chancellor once lived. Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. When did he live there? Zhang Bao slammed the table and said, He lived there. If you live there, you'll be able to bask in his auspicious aura and pass every exam. Xiao Lulang said indifferently. He didn't live there. Zhang Bao rolled up his sleeves. How do you know he didn't live there? You're not him. This price is high, at most 30 taels. Xiao Lulang said indifferently. Of course, Zhang Bao knew that his price was high. In the past, he could buy a house with 30 taels, but wasn't the Imperial College about to reopen? The area was expensive again. He was sure that the lowest price was 50 taels. If this family wasn't willing, he would find someone else. He didn't believe that he couldn't rent out a house near the Imperial College. Jiao Jiao, what are you doing? Little Jing Kong woke up from his afternoon nap. He rubbed his eyes and came to the lobby of the courier station to look for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao carried him over and rubbed his little head. His hair had grown out a little. He wasn't bald anymore but had a buzz cut. We're looking for a place to stay. Gu Jiao said. Did you sleep well? Yes, where are we going to stay? Little Jing Kong leaned in Gu Jiao's arms and enjoyed her rubbing his little head. I don't know yet. Gu Jiao shook her head. Little Jing Kong looked at the drawings on the table and asked, what are these? Zhang Bao smiled and said, these are house deeds. He was worried that the child would break his things, so he quickly put away the house deeds. Little Jing Kong said, I have this too. The three of them were stunned. Little Jing Kong ran back to the carriage and took out a small box from his small box. He took the small box back to the lobby and put it on the wooden table in front of the three of them. The table was a little high, so he couldn't reach it and open it. Let me do it. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. Gu Jiao had seen a few small boxes like this when she was packing up little Jing Kong's things at home, but she had never opened them. Okay. Jiao Jiao, do it. Little Jing Kong nodded decisively. Gu Jiao opened the small box. There were a few thumb-sized seals and a few documents inside. They were not ordinary documents but house deeds. The three of them were very surprised. Let me see, Xiao Lulang said. Okay. Gu Jiao took out the house deeds and handed them to Xiao Lulang. Zhang Bao also came over to take a look. It was fine if he didn't take a look, but when he did, he was almost scared out of his wits. The houses on Chang'an Avenue, Xuanwu Avenue, and even Vermilion Bird Avenue. Did he go all the way to the Imperial Palace? Is this a real house deed? Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang. It's real, Xiao Lulang said. Jing Kong's name is written on the house deed, so it's his house deed. Gu Jiao looked at little Jing Kong in her arms. How did you get these? Little Jing Kong looked at the house deeds in Xiao Liulang's hands, counted with his fingers and said, Jiao Jiao, are you talking about these papers? Master gave them to me. He gives me one every year on my birthday. I have celebrated 3 birthdays in total, so there are 3 of them. Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, Zhang Bao. Gu Jiao suddenly couldn't look at the big box of junk in little Jing Kong's eyes. The locations of the 3 houses were better than the previous one. Zhang Bao was just bragging that the house that cost 100 taels of silver was diagonally opposite the Imperial College. It was 500 steps away from the Imperial College, but in reality it was more than 1,000 steps away. The house that little Jing Kong's master gave him was much closer to the Imperial College. After walking out of the alley, the Imperial College was just around the corner. Zhang Bao had lived for more than 30 years, but this was the first time he made a mistake. He was dressed like a country bumpkin and bought 3 big houses at once. The house on Vermilion Bird Avenue was difficult to buy, as almost all the people who lived there were relatives of the emperor. The 2 houses on Xuanwu Avenue and Chang'an Avenue were priceless. Where did this group of people come from? Little Jing Kong didn't understand what a house deed was. Gu Jiao explained to him that it was a very precious thing, and it was proof that he owned a house. He decisively put all the house deeds in front of Gu Jiao. Give them all to Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong's home was wherever there was a Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao had already accepted his zither, so she couldn't accept his house deed anymore. In the end, Gu Jiao proposed to rent the house in Little Jing Kong for 30 taels of silver a month. Little Jing Kong said seriously, I don't want Jiao Jiao to pay me. Gu Jiao patted his little head and said, your brother-in-law will pay you. Little Jing Kong thought seriously, if my brother-in-law pays me, I'll pay Jiao Jiao. There's nothing wrong with that. Both parties asked Zhang Bao to be the guarantor and signed a house rental contract. This was little Jing Kong's first time doing business, so he took this matter seriously. Not only did he sign the contract, but he also put a stamp on it. The premium was 30% of the first month's rent, which was 9 taels of silver. This was a lifetime guarantee, and he had to come to the site to terminate the contract after the lease ended. "We'll pay half of the premium," Zhang Bao said with a smile. "Do you have any money?" Xiao Lulang looked at little Jing Kong calmly. Little Jing Kong was in a dilemma. He didn't have any money. This was a story that was even sadder than sad. But soon he thought of a solution. "I'll deduct it from your first month's rent." Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. The little monk was quite smart in business. It was a 2-sectioned house with a front yard. There were some bamboos planted in the yard. There were 2 rooms in the first row, a study room and a kitchen. After passing through the hall, there was a backyard. There was an osmanthus tree in the backyard, and behind the osmanthus tree were 3 rooms. Just like when they were in the village, little Jing Kong and Xiao Lulang shared a room, and the rest of them each had their own room. The house wasn't very big, but it had good lighting. Most importantly, it was not only close to the Imperial College, but also to several private schools. This undoubtedly solved the problem of Gu Yan and the rest of them going to school. Hearing that they still had to go to school, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun were a little dumbfounded. Didn't we drop out of school?" the 2 asked in unison. Gu Jiao opened a suitcase and said, "We did drop out in the county town, but we have to continue after coming to the capital. You are still young, what are you going to do if you don't go to school?" The 2's faces were ashen. They were happy all the way, but were they happy for nothing? Also, what do you mean by we are still young? You don't seem to be old either. The furniture in the house was complete, but it had accumulated a lot of dust due to the lack of people living in it for a long time. The few of them simply cleaned up the few rooms and moved in first. The courtyard and the kitchen would be slowly cleaned up later. The pots and pans would also be bought tomorrow morning. Dinner was steamed buns bought from outside, and they ate them with the pickled vegetables brought by Gu Jiao. The capital was colder than the county town. Gu Jiao could already feel the coldness of the winter moon on an October night. This was not like the countryside, where they could go to the mountains to chop firewood. They had to go to the market to buy firewood and charcoal. Everyone was exhausted from the bumpy journey. When they returned to their rooms, they fell asleep. Little Jing Kong was lying on his back next to Xiao Lulang, snoring evenly. Xiao Lulang was not sleepy at all. He finally returned here. "Hung, Teacher Zhuang's class is too difficult. Let's go out and play, okay? Hung, this little rabbit is injured. Let's bring it home. Okay? Hung, I want to eat dates. Can you go to the tree and pick them for me? Hung, can you go and buy osmanthus cake for me? Hung, can you die for me?" Chapter 121. Gu Jiao woke up before dawn. After washing up, she went to feed the chickens in little Jing Kong. The chicks had grown into big chickens and would occasionally crow. If no one woke up, they would stop crowing. There was a small market nearby. It was in a different direction from the Imperial College, so it was faster to walk there. Gu Jiao carried her basket and went to the small market. "Steamed buns, fresh and delicious steamed buns," a hawker shouted. Gu Jiao walked over and asked, "How much is one steamed bun?" The hawker saw the birthmark on her face, but he didn't show any strange expression. He was indeed from the capital and didn't find it strange. The hawker smiled and said, "One big meat steamed bun is 3 copper coins, 2 brown sugar steamed buns are 3 copper coins. How many do you want?" The steamed buns were very big and one was enough to fill him up. Gu Jiao took out the food box from the small basket and said, 8 meat steamed buns and 4 sugar steamed buns. They ate the meat steamed buns and the sugar steamed buns in little Jing Kong. She didn't know if 4 steamed buns could fill him up. The little guy's appetite was a bit shocking. "Okay, that's a total of 30 copper coins. I'll give you a steamed bun." The hawker packed the steamed buns and steamed buns for Gu Jiao. "Thank you." Gu Jiao paid and went to buy pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and other kitchen utensils. Then she bought firewood. The firewood in the capital was not cheap. A bundle of firewood cost 10 copper coins. According to their firewood burning speed, they could burn for about 2 to 3 days. Gu Jiao asked for 2 bundles of firewood and asked how much charcoal was sold. The hawker selling firewood said, "Do you want black charcoal or silver charcoal? Black charcoal is 5 copper coins per caddy and silver charcoal is 20 copper coins per caddy." "Silver charcoal is so expensive?" The hawker selling firewood laughed and said, "Silver charcoal is very useful." This was the truth. Black charcoal was not only not resistant to burning, but it was also very smoky. In comparison, silver charcoal was more resistant to burning and didn't smoke. In the end, Gu Jiao bought 100 caddy of silver charcoal for 17 copper coins per caddy. The peddler drove the mule cart and personally delivered the firewood and silver charcoal to the door. Xiao Lulang had already woken up and cleaned the kitchen. He was now cleaning the backyard. His movements were very light and did not wake anyone up. "Morning," Gu Jiao greeted. "Morning." Xiao Lulang nodded. Gu Jiao directly asked the peddler to move the firewood and silver charcoal to the kitchen. After the peddler left, Gu Jiao walked over and took the broom from Xiao Liulang's hand. "I'll do it. You go and tidy up the box." This time Gu Jiao, old Madam Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan didn't have much luggage. On the contrary, Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong had several big suitcases full of luggage. Xiao Lulang mainly brought books, while little Jing Kong brought back things from the temple. Of course there were also his 7 chicks. "Okay." Xiao Lulang turned around and went to the study. After a while, Gu Jiao brought 2 steaming big meat buns to him. "You eat first. I'll cook some millet porridge." "Have you eaten?" Xiao Lulang stopped her. "Not yet." Gu Jiao shook her head. She wanted to say that she could eat while she was cooking the porridge. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lulang pushed the plate forward and said, "Then let's eat together." Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Okay." Since there were more people in the family, the two hadn't eaten alone for a long time. The last time was at the inn in town, but that was more than half a year ago. The two sat face to face, as if they had returned to the early days. Gu Jiao laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao held the big meat bun in her hand and said, "I'm laughing at the first time I asked you to eat. Did you think that I poisoned it and didn't dare to eat it?" "I didn't," Xiao Lulang flatly denied. Gu Jiao suddenly leaned over and stared at his handsome face. "Now you're not afraid that I poisoned it? Is it because you trust me too much?" While Gu Jiao was feeling complacent, she saw Xiao Lulang looking at the bun in his hand with a complicated expression. Then he took Gu Jiao's bun and gave his bun to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was speechless. After the two finished eating breakfast, the rest of the family was still asleep. Xiao Lulang had to report to the Imperial College. Gu Jiao estimated that they would sleep until noon, so she sent Xiao Lulang to the Imperial College. The Imperial College officially started school in late October. Nowadays there were many supervisors coming to report. Some were from the capital, while others, like Xiao Lulang, had come from other places. The regular supervisors of the Imperial College didn't need to pay tuition. All expenses were paid by the Imperial Court, including the supervisors' dormitories and meals. These were all paid for by the Imperial Court. Xiao Lulang could go back today after reporting to the Academic Affairs Office. Of course, if he wanted, he could stay at the Imperial College to study. The Imperial College had the largest library in the entire Zhao Kingdom. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the holy land that all scholars dreamed of. Gu Jiao was waiting for him outside the Imperial College. Gu Jiao felt that the heavy traffic in front of her was very refreshing. So this was the capital. It was really different from the county town. The roads were much wider, and several carriages would pass by from time to time. Most of the girls on the road were wearing veils. There were very few girls like Gu Jiao who showed their faces in public. Gu Jiao was engrossed in watching when the crowd suddenly surged in one direction. Everyone stood on both sides of the street and looked in one direction. Gu Jiao wasn't standing far from the street. She was pushed to the side and someone stepped on her foot. "Ah, I'm sorry. The culprit hurriedly apologized to Gu Jiao. It was a boy dressed as a scholar, but whether it was her appearance or her deliberately lowered voice, it was clear that she was a girl. His features were delicate and pretty. "I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." The girl dressed as a boy cupped her hands and bowed to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't take it to heart. She moved back to give way. However, the people behind her didn't give her a chance to move. She was stuck in the middle of the crowd and couldn't move forward or backward. The little scholar kept trying to squeeze forward, but she was too weak and couldn't get to the front. She gave up resisting and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She asked Gu Jiao, "Miss, what happened to your face?" Gu Jiao calmly said, "Birthmark." The little scholar hurriedly covered her mouth. "I thought it was rouge. I am sorry." Gu Jiao didn't care about her unintentional offense. She felt apologetic. It was bad enough that she bumped into her, but she also stepped on her foot and said the wrong words that poked her sore spot. Sigh. There wasn't a day that she didn't offend people. The little scholar looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Miss, you're not from the capital, right? Your accent doesn't sound like it." Gu Jiao replied, "Yes." The little scholar continued, "Did you also come here to see the crown prince consort?" Gu Jiao asked strangely, "What consort?" The little scholar's almond eyes widened. "The crown prince consort? You came here so early because you heard that the crown prince consort came back from praying and was going to pass by the directorate, right?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "I don't know the crown prince consort. I don't want to see her." The little scholar took a cold breath. Who came to see her because they know her? Can common people like us know the crown prince consort? Don't we all want to see her from afar because we heard of her and admire her? Gu Jiao said seriously, "I have never heard of her and don't admire her." "Are you from the Zhao kingdom? You have never heard of the crown prince consort?" The little scholar's voice was unusually loud and caused the people in the surroundings to look at them. Everyone looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Clearly, like the little scholar, they found it strange that there was someone in the world who didn't know the crown prince consort of the Zhao kingdom. As they spoke, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The crown prince consort is here! The crown prince consort is here!" Following his exchange, the crowd became restless. Hundreds of imperial guards came on iron hooves. They formed an enormous formation and surrounded the crown prince consort's carriage. The common people didn't even see how many wheels the carriage had before the imperial guards escorted the crown prince consort's ceremonial procession down the street. The crowd dispersed. The little scholar looked at the disappearing figures of the imperial guards and stomped his feet in anger. I wasn't looking. Was it easy for me to come out? What a waste of waking up so early." Leaving the dense crowd, Gu Jiao sighed in relief. She really wasn't used to being so close to strangers. The little scholar saw that Gu Jiao wasn't upset or angry at all and asked curiously, "You really didn't come to see the crown prince consort?" Gu Jiao said calmly, "I said I wasn't." The little scholar asked why. Gu Jiao said, "I also said that." The little scholar said, "You really haven't heard of her?" Gu Jiao looked speechlessly at him. The crown prince consort was the person that the little scholar admired the most. He would not allow anyone in the world to not hear of her. The little scholar explained to Gu Jiao seriously, "Do you know who the crown prince consort is? She is the most outstanding woman in the entire Zhao kingdom. There is no man in the world that doesn't like her. No woman that doesn't envy her. Do you know the great scholar of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Xianji? He was once the crown prince consort's teacher. Do you know who went to school with him? The young Marquis of Zhao Du." Gu Jiao looked calmly at him. The little scholar exploded. "No way. Don't tell me you also don't know who the young Marquis of Zhao Du is." "The young Marquis? The young Chancellor?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Oh, I've heard of him. It was a long time ago. Young Master Qin got a painting from somewhere and said it was the young Marquis calligraphy, but Xiao Lulang said it wasn't." This was the only time she had heard of the young Marquis of Zhao Du. The little scholar slapped his forehead. Oh my God, did you jump out of a rock? How can you not know the young Marquis and the crown prince consort? One of them was the #1 genius of Zhao kingdom, and the other was the #1 genius of Zhao kingdom. They were childhood sweethearts and even had an engagement. After the young Marquis died, the crown prince consort kept her chastity for him for 3 years. This year, she accepted the emperor's bestowment of marriage and married the crown prince. You actually haven't heard of such a legendary event? Chapter 122. Gu Jiao hadn't heard of it before, and she wasn't interested either. However, Xiao Lulang hadn't come out yet, so she had no choice but to wait on the spot and listen to the little girl's chatter for a while. Xiao Lulang went to the directorate's Mingxian Hall. He didn't need anyone to lead the way as he was familiar with the place. His walking stick attracted the attention of many supervisors. He straightened his back and calmly walked past a bunch of strange gazes. Mingxian Hall was the directorate's academic affairs office. Every day, there would be supervisors and supervisors coming here to wait for supervisors from all over the country to report. Today, the supervisor of Mingxian Hall was a supervisor with the surname Gao, as well as 2 supervisors with the surname Wang and Su. All right, follow Supervisor Su to the dormitory. School will start at the end of October. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the library first. Thank you. A supervisor from another place walked out of Mingxian Hall under Supervisor Su's lead. Gao Shuezheng lowered his eyes and sorted out the supervisor's information. Next, a slender jade-like hand placed an admission document in front of him. This hand was a bit too good-looking. Gao Shuezheng subconsciously raised his head and was shocked by the other party's appearance. Offer what? Libation? Gao Shuezheng suddenly realized that he had made a fool of himself. Little Chancellor had long passed away, so how could the person in front of him be him? It was just that they looked too similar at first glance, which caused him to lose his composure. However, upon closer inspection they didn't look alike. The young Chancellor was a gentle youth. His eyes were always filled with a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Furthermore, there was a mole under his right eye. Not only did the person in front of him not have that mole, he also didn't have a gentle and bright temperament. Even his eyes were cold. Gao Shuezheng was secretly annoyed that he had almost mistaken the person for someone else because he was too tired recently. He composed himself and sat down to pick up the document. Xiao Lulang? Someone from Clear Spring Village? His surname was also Xiao. Could they be relatives? Soon Gao Shuezheng shook his head in self-mockery. How could Marquis Xianping's mansion have a relative from a small village? Gao Shuezheng then said, "Your results are not bad. You're a top scorer from Yu Prefecture," and was directly recruited. School will officially start on the 27th of October. Once school starts, you'll be assigned to different classes. Don't be complacent just because you're a top scorer. There are many top scorers in the Imperial College, and you'll soon realize that you're just one of them. Don't run around for the time being. Go to the library and read more books, understand? Although he had said those words to deal a blow to Xiao Lulang, he had not said so much to the person who had recommended him. It was obvious that he had his eye on the top scorer. However, he had seen a lot of things. Many people who were number 1 in their local area were immediately defeated when they came to the Imperial College. He still hoped to give the other party a warning. After all, it was not easy for a small village to produce a top scorer. Gao Shuezheng wanted to arrange for Xiao Lulang to stay in the same dormitory as the other top scorers, but was rejected by Xiao Lulang. "I'll stay outside." "Why?" Gao Shuezheng was puzzled. "The dormitory won't charge you any money. You'll be able to focus on your studies if you stay in the Imperial College. The capital is filled with flowers. A poor kid like you who hasn't seen much of the world will easily be led astray." Gao Shuezheng had a sharp tongue. If not, he would not have remained a small official in the Imperial College for so long. However, he was not a bad person. Xiao Lulang said calmly, "It won't affect my studies." Gao Shuezheng sighed. "All right then. If you don't stay in the Imperial College, you'll have to come back 3 days later to collect your token." The Imperial College provided free food and lodging, but they could not force the students to stay here. Looking at Xiao Liulang's back, Gao Shuezheng shook his head. What a pity. He had already predicted that Xiao Lulang would be blinded by the prosperity of the capital and abandon himself. From then on, his grades would plummet. When Xiao Lulang walked out of the Imperial College, the talkative little scholar had already been found by his family's servants and left dejectedly. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Is it done?" Xiao Lulang nodded. "Yes. I'll come back 3 days later to collect my token from the Imperial College." The two of them returned home side by side. The journey was really short. After coming out of the Imperial College, they took a few steps and turned into the alley where they lived. They lived in the middle of the alley. Not all the houses in the alley were occupied. The environment was quite peaceful. "It's more convenient than going to school in the village," Gu Jiao said with a smile. Xiao Lulang nodded and said, "In the afternoon, I'll go take a look at the private school for Gu Yan and Xiaoshan. Little Jing Kong will go take the Imperial College's entrance exam. He will take the exam 2 days later than me. Gu Jiao smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. After a few words they arrived home. Gu Jiao was very satisfied with this house. The two of them were just about to enter when a horse carriage came from the other side of the alley and stopped in front of their house. The carriage driver pulled on the reins and jumped off the horse. Excuse me, is this top scorer Zhao's house? Xiao Lulang saw the insignia on the carriage and his eyes turned cold. Gu Jiao asked, "What's wrong? What do you want?" The carriage driver said politely, "It's like this. My housekeeper knew that top scorer Xiao had come to the capital and specially asked me to send some things over. Winter comes early in the capital. Next month we will start burning charcoal. The carriage is filled with high-quality silver charcoal. There are also some materials in cotton wool, all of which are the warmest. You see, should I directly move the things in for the two of you?" Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Liulang's expression was as cold as a knife. Gu Jiao said to the carriage driver, "No need, we are not lacking in silver charcoal. We also do not need cotton wool mattresses. Give them to your housekeeper to take back." The carriage driver said awkwardly, but housekeeper Lu said, "No buts. If he tells you to take it back, then take it back." Gu Jiao lightly finished speaking and entered the house with Xiao Lulang, closing the courtyard door. The carriage driver finally left. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang. "We just moved here yesterday. Only the Ding and Marquis carriage driver and Zhang Bao know where we live. That housekeeper Lu's information is very fast." Xiao Lulang lightly said, "No need to pay attention to him." Saying this, he turned around and went to the study to organize the books. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. It couldn't be that someone had set their sights on them, right? Who would have the courage to set their sights on her people? The carriage driver drove the carriage out of the alley and came to a corner on the other side. Housekeeper Lu had been waiting for a long time. "How is it?" Housekeeper Lu asked. The carriage driver said, "Young master is not willing to accept it." Housekeeper Lu smiled. "This young master is more stubborn than I imagined." The carriage driver asked, "Should we tell the Marquis?" Housekeeper Lu faintly smiled. "No need. There is no need to trouble the Marquis over such a small matter. Just wait. He will quickly find out how difficult it is for a commoner to survive in the capital. When that day comes, he will obediently return to the manor." The matriarch and the others really slept until noon. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang entered the courtyard, Gu Yan and the other two were soullessly squatting by the well to wash their faces. There was a public well near the alley, but there was also a well in the manor. This saved them the trouble of fetching water from the outside. The millet porridge in the kitchen was ready. Gu Jiao heated up the steamed buns and stir-fried a plate of shredded bamboo shoots and black fungus, a plate of green vegetables and bean sprouts, and a large portion of chives and eggs. Little Jing Kong was not allowed to eat eggs, so Gu Jiao stewed a small pot of tender tofu soup for him. Although Little Jing Kong's dishes were all vegetarian, the plate presentation and utensils were more exquisite than other dishes. Gu Jiao pretended that he could not afford to eat them. Little Jing Kong was particularly arrogant to show off his dishes. The people at the table were not greedy at all, but they all pretended to be envious. After the meal, Little Jing Kong valiantly went to wash his small bowl. This was a habit cultivated in the temple. He washed his own alms bowl. The others were not idle either. The matriarch went to pick corn cobs, and Gu Yan sat over to pick corn cobs with her. They were the least able to do physical work in the family. They used to be the most pampered people, but they still took the initiative to share the housework within their ability. Gu Xiaoshan went to chop firewood. Xiao Lulang tidied up the kitchen, and Gu Jiao tidied up the two courtyards. She had thought about it. One courtyard was for planting vegetables and raising chickens and puppies, and the other courtyard was for the whole family to move around. There was a laurel tree in the backyard, and Little Jing Kong could practice martial arts on the tree. Gu Jiao took a hoe and went to the front courtyard to plow the ground. Little Jing Kong came over with the chickens. "Jiao Jiao, I'm going to walk the chickens." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. "Don't go too far." "Okay." Little Jing Kong responded. Little Jing Kong used to walk the chickens from the front of the village to the back of the village. Here he decided to walk from the front of the alley to the back of the alley. Gu Yan's puppy was very envious, and it also wanted to go out for a walk. However, its owner was too lazy to die. After picking the corn cobs, he lay on the rattan chair like a corpse. The puppy swung its butt and followed little Jing Kong out. Little Jing Kong took 7 chickens and a puppy to the end of the alley and was about to turn back. At this time, 2 beggars nearby stared at his dog. The puppy was no longer a baby dog during its confinement period. It had a small fat body, and its meat looked very fresh and tender. The beggar's saliva flowed out. The 2 beggars exchanged glances, and one of them took out a meat bun from his pocket, broke it open and shook it at the puppy. The puppy was a little stupid, and it was immediately fooled. It eagerly ran over and was immediately put into a sack. Oh, the puppy barked. Little Jing Kong turned his head. Where's Xiaoba? That's right, little Jing Kong named Gu Yan's dog Xiaoba. After the beggars caught the dog, they stared at little Jing Kong's chickens. 7 chickens. It was enough to eat for a few days. The beggars used the same trick to lure the chickens with big meat buns, but the 7 chickens didn't move. The 2 beggars simply grabbed the chickens with their hands. Little Jing Kong was only a 3-year-old child, so no one paid any attention to him. Even more so, no one paid any attention to the 7 half-grown chickens. But when the 2 beggars rushed over, the 7 chickens suddenly flapped their wings and jumped up. They were no longer little chicks that couldn't even jump over the threshold. They could jump as high as half a person, and it was only because the 2 beggars were short. The 7 chicks jumped onto their shoulders and pecked at their heads. The 2 beggars let out a miserable cry. The sack containing the puppy fell from one of the beggars. Little Jing Kong walked over and opened the sack. Xiaoba. Xiaoba was angry that the beggars put a sack over his head, so it decided to fight back. Xiaoba opened its big mouth and bit down. It bit its own tail. Little Jing Kong covered his eyes. He couldn't bear to see it. The 2 beggars fell to the ground after being pecked by the 7 chickens, and they ran away. The 7 chickens fluttered their wings and chased after them. They chased them for half a street until little Jing Kong called them. Only then did they come back valiantly and spiritedly. However, just as they were crossing the street, a carriage sped past. The 6 carriages in front of them all stopped. Only little 7 did not stop the carriage. Little Jing Kong ran over with his short legs. The coachman might not notice a chicken, but he could still see a child. The horse carriage was too fast, and it was too late to tighten the reins. Seeing that the child's belly was about to be trampled by the horse's hooves, a long whip came, wrapped around little Jing Kong, and pulled him out of the carriage. The coachman breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward. Little Jing Kong was dizzy, and when he came back to his senses, he was sitting in a cold and broad embrace. He looked at the ground. It's so high. The man was sitting on a tall horse, wearing a black brocade robe, holding the reins with one hand and the whip with the other. He held little Jing Kong in his arms with the other hand. Little Jing Kong blinked his big eyes and looked at him. Thank you. The man looked at the chicken in his arms and said coldly, It's just a chicken. Don't do that again. It's called Little Chi. Little Jing Kong handed the chicken to the man. Where are your parents? The man asked. Little Jing Kong didn't have parents. He was abandoned in the temple when he was a few months old, but Jiao Jiao had parents. He thought for a while. My parents passed away. Orphan. The man frowned. Little Jing Kong shook his head like a rattledrum. I have a Jiao Jiao. The man asked, Where do you live? Little Jing Kong pointed. There. The man sent little Jing Kong home. Gu Yan and the others were in the backyard, and Gu Jiao was in the front yard. She had just finished plowing the ground and was using the firewood that Gu Xiaoshun chopped to make a fence. She was wearing the clothes that she used to work in the village, and it was very simple. Jiao Jiao. I was almost hit by a horse carriage just now, and this big brother saved me. Little Jing Kong held the man's hand and walked into the yard. Gu Jiao put down the firewood in her hand and raised her sweaty head to look at the man. The man was tall and strong, and his facial features were cold and resolute. His aura was somewhat unapproachable. However, Gu Jiao didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that he looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Chapter 123. The man turned and left after sending little Jing Kong home. Gu Jiao didn't even have time to thank him. Gu Jiao asked little Jing Kong what happened. When she found out that he jumped out to save a chicken, Gu Jiao also felt that he shouldn't have done that. However, Gu Jiao was not in a hurry to express her opinion. Little Jing Kong frowned deeply and said, "Big brother said that I shouldn't have done that. Does Jiao Jiao also think that I did wrong?" Gu Jiao asked him, "What do you think?" Little Jing Kong puffed up his chest and said, "I think I did the right thing. If I was the one in danger, Jiao Jiao would also jump out to save me." "Great, he even used an idiom," Gu Jiao said. "But have you ever thought that maybe little Chi doesn't need you to save it?" "Huh?" Little Jing Kong didn't understand. Gu Jiao explained patiently, "Little Chi is very sensitive and small. A horse's hooves can't step on it easily, but a horse's hooves can easily step on you." Little Jing Kong suddenly realized something. He wasn't as sensitive as a chicken. Little Jing Kong secretly swore that he would practice even more diligently. He wanted to become more agile and protect his chicken. A few days later, Marquis Gu and his entourage arrived at the capital. The bumpy ride for more than a month made the three of them sick. Gu Jinyu had never sat in such a bad carriage. His whole body was so sore that it didn't feel like his own. Yao Shi didn't have any complaints. She was very glad that she sat in this carriage. If it were Jiao Jiao and Yan who had to suffer like this, her heart would ache. "It's been hard on you." Yao Shi held Gu Jinyu's hand and said guiltily. Gu Jinyu said warmly, "I'm fine. My younger brother's health is not good. He definitely won't be able to take such a jolt. I'm very happy that mother gave the carriage to elder sister and younger brother." Yao Shi patted Gu Jinyu's hand. "You're so sensible." Marquis Gu helped Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu off the carriage. The servants in the manor were very happy to see the Marquis and Gu Jinyu, but they could not help but be shocked when they saw Yao Shi next to the Marquis. Yao Shi had lived in the villa for 10 years and had not returned to the manor even once. The male servants guarding the door did not recognize her at all. Marquis Gu said coldly, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and greet madam." The few of them looked at each other in dismay, then stepped forward and saluted in a daze, "Greetings, madam?" "What madam? Did the Marquis have a mistress outside?" Yao Shi had long passed the age where she would feel embarrassed over such a small offense. Also, she had been taking Jiao Jiao medication for the past half a year, so her mood and body were both very good. Marquis Gu brought Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu into the manor. The servants had already sent the news to old Madame Gu's pine crane courtyard. Old Madame Gu had not seen her son for half a year, and was rather worried. She sent someone to call Marquis Gu to Pine Crane Courtyard immediately. Marquis Gu had originally planned to bring Yao Shi to pay respects to the old madam tomorrow, but the old madam had urged him, so he could only change his route halfway to Pine Crane Courtyard. Old Madame Gu was overjoyed to see her son, but when she saw Yao Shi next to her son, old Madame Gu's smile froze. "Why is she back?" Old Madame Gu asked mildly. Gu Jinyu felt awkward for his mother. "Mother?" Marquis Gu glanced at old Madame Gu, indicating that she should not embarrass Yao Shi like this. Old Madame Gu pretended not to see. Yao Shi saluted properly, "Greetings, mother." Gu Jinyu also saluted, "Greetings, grandmother." Old Madame Gu had originally found Gu Jinyu pleasing to the eye, but now that Yao Shi was here, she started to dislike Gu Jinyu as well. Yao Shi lived with Gu Yan at the Hot Springs Villa. Now that Yao Shi had returned, but Gu Yan was nowhere to be seen, old Madame Gu did not even think to ask. Marquis Gu tried to smooth things over. "Mother, your son has been running around and is exhausted. I will come to pay respects to you tomorrow." He did not say that Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu were tired, but only that he was tired. How could old Madame Gu not let her own son rest? This was the reason why old Madame Gu disliked Yao Shi. It was not entirely because Yao Shi did not come from a good family, but more so because as long as Yao Shi was here, her son seemed to be possessed and did not care about anyone. Marquis Gu pretended not to understand old Madame Gu's displeasure. He chuckled and said, "Your son will leave first." He then led Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu out of Pine Crane Courtyard. The three of them had just stepped over the threshold when they bumped into a woman dressed in luxurious clothes and jewels. The woman looked at the three of them, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly bowed and said, "Master, I'm here to greet you." "Madam, Miss." Marquis Gu frowned. Concubine Ling, why are you here? The woman called Concubine Ling smiled and said, I am here to deliver ginseng soup to mother. Did she need to dress up like this to deliver ginseng soup to old madam? Even Gu Jinyu could tell that she was here to stop Marquis Gu. Old Madame Gu's surname was Ling. The former Madame Marquis was old Madame Gu's niece. Concubine Ling was the former Madame Marquis' stepsister, and could be considered old Madame Gu's niece. When Madame Ling died of illness, Marquis Gu married Yao Shi. Old Madame Gu was worried that Marquis Gu would not love his 3 sons with his ex-wife after he had a new lover, so she made the decision to take Concubine Ling as a concubine. Marquis Gu did not like Concubine Ling, but with old Madame Gu's support, Concubine Ling's life in the manor was very good. Especially after Yao Shi moved to the mountain villa with Gu Yan, Concubine Ling was about to become the official madam of the manor. In addition, she was the aunt of the 3 young masters, so the 3 young masters were much closer to her than to Yao Shi. Then go send her off, Marquis Gu said faintly and left with Yao Shi. The next day, Yao Shi said that she was sick and did not go to pay respects to old Madame Gu. Nanny Feng advised Yao Shi, Madam, why do you have to do this? You should be thorough in your etiquette so that people won't gossip. Yao Shi smiled bitterly. No matter how thorough I am, there will always be people who will find fault with me. If I don't go, old madam will not be bothered by it. Marquis Gu and Gu Jinyu went to Pine Crane Courtyard. Hearing that Yao Shi was sick, old Madame Gu snorted coldly. She just doesn't want to see me. Marquis Gu hurriedly said, Look at what you're saying. How could Yao not want to see you? Look, these gifts were all personally prepared by her. She respects you the most in her heart. The gifts were indeed chosen by Yao Shi, and she had put in a lot of effort. However, Yao Shi did not do it for herself. She did it to prevent old Madame Gu from venting her anger on Gu Jinyu. Old Madame Gu pursed her lips. She did not like Yao Shi. It was good that Yao Shi did not come. She would not be annoyed when she saw her. Where's Yan? Old Madame Gu finally asked about Gu Yan. Why didn't he come with you? Marquis Gu did not dare to say that Gu Yan had arrived in the capital long ago. He smiled and said, Yan Er's health is not good. I told him to come slowly. There are doctors accompanying him. Old Madame Gu did not ask further. Marquis Gu said, I'll bring Jinyu into the palace in a moment to pay respects to your ladyship. At the mention of Consort Shu, old Madame Gu looked at Gu Jinyu with more kindness. That's good. Your aunt has been thinking about you for a long time. She sent people to the manor to ask about you several times. Gu Jinyu smiled as if relieved of a burden. Jinyu also misses aunt very much. As they spoke, a servant came to report that the 2nd and 3rd young masters had arrived. Old Madame Gu's face immediately showed unconcealable affection. If one were to ask who old Madame Gu doted on the most, it would be none other than her 3 precious grandsons. Even her own son Marquis Gu did not have as much weight as her grandsons in her heart. Gu Changfeng and Gu Changlin drew the curtain and entered. Grandmother. Father. The 2 cupped their hands and bowed. Gu Jinyu stood up and bowed to her 2 elder brothers. 2nd brother, 3rd brother. Gu Changlin glanced at her indifferently. Gu Changfeng said, No need to be so courteous. His words were polite, but his tone was very distant. Gu Jinyu was used to it. Her brothers did not target her, but her mother. As long as it was her mother's child, her brothers would not like them. Where's your eldest brother? Why don't I see him? Old Madame Gu asked. Gu Changfeng said, Eldest brother came back very late last night. He went to the army camp early in the morning. It was not easy to be the eldest grandson of Marquis Ding and Fu. He was the heir of the Marquis Fu. He shouldered the rise and fall of the Marquis Fu. It was harder than other children. Old Madame Gu's heart ached for her grandson, but she could not really drag him back from the army camp. Marquis Gu saw that it was about time to cut to the chase. He cleared his throat and said to old Madame Gu, Mother, I have something to tell you. What is it? Old Madame Gu looked at him in confusion. Marquis Gu glanced at Gu Jinyu and took a deep breath. He said solemnly, It's about the background of the 2 children. Gu Jiao tidied up the house for a few days and finally fixed up the 2 courtyards. She planted green onions, rapeseed and lettuce in the small vegetable garden. She also planted some peas at little Jingkong's request. The small vegetable garden only took up half of the courtyard on the left side. Gu Jiao was thinking of building a grape trellis on the right side and planting some gourds. Next year, she would plant some grapes and loofah during the sowing season. Xiao Lulang had already received the waist tag of the Imperial College and had also signed little Jingkong up. The Imperial College was also divided into classes. According to their grades and age, they were divided into 4 classes: Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow. Outside of these 4 classes, there was also a very special class that specially recruited talented children. It was somewhat similar to the prodigy class in Gu Jiao's previous life. This class was only opened a few years ago. Xiao Lulang had never attended it when he was young. Gu Jiao stopped cutting vegetables. Wasn't the Imperial College closed for a few years? The elementary school isn't closed? Xiao Lulang added some firewood to the stove. Strictly speaking, the elementary school of the Imperial College does not completely belong to the Imperial College. It is separated from the Imperial College by an alley. When His Majesty closed the Imperial College, he did not mention anything about the elementary school. The elementary school took advantage of this loophole and has been open ever since. The elementary school had been open for a few years. It should be quite experienced in teaching prodigies. Gu Jiao asked, "What's the entrance exam about?" Xiao Lulang said, "Based on the results of the exams in previous years, the main exam is literacy, scripture writing, and arithmetic." Gu Jiao hummed. "There's no problem with these small clearances." Xiao Lulang nodded. However, to be safe, the two of them still spent a lot of money to buy the exam questions from previous years for little Jingkong to do. Little Jingkong's accuracy was very high, but his handwriting was slow and ugly. It was extremely ugly. Thus, Little Clear Sky's daily schedule had an additional item: writing calligraphy. Little Jingkong was not happy. He suspected that his bad brother-in-law was depriving him of the joy of being a child. Xiao Lulang said to him, "Jiao Jiao also practices calligraphy every day. You two can practice together." Little Jingkong happily agreed when he thought about being alone with Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao had not dreamed for a long time. The last time she had a dream was before Xiao Lulang went to the provincial urban and rural examination. It had been 4 months since then. She had almost forgotten that she could dream. However, that night, when she returned to her room after practicing calligraphy with little Jingkong, she soon fell into a strange dream. The reason why it was strange was because the person who appeared in her dream was neither Xiao Lulang nor herself. It was the man who saved little Jingkong, whom she had almost forgotten. The man was wearing green armor and a blood-red cloak. He was sitting on a majestic war horse. When the man passed by a secluded alley, he was ambushed. The assassins were all first-class masters. Even so, they were still no match for the man. Just when the man was about to win, one of the assassins suddenly threw out a child and stabbed the child with his sword. In order to save the child, the man's right arm was cut off by the assassin. The assassin's sword was highly poisonous. Although the man's life was saved, his right arm was crippled. Strictly speaking, this assassination had something to do with little Jingkong. This group of assassins had been secretly watching the man for a long time. They did not dare to make a move until they accidentally saw the man giving birth to a defenseless child. They decided to do the same thing, which led to the subsequent assassination. When Gu Jiao woke up, she had a strange expression on her face. She was getting more and more confused about her dream. Could she dream of people who were not related to her? However, no matter what, he had saved little Jingkong's life. Moreover, the assassination was inspired by him saving little Jingkong. She could not sit back and do nothing. The assassination would take place tomorrow evening. As for the location, she remembered that there was a lucky cloud in near where the man was assassinated. Chapter 124. The novel is updated faster. You can find all the novels that you can't find online. The next morning she found Xiao Lulang and asked him where the Lucky Cloud Tavern was. Xiao Lulang was puzzled. "Where did you hear about the Lucky Cloud Tavern?" Gu Jiao's expression didn't change. "I heard about it when I went to the market yesterday. Isn't the food in that tavern delicious?" Xiao Lulang said seriously, "It's a shady tavern." "Huh. Gu Jiao was surprised. Xiao Lulang explained, on the surface it's an inn, but in reality it's a gambling den. Many people have been fooled there, so don't be fooled. Xiao Lulang firmly believed that Gu Jiao was fooled by someone with ulterior motives. He refused to tell her where the Lucky Cloud Tavern was. Gu Jiao scratched her head and had to think of another way. After breakfast, Xiao Lulang went to find a suitable private school for Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao went to the market with the excuse of buying groceries. She directly hired a carriage and said, "Go to the Lucky Cloud Tavern." The carriage driver said, "The Lucky Cloud Tavern is quite far. Miss, are you in a hurry? If you're not, please wait for a moment. I'll get another customer." "I'm in a hurry," Gu Jiao said. "Then it'll cost 200 copper coins." The carriage driver said. The Lucky Cloud Tavern was on the other side of the capital. His horse was not a good horse. It would take him more than half a day to go there and back, so he might not be able to get another customer. Okay, Gu Jiao agreed. The carriage driver was quite familiar with the capital's terrain, so he chose the nearest road. However, he didn't know what day it was, but there were two important people on the road, so all the people had to avoid them. When Gu Jiao arrived at the Lucky Cloud Tavern, the assassination had already begun. Gu Jiao heard the movement in the alley and jumped off the carriage without saying a word. She went around the other end of the alley. Both sides were in the midst of a fierce battle, and did not notice that a thin and small figure had sneaked behind them. Gu Jiao found the sack hidden in the corner and carried the unconscious child out. Then she found a large stone and put it inside. The assassins were no match for the man. They exchanged glances with each other and were about to start their dirty tricks. One of them picked up the sack with his sword and threw it at the man. The huge sword chi split open the sack and the things hidden inside flew out. The assassins were all dumbfounded. Wasn't it the child's? How did it become a rock? The man was also puzzled. What kind of move was this? Was this the latest bewitching technique? Using stones? The man effortlessly split the rock into two halves. The best time for the assassination had passed. The assassins knew that they had no chance to kill the man today, so they did not continue fighting. After a few feints, they ran away one after another. The man did not chase after them. He put away his sword and was about to get on his horse when his ears suddenly twitched. He looked at the alley warily and asked, "Who is it?" His five senses were too sharp for him to be discovered. Gu Jiao came out from behind the pillar with the unconscious child in her arms. "It's me." The man recognized Gu Jiao. "Why are you here?" Gu Jiao shrugged. The man's gaze fell on the child in her arms. At first glance it looked like the little guy from the other day. However, when he looked closer, he realized that the child had a buzz cut. The child's hair was very long and tied up. Moreover, the child's appearance was not as cute as the little guy from the other day. The man pondered for a moment and thought of the stone that flew out of the sack. He seemed to remember that the assassins were also very surprised at that time. Could it be? The man looked at Gu Jiao and asked suspiciously, "Did you swap the child out?" "Yes." Gu Jiao did not deny it. "I happened to pass by and saw them with a child. So I followed them. Coincidentally, they were fighting with you, so I took the child out." She said it casually, but the man knew that the group of assassins were not ordinary. It was very difficult to follow them without being discovered. He looked at Gu Jiao with even more suspicion. "If I remember correctly, you live near the Imperial College. This place is in the east and the Imperial College is in the west. Why did you pass by here? What are you doing here?" Gu Jiao paused and looked at Shang Yun and not far away. Gambling?" The man was speechless. It was fine if she did not want to tell him. Of course, the man did not know that Gu Jiao came specially to save him. While the two of them were talking, the child's parents caught up with them. My son, the woman burst into tears. Gu Jiao returned the child to her and said, "He took a little knockout drug. It's not a big dose, so he'll be fine. He'll wake up when it's dark." Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." The woman held the child and kowtowed to Gu Jiao. Her husband also knelt down and kowtowed. Gu Jiao looked at the man and said, "You don't have to thank me. Thank him. He was the one who chased the assassins away." The two of them kowtowed to the man again. After the two of them left, the man was about to leave as well. He grabbed the reins of the horse with one hand and held the saddle with the other. Just as he was about to get on the horse, Gu Jiao stopped him. Don't you need to treat your wound? The man's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of vigilance. He drew his sword and pressed it against Gu Jiao's neck. Who are you? How do you know that I'm injured? Even the servants in the residence did not know that he was injured. Gu Jiao did not even look at the sword against her neck. She just calmly glanced at the man's waist and said, You're bleeding. The man lowered his head to look. The clothes around his waist were soaked with blood, and there was a large patch of red. Gu Jiao said, Be careful of losing too much blood. This amount of blood, if it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. He had been fighting for a long time. Gu Jiao looked around. There was no one in the alley. She simply put down the small basket and took out a small medicine box. She said to the man, Lift up your clothes and let me see. The man asked, What do you want to do? Gu Jiao lightly said, I'm going to stop your bleeding. The man knit his brows. Gu Jiao did not want to open the medicine box in front of him. She gave him a look and said, Turn around and lift up your clothes. Are you a doctor? The man asked. Yes, I am. Don't talk nonsense. You fight so well. How can a doctor be so wishy-washy? Gu Jiao realized that the people here were more or less afraid of treatment. Of course, it could also be because they did not trust her enough. The man was a little hesitant. It was not that he did not trust Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was a woman. How could he lift up his clothes in front of a woman? Gu Jiao sighed. If he was not going to do it, then she would. She walked behind the man, took off his armor, and lifted up his shirt. The man did not react at all. It was just stitched up, right? Gu Jiao looked at the wound. It's torn. It needs to be stitched up again. The man's wound was stitched up by the medical officer in the military camp. Few doctors among the people were proficient in this kind of surgery. The man still had some doubts about Gu Jiao's medical skills. But looking at Gu Jiao's serious face, he could not refuse in the end. Gu Jiao said, Turn around. The wound extended from the man's back to his right waist. It was indeed easier to stitch it up if he turned around. The man frowned and turned around. The anesthetic has run out. Gu Jiao did not understand why it had not been replenished until now. Gu Jiao closed the box and waited for a while. She silently repeated the words anesthetic in her mind. But there was still no anesthetic after she opened the box. Gu Jiao said to him, I can only stitch it up for you. Bear with it. The man was stunned. He said to Gu Jiao, Is it an anesthetic? I don't use that. You can stitch it up. Gu Jiao did not explain the difference between local anesthesia and anesthetic. She stitched up his wound carefully. He did not make a sound during the entire process. He was a tough guy. But the two of them did not expect that when she was about to stitch up the wound, an assassin would turn back. The assassin had a bow in his hand. He knocked 5 arrows in a row. The man did not have time to react. He turned around and protected Gu Jiao with his arms. He planned to use his body to take the arrows. He saw Gu Jiao's eyes. They were calm and cold, filled with a flash of killing intent. Gu Jiao pulled out the dagger at his waist. With a sudden swing, she threw it at the assassin's chest. The assassin groaned and fell from the roof. His bow also fell to the ground. The man turned around in disbelief. Gu Jiao calmly squatted down and continued stitching up the man's wound. It's done, Gu Jiao said. The man looked at Gu Jiao in a daze. He was still in a state of great shock. Gu Jiao blinked her eyes and looked at him. She suddenly realized, yes, I almost forgot about this. As she said this, she took out a bottle of medicine that she had concocted and handed it to him. It's better than your medicine. Gu Jiao was not in a blindfolded contest. She had smelled the medicine when she was stitching up his wound. She carefully identified the ingredients and confirmed that it was not as good as her medicine. The man still had a look of disbelief. Was it not over yet? Gu Jiao looked at the assassin not far away. He's not dead. We can still capture him and interrogate him. Or do you want to arrest me? No. The man finally came back to his senses. You were defending yourself. If you want to arrest someone, you should be arresting them. Oh, then I'm leaving. Gu Jiao clapped her hands and carried the small basket on her back. She walked out of the alley with a calm expression. Gu Jiao had given the man too much shock. Even the assassins could not cause a ripple in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, but still urged his horse to catch up with her. I'll send you home. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. The man paused. I also live in the direction of the Imperial College. It's on the way. Up to you. Gu Jiao arrived at Lucky Cloud Inn and got into the carriage that she had hired from the market. The man was actually worried that the assassins had not gone far and had their eyes on Gu Jiao. That was why he offered to send her home. Fortunately, there were no signs of the assassins until they arrived at Gu Jiao's house. They probably did not catch up with her. That was good. He did not want to implicate her. Gu Jiao paid the fare, and the coachman drove the carriage away. The man also left. Goodbye. Gu Jiao nodded. Goodbye. Jiao Jiao. Dear brother. Little Jing Kong saw the two of them through the crack of the door and ran over. He hid his little hands tightly behind his back to prevent Gu Jiao from seeing them. He tilted his head and asked, Jiao Jiao, why did you come back with dear brother? Is dear brother here to visit our house? His behavior reminded the man of Gu Jiao's behavior just now. They were indeed a family. Even their words and actions were so similar. Gu Jiao patted his little head and said, Dear brother is just passing by. Oh. Little Jing Kong thought for a while, moved a step towards the door and said, Then I'll talk to dear brother for a while. Okay. Gu Jiao pretended not to see that he was hiding something in his hands. After Gu Jiao entered the house, the man asked Little Jing Kong, What are you hiding in your hands? Little Jing Kong took out his little hands from behind his back and revealed a small box. He said quietly, Jiao Jiao's birthday is coming soon. I'm preparing a gift for Jiao Jiao. This is the first birthday I'm celebrating with Jiao Jiao. I want to give her a surprise. I'm afraid that she has already seen through your surprise, little guy. Little Jing Kong had a lot to say to the person he liked. He turned into a little loudspeaker again and kept blabbering. The man didn't feel annoyed at all. He only felt that this child was very cute. He was very puzzled. How did a woman who didn't even blink when killing someone raise such a naive and ignorant little guy? She must have protected him very well. He thought. Little Jing Kong's blabbering sounds echoed in his ears. The smell of food wafted from the courtyard. The man felt a trace of home in front of this unfamiliar house for the first time. The man said goodbye to Little Jing Kong and returned to the house. As soon as he stepped through the gate, a clever and delicate manservant rushed over with a hurried expression. Why did you come back so late? In the few days that you weren't in the residence, something big happened in our residence. What happened? The man asked. Sigh. The servant scratched his head and cheeks. He had been holding it in for a few days, but he suddenly didn't know where to start. The man ignored him and entered the house coldly. The servant chased after him. It's about the second madam. She lost the child in the past. The young miss in our house isn't the master's flesh and blood. The real young miss is outside and refuses to come back. I heard she grew up in the countryside. She's timid and hasn't seen the world. She doesn't dare to come to the house. The matter of Gu Jiao and Gu Yan coming to the capital couldn't be covered up. Both of them refused to return to the house, so there were many guesses in the house. The servant sighed. After so long, it turns out that the master doted on the wrong person. She's not your biological sister. Gu Chongqing's eyes were cold. I don't have a sister. I only have two younger brothers. Gu Chongqing wouldn't recognize Yao Shi. He also wouldn't recognize the two children that Yao Shi had with his father. Chapter 125. Gu Chongqing's body was injured. After returning to the manor, he did not alarm anyone. First, he had a servant call the manor doctor to his courtyard. The manor doctor was already accustomed to Gu Chongqing's injuries. The heir was a person who did not care for his life. It would be abnormal if he didn't have some injuries when he came back. However, after examining the condition of the wound, the manor doctor was shocked. Heir, may I ask who stitched it up for you? Gu Chongqing asked. What is it? The military camp doctor stitched it up once and the doctor outside stitched it up once. Is there a problem? The manor doctor said. No, it was stitched up very well. I have never seen anyone who could treat a torn wound so well. Which doctor was it? Hearing the manor doctor say this, Gu Chongqing had an idea. You can withdraw. Don't spread the news of my injuries. This small one understands. He had been the manor doctor for a few days and understood this heir's habits. He did not like to make a big fuss and cause the entire manor to panic. After the manor doctor withdrew, the servant brought over a basin of hot water and a set of clean clothes. Earlier, in order to not attract attention, he had used a cloak to cover the wound. Now even the cloak was stained with blood. The servant helped Gu Chongqing take off his clothes while muttering, "Heir, how did you get injured this time? Ever since you were transferred to General Ran's command, you have been injured more than before. Is General Ran especially scary? How can there be no injuries when practicing martial arts? General Ran's rule is strict. This is a good thing. It is Zhao country's fortune. Don't say these words again in the future." "Oh," the servant muffled a response. He put the blood-stained cloak into the basket and began to take off his outer and inner robes. "That's right, heir. Did you call the manor doctor over because you were worried? In the past, after you were treated in the military camp, you would not let the manor doctor see you a second time. Since you were worried about that person's medical skills, why did you let him treat you?" "That's right, why did he let her treat him?" Gu Chongqing couldn't answer either. She did not look very old and seemed to be about the same age as Gu Jinyu. It would be good if a girl of her age did not cry out in fright when she saw such a hideous injury, but she could still calmly stitch it up for him. Not only that, she had also killed an assassin. After killing him, she continued to stitch him up as if nothing had happened. He had lived for 20 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange woman. His small body seemed to contain a great amount of power. "Your Highness, concubine Ling wants to see you," a maid outside the door reported. The manservant looked at him and said, "Your Highness is injured. Why don't I go and help her?" "No need." Gu Chongqing changed into clean clothes and went to the flower hall to see concubine Ling. Concubine Ling was Madame Little Ling's younger sister. She did not look much like Madame Little Ling. She was more beautiful than Madame Little Ling, but unfortunately, neither she nor Madame Little Ling could compare to Madame Yao. Perhaps it was not only because concubine Ling had the same bloodline as Madame Little Ling, but also because concubine Ling had some of Madame Little Ling's desolation back then. Gu Chongqing was still polite to her. Gu Chongqing said, "It's so late. Concubine Ling, haven't you slept yet?" Concubine Ling smiled, "I'm old now. I don't always feel sleepy like when I was young. It's enough to sleep for 6 to 4 hours a day. These days you always go out early and come back late. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I wanted to come and see you." Gu Chongqing said, "I've made you worry." Concubine Ling said earnestly, "Don't be too tired. You still have to take care of your body. There will be a long way to go in the manor, but you can't let anything happen to your body." "I know." Although he said so, Gu Chongqing didn't dare to forget the old duke's instructions before he left. He was the eldest grandson and also the eldest brother. He had the old madam, younger brothers and sisters, and the manor's 100 years of history. He had to support the entire manor even if he had to kneel. After the greetings, concubine Ling didn't have the intention to leave. Gu Chongqing asked, "Is there anything else, concubine Ling?" Concubine Ling twirled the handkerchief in her hand and smiled embarrassedly. "It's like this. Madam has returned to the manor. You must have heard about her." Gu Chongqing looked at concubine Ling. "Concubine Ling, are you talking about the 2 children being swapped?" Concubine Ling was slightly stunned, "You know?" Gu Chongqing said, "I just found out." Concubine Ling glanced at the manservant standing behind Gu Chongqing and understood. She said, "Although Jinyu isn't your father's biological child, she has been raised in our manor for many years. We have developed feelings for her. If we send her away, not only will your father and madam be reluctant, even the old madam will be reluctant." Gu Chongqing didn't think much about this matter. He didn't care, so he didn't fuss about it. Concubine Ling smiled warmly. "Jinyu's birthday is coming soon. Do you need me to prepare a birthday gift for her?" Gu Chongqing said. "Concubine Ling, just arrange it like in the past." Although he didn't recognize Gu Jinyu as his sister, he wouldn't deliberately embarrass her. He didn't have the hobby of bullying a young girl. Concubine Ling continued, Yen-er also came to the capital. As for Yen-er and that child, should we also send a birthday gift to each of them? Gu Yan moved to the villa before she was 4 years old. They hadn't seen each other for 10 years. Gu Chongqing actually couldn't remember what Gu Yan looked like. He nodded. If you can send it, then send it together. It was just a matter of face. Concubine Ling smiled. Okay, I'll prepare the gift for your father and let him bring it over. Gu Chongqing didn't have any objections. Concubine Ling, you can make the decision for such a small matter. Concubine Ling reminded him to take care of his body before leaving. Gu Chongqing knew how badly injured he was. The pain wouldn't go away for 3 to 5 days. However, he slept for a night. When he woke up the next day, he didn't feel much pain. He applied some of the medicine that Gu Jiao gave him. It was cool and the pain in his wound lessened. Gu Chongqing felt that it was very magical. Where did that girl's medical skills come from? She was actually better than the medical officer in the military camp. There was no training for the next 2 days, but Gu Chongqing still decided to go to the military camp. When he passed by Chuehua Pavilion, he happened to bump into Gu Jinyu accompanying Yao Shi for a walk in the garden. He saw the other, and the other also saw him. The scene was slightly awkward. When Yao Shi had first married into the Marquis Fu, Gu Chongqing hadn't even been 10 years old. He was a half-grown brat, and he had just lost his mother. His heart was filled with resentment and he had spoken ill of Yao Shi many times. He had even threatened to chase Yao Shi out. In this Fu, if there was him, there would be no Yao Shi. If there was Yao Shi, there would be no him. He had even complained about Yao Shi in front of his grandfather and grandmother. Now that he was older, he would not be as insensible as he had been when he was young. However, he would not call Yao Shi mother. Not in this lifetime. Yao Shi nodded from afar. He also raised his hands in a faint greeting. They greeted each other politely and distantly. Logically, this awkward encounter should have ended. But Gu Jinyu suddenly walked down the pavilion and came in front of Gu Chongqing. He curtsied and said, "Eldest brother, good morning." "Good morning." Gu Chongqing's expression was indifferent. Gu Jinyu didn't seem to care. He raised a sweet smile and said, "Eldest brother, it will be my birthday in a few days. Will eldest brother return to the Fu on that day?" Without waiting for Gu Chongqing to speak, Gu Jinyu continued. "Nyang Nyang said that she will also come. I hope that eldest brother will also come." Facing those eyes that were smiling but could not hide their unease, Gu Chongqing did not reject him as thoroughly as he usually did. "I will return when I have time." Gu Jinyu smiled. "Many thanks, eldest brother." Gu Chongqing said coldly, "Don't thank me too early. I might not have time." With that, he brushed past Gu Jinyu and left without looking back. Gu Jinyu thought to herself, it seemed that not being mother's child made eldest brother less angry at her. Before returning to the capital, she had worried that she would be looked down upon by the world after her identity was exposed. In the end, this was not the case. Imperial concubine Shu liked her because of her talent. Old Madam liked her because Imperial concubine Shu also liked her. What did it matter if she was father's flesh and blood? Once she became a county princess and had eldest brother's love, who would dare to look down on her in the future? Oh right, there was also Royal Prince N. Last time when she entered the palace, she was so focused on solving problems for the 5th prince that she forgot to mention Royal Prince N. This coming-of-age banquet was a great opportunity to meet Royal Prince N. After taking a walk, Gu Jinyu found Marquis Gu and told him her thoughts. Marquis Gu was shocked. "What? Send an invitation to Royal Prince N? That's not appropriate, right? We are not familiar with Royal Prince N." He did not dare to rush to establish a relationship with Royal Prince N just because he had taken in Royal Prince N and his sister for a few nights. Putting aside the interests between the major powers, Royal Prince N alone was not someone he could establish a relationship with. The old Marquis might have some face. After all, the old Marquis had military achievements. But he was not his father. Gu Jinyu said confidently, "Father, trust me. The royal prince will definitely come." Marquis Gu could not resist his daughter's coaxing. In a moment of impulse, he sent the invitation to Royal Prince N. Chapter 126. The newest chapter of this book is not finished. That night, and Junwang received an invitation from Marquis Ding and Fu. Ever since Junwang ended his life as a hostage in the country of Chan and returned to the capital, he kept a low profile. Other than studying for the imperial exams, he did not interact with anyone. Everyone in the capital knew this in Junwang's personality. Normally, they would not take the initiative to interact with him. Thus, looking at the invitation in his hand, Junwang was surprised. In order to not appear rude, Marquis Gu's invitation was for Junwang and Zhuang Mengdai. Junwang was surprised, but seeing Zhuang Mengdai's name, he was not surprised. Marquis Gu really raised a restless daughter. He did not need to think to guess that it was done by Gu Jinyu, who had swapped places. However, Junwang did not expect that Gu Jinyu had misunderstood his words, causing Gu Jinyu to have thoughts that she should not have. He only thought that she was trying to win over Zhuang Mengdai, and used Zhuang Mengdai to invite him to the Fu to bask in his glory. He sneered and threw the invitation on the table. Wu Yang asked, Junwang, what is Ding and Fu thinking? Why did they send you and young Miss Kai Dai an invitation? The relationship between the two parties was a bit complicated. Last time at the villa was an accident. It was late and there were no ones nearby. He could not see at night and was afraid that his illness would be exposed, so he stayed at Ding and Fu's villa. However, behind Ding and Fu was Imperial Concubine Shu. Behind Imperial Concubine Shu was the Emperor. They were too close to the Zhuang family. Were they not afraid of causing the Emperor's suspicions? Junwang sneered. If someone really asks, it's just a relationship between two young girls. It can't be considered a faction. Wu Yang curled his lips in disdain. Don't go to this kind of Fu's banquet. When the old Marquis was on the throne, he did not have the right to have relations with our Zhuang family, much less now. Junwang faintly said, Don't look down on Marquis Ding and Fu. The old Marquis had outstanding military service in the past, but suddenly had his military power taken away by His Majesty. He even had to hand over the loyalists that he had secretly trained. Do you think it's really like this? Isn't it? Wu Yang asked. Royal Prince narrowed his eyes. I've always suspected that the old Marquis had severed ties with His Majesty on the surface, but in reality, he took the opportunity to leave the capital to secretly cultivate troops for His Majesty. If Xianping Marquis Fu is the open spear in Your Majesty's hand, then Ding and Marquis Fu is the hidden arrow behind Your Majesty. Wu Yang expressed his doubts, but no matter how I look at Marquis Gu, he doesn't look like someone who can achieve great things. How long can old Marquis hold on by himself? Isn't Your Majesty making the wrong bet? Royal Prince An's gaze was deep. Marquis Gu can't, but Gu Chongqing can. Wu Yang, this... Royal Prince An did not continue this topic. Instead he asked, Miss Gu's birthday is also on the same day, right? Wu Yang naturally understood that the Miss Gu his master was referring to was not Gu Jinyu. He said it should be. There's also young Master Gu. Royal Prince An nodded. Have you found out where they are staying in the capital? Wu Yang said, I've heard about it. Miss Gu's husband went to the Imperial College to register and left his address. But what? Royal Prince An asked. Wu Yang said, that residence was the one that Royal Prince wanted to buy. Unfortunately, it was bought by someone for 10 times the price. Royal Prince An had a bit of an impression. You're talking about the residence that is very close to the Imperial College and has 2 large courtyards? That's right. Wu Yang nodded. Royal Prince An was confused. How did they get into that residence? Wu Yang said, I heard that Miss Gu's husband rented it for 30 taels of silver every month. Royal Prince An was even more confused. Only 30 taels? 30 taels was not a small amount. But if one knew that the residence was bought for 10 times the price, they would feel that the rent was not worth mentioning. All of the residences in the alley were very close to the Imperial College, but only that residence had the largest courtyard. It was very suitable for people with small children. She just happened to have a 3-year-old little brother. But how did they rent it? Maybe it's good luck. What Wu Yang really wanted to say was that the person who bought the residence was an idiot. Spending so much money to buy a residence in the Imperial College just to rent it out? Royal Prince An shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to look into this. It's not bad for them to live there. There are students from the Imperial College nearby. No one will recognize the Empress Dowager. There's one more thing, Wu Yang said. What is it? Royal Prince asked. Wu Yang said with a strange expression, Does Royal Prince still remember the recommendation quota for the county? This subordinate asked around. Miss Gu's husband got 2 first places in the county exam. His total score is first in the county. Royal Prince said, I know about this. It's because his grades are good enough that I persuaded grandfather to think of a way to reopen the Imperial College. This way his entire family can enter the college. The Empress Dowager can also enter the capital without attracting attention. Is there a problem? Wu Yang said with a puzzled expression. The recommendation quota for the county wasn't his. He got in himself. Royal Prince gave a puzzled sound. It was unknown if he was more surprised that the other party got first place in the provincial exam or more surprised about the quota. Who was the quota given to? He asked. Wu Yang said. It was given to a friend of his called Feng Lin. This subordinate has checked. This Feng Lin has no background. He ranked 17 in the provincial exam. The provincial exam was taken in Song County. He didn't even get into the Imperial College. I don't know how he got the recommendation quota for the Imperial College. Royal Prince sneered. It's enough to bribe the county magistrate. Wu Yang frowned. But the quota for the Imperial College is handed in first. The results of the provincial exam will come out later. Could it be that Xiao Lulang was confident that he could get first place before the results came out, so he bribed the county magistrate in advance and gave the quota that should have belonged to him to his good friend? Isn't this too outrageous? It was indeed outrageous. After all, even Royal Prince didn't dare to make such a risky move. But Royal Prince didn't believe that there was a hidden reason. After all, Wu Yang had also checked Xiao Lulang's background. He was an orphan from outside the city. He lost his father when he was young. His mother raised him and his older brother, but died with his older brother. In the end, he was the only one left. He fainted at the entrance of the village and was saved by Gu Jiao. After they got married, he was registered in the village. He was appreciated by Principal Li. Principal Li even unilaterally announced that he was his direct disciple. He didn't say anything, but it was true that after he became Principal Li's disciple, his results improved by leaps and bounds. He was originally at the bottom of the class. Who would have thought that in less than a year, he would soar to the sky and become the provincial capital's top scorer? Royal Prince smiled faintly. Back then, Principal Li and my fourth uncle were listed as the capital's 4 great talents. My fourth uncle had always been unconvinced. Why is Principal Li ranked higher than him? Now we have an answer. Was it really Principal Li's credit? Why did Wu Yang feel that top scorer Xiao was the one who wasn't simple? But Wu Yang didn't say these words. He knew his royal prince's personality. He was resourceful and far-sighted. But at the same time he thought highly of himself. He didn't think that anyone in the world could be smarter than him. In the blink of an eye, it was the 18th of October. The autumn air was crisp and the clouds were light. The manor was busy even before the sun rose. Today was not only Gu Jinyu's birthday, but also her coming-of-age ceremony. Marquis Gu's original intention was for Gu Jiao and Gu Yan to return to the manor to celebrate their birthday. But the siblings heartlessly rejected him. Gu Jiao didn't return because she didn't think of herself as part of the Marquis's manor. Gu Yan didn't return because there weren't many people in the manor who truly welcomed him. His grandmother only had 3 older brothers in her heart. He was sickly and had bad luck. Ever since he was young, his grandmother didn't like him. As for his 3 older brothers, when he was young, he naively thought that they were really his older brothers. After being beaten a few times, he understood that they would never be a family. Gu Jinyu's background was only known to the masters and a few trusted servants in the manor. Outsiders didn't know that Gu Jinyu was the wrong daughter, nor did they know that Madame Yao and her children had returned to the capital. They just thought that it was the same as the previous years, that Gu Jinyu was the only daughter celebrating her birthday, so they didn't suspect anything. Madame Yao had given her present to Gu Jinyu last night. Early in the morning, she had gone to the Imperial College to celebrate the twins' birthday. Gu Jinyu couldn't care less about her disappointment, because she had too many surprises today. Consort Shu couldn't come to the Marquis's manor because something had happened at the last minute in the palace. She had asked the fifth prince to come in her place. The fifth prince even brought the emperor's imperial edict, officially conferring her the title of county princess with the title of Hui. This was the Marquise Manor's first county princess. Everyone felt honored. Old Madame Gu also felt honored and knelt down to thank the emperor for his grace. Grandmother. Gu Jinyu helped Old Madame Gu up. Old Madame Gu patted her hand in relief, her eyes full of affection. I knew you were capable. His Majesty has conferred you the title of County Princess Hui. The word Hui shows how much His Majesty appreciates you. She was praising Gu Jinyu for her intelligence. Gu Jinyu bowed and said, It's all thanks to grandmother's good teachings. I've been under grandmother's influence since I was young. It's all thanks to grandmother that I have the knowledge I have today. Grandmother didn't favor one over the other just because I'm a girl. She hired so many outstanding tutors for me. Without grandmother, Jinyu wouldn't have the title of county princess. Old Madame Gu was overjoyed when she heard this. Old Madame Gu did dote on Gu Jinyu, but she couldn't compare to her 3 grandsons. The tutors were all hired by Marquis Gu. Old Madame Gu just didn't object. However, Gu Jinyu was willing to give her all the credit, which showed her filial piety. She wasn't like that wild girl who grew up in the countryside. She had been in the capital for so long but didn't even kowtow to her. It was a pity that she wasn't her biological daughter. They were separated by a layer. Congratulations, old madam. Congratulations, county princess. Concubine Ling presented her carefully prepared gift. Gu Jinyu didn't like Concubine Ling, but she knew that old madam liked Concubine Ling. She wouldn't disrespect old madam. She personally took Concubine Ling's gift. Thank you, Concubine Ling. Concubine Ling took out another gift. Your eldest brother prepared this for you. He can't leave the military camp, so he asked me to send this to you first. Gu Jinyu knew that this was actually prepared by Concubine Ling. She wasn't disappointed. She couldn't eat everything in one go. Her eldest brother's change in attitude towards her would take time. She already saw the signs. She believed that in time, her eldest brother would definitely accept her from the bottom of his heart. Gu Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony was very grand. Many influential officials in the capital came. Even the Minister of Education of the Imperial College came. The Minister of Education was an official position second only to the Chancellor in the Imperial College. There were 2 ministers, 1 minister and 1 deputy. The one who came was the Minister of Education, Lord Zheng. The young Chancellor had passed away and the old Chancellor had resigned and left the capital. Everyone in the capital was saying that this Lord Zheng would be the next Chancellor of the Imperial College. Gu Jinyu felt extremely honored. All the grievances she had suffered in the villa for half a year had all disappeared. She indeed belonged in the capital. The capital was her place. Here she could shine. If Minister of Education Zheng's arrival made Gu Jinyu feel extremely honored, then the next person would make the entire Marquis' residence feel extremely honored. The person who came was the Crown Princess's trusted aide. The Crown Princess had sent Gu Jinyu her coming-of-age gift. Gu Jinyu simply didn't know what to say. The Crown Princess was the future Empress. Her status was second only to the Empress and the Crown Prince. Even Consort Shu didn't dare to put on airs in front of her. Such a powerful person actually sent someone to attend her coming-of-age ceremony? Gu Jinyu was overwhelmed by the favor. The eunuch smiled and said, Congratulations, County Princess Hui. The Crown Princess said that if County Princess Hui is free, you can visit the Eastern Palace and play chess with her to relieve your boredom. Yes, Gu Jinyu respectfully replied. The eunuch waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and smiled. It's getting late. The Crown Princess is still waiting for me to report back. I'll send you off. Please wait, County Princess Hui. After the eunuch left, old Madame Gu and Marquis Gu both felt that this was unreal. In one night, they even had dealings with the Crown Princess? It might be an exaggeration to say that they had dealings. The Crown Princess had most likely sent a congratulatory gift on account of His Majesty. But no matter what, this was enough for them to be prominent in the capital for a while. Jinyu didn't disappoint grandmother. Old Madame Gu's last bit of resentment that Gu Jinyu wasn't her biological granddaughter disappeared. So what if she wasn't her biological granddaughter? Anyone who walked out of the Marquis's residence would represent the Marquis's residence in the future. Chapter 127. Marquis Ding and Manor was not too far from the directorate, so Yao Shi arrived very early. Gu Jiao had just finished washing up when she heard a knock on the door. She opened it and saw that it was Yao Shi. She could not help but be stunned. Yao Shi gently smiled and said, "I didn't disturb you, right?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "I didn't. I'm already up." Yao Shi smiled and said, "You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I brought steamed buns and brown sugar steamed buns." The manor was preparing for Gu Jinyu's banquet. Yao Shi had bought breakfast on the way. It was from a famous steamed bun shop in the capital. "Come in." Gu Jiao invited Yao Shi into the yard. Xiao Lulang had also gotten up and was drawing water from the well. Yao Shi and Xiao Lulang had met a few times in the countryside. Unlike Marquis Gu's pickiness, Yao Shi was very satisfied with Xiao Lulang. He was handsome. This was important. He also studied well and was diligent. Originally, because they had not consummated their marriage, Yao Shi was worried about the relationship between the two. But after observing a few times, she found that the two were getting along very well. It was just that they had not been enlightened. "Madame Gu." Xiao Lulang politely greeted Yao Shi. Gu Jiao called Yao Shi Madame Gu. Xiao Lulang also called her this. Yao Shi did not care about the title and happily gave it to Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao wanted to go to the kitchen to make porridge for the family, but she was rejected by Yao Shi. Yao Shi would let her do anything else, but today was her and Gu Yan's birthday. Yao Shi would not let her do anything. Yao Shi would occasionally make some pastries in the manor, so she was quite familiar with the kitchen. She first made the morning porridge and then began to prepare the next two meals. She sent Granny Fong to buy groceries. What to buy and how much to buy were all written down on the list. This was the first birthday that Yao Shi was celebrating for her daughter. She had prepared for a long time and had even practiced the dishes. Yao Shi was still very popular in the family. Even the strange-tempered matriarch had been won over by her pastries. With her coming, everyone was quite happy. Gu Yan had nothing to do after breakfast, so he went to pick the corn cobs. However, he was stopped by little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong took the corn cob and raised his little hand to stop her. He said sternly, "Today is your birthday too. You don't have to do anything. I won't quarrel with you and let you have a day." Yao Shi made a table full of delicious dishes. Not only did she take care of Gu Jiao and Gu Yan's taste, she also took care of everyone else's. Gu Xiaoshun stared at the dishes that she could barely put down. She was so shocked that she was speechless. Was this the new year? Why are there so many good dishes? Braised pig trotters with soybeans. Gu Xiaoshun's saliva immediately flowed down. This was his favorite dish. The pig trotters were shiny and oily. When you poked them with chopsticks, the skin was still springy. Gu Xiaoshun felt that he couldn't take it anymore. The pig trotters were first braised and then stewed in a clay pot. They were sticky and melted in the mouth. Xiao Lulang loved to eat fish, so Yao Shi made delicious crucian carp soup. The matriarch liked sweet things, so Yao Shi made brown sugar glutinous rice cake and only used half of the sugar. There was also a vegetarian meal for little Jing Kong. Yao Shi didn't forget to put it in little Jing Kong's exclusive small exquisite bowl. She had asked Gu Yan about these things. She remembered them one by one and prepared them carefully. This was also one of the reasons why everyone liked Yao Shi. She was always able to take care of people without making a sound. In addition to these dishes, Yao Shi also made a bowl of longevity noodles for the siblings. There were no extra ingredients for the longevity noodles. She only added a few green onions and drizzled a few drops of sesame oil. However, Gu Jiao felt that this bowl of longevity noodles was better than other noodles. There was an indescribable taste that warmed her heart and made her nose sour. She couldn't tell if this was her own feeling or Gu Yan's. After eating, everyone began to give Gu Jiao gifts. The first to give was little Jing Kong. He was the youngest and the most eager. He gave Gu Jiao and Gu Yan a small house made of clay. It was made of clay. After he made it, he asked his bad brother-in-law to help him roast it in the stove. Actually, he remembered that the small house he made didn't look like this. He didn't know why it changed shape after he roasted it. The truth was that he made it too ugly. Xiao Lulang couldn't stand it and secretly repaired it for him. It looked better. The door of the small house could be opened. There was also a small wooden figure inside. He asked Gu Xiaoshan to help him carve it. Gu Yan lived in Gu Yan's house. Gu Jiao lived in Gu Jiao's house. However, when Gu Yan opened the door of the small house, he was dumbfounded. "Why are you in my sister's house?" Little Jing Kong. I've been discovered." "That's right." The scheming monk Little Jing Kong secretly asked Gu Xiaoshan to make a small wooden figure and secretly put it in Jiao Jiao's house. This way he could be with Jiao Jiao every day. Gu Yan wasn't happy. He asked Little Jing Kong to move out of Gu Jiao's house. Little Jing Kong refused. He even said sternly, "This is Jiao Jiao's gift. You can't destroy Jiao Jiao's things." "Fine, I won't destroy it. I'll move in." In the end, the three wooden figures, Gu Jiao, Gu Yan, and Little Jing Kong, all moved into Gu Jiao's small house. Gu Yan's small house was empty. Gu Xiaoshan gave 2 Buddhist scriptures that he carved himself. In exchange for helping him carve the wooden figures, Little Jing Kong took out his attire, put on the prayer beads, put on the monk's robe, took out a small wooden fish, and performed a ritual for the Buddhist scriptures sincerely. So these were Buddhist scriptures that had been blessed. Gu Jiao flipped through the Buddhist scriptures in his hands. He was in disbelief. Gu Xiaoshan was the most worry-free child in the family. However, because of this he was easily neglected by his family. Gu Jiao didn't know that he could learn so many words in just a few months. Many of them were rare words. "Can you read all of them?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes, I can." Gu Xiaoshan nodded. Brother-in-law said that if he didn't know how to read them, he wouldn't know how to answer if someone asked him what he carved. Therefore, even though it was very difficult, he still tried his best to remember these words, including their meaning. Gu Xiaoshan saw Gu Jiao's thoughtful expression. He scratched his head. "Sister, do you not like it?" Gu Jiao looked up and smiled. "I like it. I like it very much." Gu Yan gave Gu Jiao a bracelet. He had bought it with his hard-earned money. From the moment he refused to move back to the Lord Protector's mansion, his father cut off his monthly allowance. Gu Jiao gave him pocket money every month. However, Gu Jiao gave him money to buy a gift for Gu Jiao. He always felt that something was wrong. Therefore, he decided to earn it himself. He didn't have any work to do at his great-aunt's place. He didn't know how to copy books at his brother-in-law's place. He also didn't know how to carve at Gu Xiaoshuan's place. After thinking about it, he decided on Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong had a monthly rent of 30 taels of silver. His family was definitely a small local tycoon. Gu Yan's process of earning money was like this. Every day, he fed the chickens in Little Jing Kong 5 copper coins. Every day, he took the chickens in Little Jing Kong 5 copper coins. Every day he cleaned the chicken poop 5 copper coins. Every day, he praised Little Jing Kong in fancy ways 10 copper coins. He worked for a total of 10 days and earned 250 copper coins. He originally liked a pair of pearl hair clips, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough copper coins. Therefore, he settled for the next best thing and bought a bracelet. The bracelet was strung with jade stones. Any stone in Gu Yan's house was worth more than these jade stones. However, he didn't earn them himself. Gu Jiao put on the bracelet. It looked very nice. Gu Jiao also prepared a gift for Gu Yan. Gu Yan didn't open it in front of everyone. He wanted to go back to his room and open it secretly. Little Jing Kong was very curious. He really wanted to know what Jiao Jiao gave Gu Yan. "Great-aunt, where's your gift?" Gu Yan asked. "I didn't." The old lady turned her face away. Gu Yan muttered, "I clearly saw it. You secretly did it every day." Gu Jiao looked at the old lady. The old lady reluctantly took out a pouch and put it on the table. Then she looked up at the sky and ignored everyone. "I did it blindly." Gu Jiao picked up the pouch. Little Jing Kong came over to take a look and said in surprise, "Wow. Great-aunt. You know how to embroider ducks." "What ducks?" "Those are mandarin ducks. One is your sister. The other is your brother-in-law. There are also a few duck eggs." "No, it's mandarin duck eggs. Look at how this little stinky monk led her astray." The Empress Dowager was a beauty when she was young. The Zhuang family was very powerful. She didn't need to be virtuous. It was enough for her to be beautiful in the harem. Later, the Empress Dowager realized that beauty wasn't necessary. After all, the emperor was blind. Therefore, the Empress Dowager really didn't know how to embroider. The Empress Dowager didn't directly embroider mandarin ducks into duck eggs. It was the result of her secretly sewing many pouches. Gu Jiao's pouch was indeed shabby. It should be replaced. The old lady looked like she didn't care about what was happening outside, but she was very meticulous. Gu Jiao smiled slightly. Thank you, Great. Although the old lady's pouch didn't look good, it was very practical. It was divided into several layers. It could separate banknotes, silver pieces, copper coins, and small items. In addition, it was inlaid with a special sewing layer. How could a normal person think so carefully? This was the Empress Dowager's love for Gu Jiao. It was also the Empress Dowager's excellence. Yao Shi made 2 sets of clothes for the 2 children. After coming to the capital, Gu Jiao didn't need to go up the mountain to chop firewood. Yao Shi made a set of clothes for her to work at home. The other set was the same as the noble ladies in the capital. It was an elegant and beautiful dress. There was also a box of gifts prepared for Marquis Gu and the older brother in the Fu. The 2 of them didn't open it. Finally, there was Xiao Liulong's gift. Everyone was looking forward to it. He never gave pen or paper. The whole family knew what he would give this time. It couldn't be a copybook, right? Then Xiao Liulang took out a brocade box. Under everyone's impatient gaze, Gu Jiao opened the box. It turned out to be a stack of copybooks. Gu Jiao. Everyone. However, it didn't seem to be a normal copybook. Each copybook was a poem. Gu Jiao felt that these poems were very well written. Although she didn't understand what they meant. Gu Jiao patiently flipped through each copybook. Xiao Liulang didn't expect that she would flip through the copybooks in front of everyone. His expression inexplicably became nervous. Gu Jiao flipped to the end and found an unexpected surprise. This box was specially made. At the bottom there was a white magnolia hairpin. Oh! Gu Jiao's eyes widened. This iron-like man finally knew to give her a hairpin? What Gu Jiao didn't know was that this hairpin was also called a hairpin ceremony. When a woman of Zhao country reached the age of 15, the elders in the family would hold her hair and give her a hairpin ceremony. This meant that the woman had reached adulthood and was of marriageable age. Of course, if the woman got married before she reached the age of 15, she would have a hairpin ceremony on the day of her marriage. This also meant that she had reached adulthood. When Gu Jiao got married, she didn't have a hairpin ceremony. Gu Jiao wouldn't spend so much effort on a fool, but Xiao Liulang still had an impression of it. When Yao Shi saw the hairpin that her son-in-law gave to her daughter, she instantly understood what was going on. She originally thought that her daughter had already had a hairpin ceremony, so she thought that today was just a normal birthday. Her son-in-law was very considerate. Gu Jiao finally understood why this guy didn't give her a hairpin. It turned out that hairpins were really troublesome. Since she hadn't had a hairpin ceremony, she couldn't use a hairpin. Yao Shi's eyes immediately turned red. Jiao Jiao, I'll comb your hair. Yao Shi and the matriarch combed Gu Jiao's hair. Under everyone's witness, Gu Jiao completed her hairpin ceremony. The moon was in the sky. The bustling streets were left behind by the horses. Gu Chongqing rode the horse to a quiet alley. He dismounted and led the horse into the alley. Unknowingly, he arrived in front of a familiar courtyard. The courtyard's door was half open. From time to time, the laughter of women and children could be heard. It was accompanied by the voices of young men. It was a joyous atmosphere. Gu Chongqing paused at the door for a while. In the end, he didn't go in. He turned around and was about to get on the horse, but suddenly little Jing Kong ran over. His small body squeezed through the gap in the door. "De Gige, is it you?" Gu Chongqing turned around and looked at him. "It's me." "Jing Kong, who is it?" Yao Shi opened the half-closed door and saw Gu Chongqing outside. Her smile froze. Gu Chongqing was very surprised to see Yao Shi here. He was even more surprised by Yao Shi's unguarded smile. Although it quickly froze, he still saw it. He never knew that the depressed Yao Shi could be so happy. She was smiling like a child. "You?" Yao Shi wanted to say something but stopped. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Chongqing, then looked at Yao Shi and asked, "Benefactor Yao, do you know each other?" "Benefactor? Most people wouldn't call him that." Gu Chongqing looked at him strangely. "Are you a monk?" Little Jing Kong explained seriously. I was a monk before I came down the mountain. I'm not anymore. Benefactor Yao is a pilgrim of our temple. I see her often. I'm very familiar with her. De Gige, are you also here to celebrate Jiao Jiao's birthday? Little Jing Kong said it based on his identity. But in Gu Chongqing's ears, he thought that Yao Shi and the little monk's family were just old friends. It was really a coincidence that he and his stepmother knew the same friend. Gu Chongqing said seriously, "No, I'm just passing by. Do you like birds?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. Yes. Gu Chongqing handed him a birdcage covered with a cloth hanging from the saddle. "This is for you." After saying that, he got on the horse and left without looking back. Little Jing Kong looked at the back of the horse and waved his little hand. "Thank you, De Gige." Chapter 128. Novels that cannot be found on the internet will be available here. Yao Shi lifted the cloth of the birdcage to take a look. There was actually an eagle chick inside. Yao Shi asked Little Jing Kong how he knew that big brother. Little Jing Kong told her how he was saved. "I went to save Little Chi and was almost hit by a carriage. It was Big Brother who saved me. Big Brother is so amazing." As he spoke, his eyes were full of admiration for Gu Chongqing. Yao Shi and Gu Chongqing had not lived together for 10 years. Her impression of Gu Chongqing was still from before he was 11 years old. At that time, Gu Chongqing believed someone's slanderous words and believed that Yao Shi killed his mother. Gu Chongqing did his best to oppose Yao Shi. His gaze towards Yao Shi was full of hatred. He also did not treat Gu Yan well. At first, Gu Yan did not understand and often went to find his 3 brothers. In the end, he always came back with bruises all over his body. Every time Marquis Gu found out, he would beat his 3 sons. But after the beating, someone would report it to the old madam. The ones who suffered losses were Yao Shi and Gu Yan. Yao Shi knew that Gu Chongqing did not beat Gu Yan, but he also did not save Gu Yan from his 2 brothers' evil clutches like how he saved Little Jing Kong. Yao Shi's heart was sour. He could be kind to strangers, but why couldn't he be kind to Gu Yan? Forget it. 10 years had passed. She had already let it go. Gu Yan had a Jiao Jiao. He lived a good life here in Jiao Jiao. He did not need to go back to the residence to look at anyone's face. He also did not need to suffer any unnecessary harm. Big Brother is a good person. Little Jing Kong said as he hugged the birdcage. Yao Shi smiled bitterly but did not say anything. Gu Chongqing was a soldier of the Zhao country. He had the duty to protect the people of the Zhao country. He was a good person to everyone, but to her and Yan he was someone who wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. From Little Jing Kong, Yao Shi found out that Gu Jiao had also met Gu Chongqing, but the 2 of them did not know each other's identity. Gu Chongqing didn't see Gu Yan. Even if he saw them, he probably wouldn't be able to guess each other's identities. "Has Big Brother only come once?" Yao Shi asked. Including today it's 2 times. Little Jing Kong said. The first time was when she saved Little Jing Kong and sent him home. This time she was probably just passing by and thought that Little Jing Kong was cute, so she brought him a bird. What else could he do? Could it be that he's here to celebrate Jiao Jiao's birthday? He was the one who saved Jiao Jiao's younger brother, not the Jiao Jiao who saved him. Moreover, no one would give a fierce little chick to a girl's birthday, right? That's right, Gu Chongqing brought over a chick. It was even a gerfalcon chick that was known as 1 in 100,000 divine birds. Little Jing Kong didn't know what an eagle was. He only felt that this baby bird was very big. "Okay, from now on, you'll be called Little Jiao." "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao. Big Brother came just now. He gave me a bird." Little Jing Kong hugged the bird cage and went to look for Gu Jiao. Today, the small alley was very lively. Not long after Gu Chongqing left, Wu Yang came. He was ordered by Royal Prince An to send birthday gifts to Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. Royal Prince An's reason was very open and aboveboard. "My Royal Prince received Marquis Gu's invitation and originally planned to personally come and congratulate him. However, he has not been well these few days, so he asked me to send birthday gifts to Miss Gu and young Master Gu. Since Marquis Gu sent the invitation first, then it was reasonable for Royal Prince An to send gifts." However, Yao vaguely remembered that Marquis Gu wrote Marquis Gu's residence on the invitation. How did Royal Prince find this place? Gu Jiao asked. How did your Royal Prince know that we came to the capital? Wu Yang smiled. Royal Prince is also a student of the Imperial College. He saw the register of the Imperial College and knew that young Master Xiao also came to the Imperial College. He spent some effort to find this place. Gu Jiao snorted and sized Wu Yang up. I suddenly feel that you look a little familiar. Are you the thief from that night? Wu Yang shook his head like a rattledrum. I'm not. I'm not. Oh my God, it's been so long. How can you still remember? You were almost recognized. When Royal Prince came, Xiao Lulang was not home. Xiao Lulang only heard about it afterwards. Xiao Liulang's gaze landed on Wu Yang. Wu Yang felt strange being stared at. He coughed lightly and said, Is Grandaunt here? I'll go greet her. A meaningful light flashed through Xiao Liulang's eyes. Wu Yang went to the backyard to see the matriarch and gave her 2 boxes of delicious osmanthus cakes. The matriarch was very happy. Wu Yang saw that the Empress Dowager was in good spirits and was secretly relieved. In fact, Gu Jiao also felt that Wu Yang treated the old lady differently. Commandery Prince was very strange when he first came. He said that he came to apologize to her for Zhuang Kai Dai. But who would come all the way to apologize empty-handed and only send the apology gift the next day? In fact, Royal Prince was not unaware of his flaw. He just thought that Shi Yi did not have a better excuse. He only prayed that Gu Jiao would not be so smart to think of this flaw. Gu Jiao felt that the assassination that night was related to Royal Prince. The more she looked at this guy called Wu Yang, the more he looked like the man in black who shot arrows at the matriarch that night. Gu Jiao did not know that Wu Yang missed and thought that they came to kill the matriarch. Therefore, Gu Jiao was very cautious of Wu Yang. When he went to see the matriarch, Gu Jiao stared at him from the side. Wu Yang could not even whisper a few words to the Empress Dowager. Halfway through, Gu Jiao asked little Jing Kong to call him over. However, he came back quickly. Wu Yang sighed and left resentfully. Royal Prince. In another alley near the Imperial College, Wu Yang got on the carriage and reported to Royal Prince. Does she like the gift? Royal Prince asked. Wu Yang was not sure. Wu Yang asked Royal Prince, why don't you personally give the gift to Miss Gu? Royal Prince sneered. There are many people in the capital who are watching this prince. This prince has to be careful with every move. If someone discovers this place, the Empress Dowager will not be able to hide. On the twins' birthday, the whole family had a fulfilling and happy day. When it was close to midnight, Madame Yao returned to the residence. The residence had been busy for a day, and everyone was exhausted. The masters had gone to rest early. The servants still had unfinished work and yawned as they worked. When Madame Yao entered the courtyard, she was surprised to find Gu Jinyu waiting for her in the room. Madame Yao thought about how she had spent the birthday with the twins, but neglected Gu Jinyu for an entire day. She felt very apologetic. She walked over and stroked Gu Jinyu's hair. She said, sorry, mother came back late. She had originally planned to return after lunch, but she really could not bear to leave Jiao Jiao and Yan Er. She had stayed there for a few hours. If Nurse Fong had not reminded her repeatedly, she would not have known that it was already so late. Gu Jinyu's face did not show any grievance or anger. On the contrary, she was very happy. Mother, do you know how many guests came today? Madame Yao was stunned. Her daughter did not sleep in the middle of the night to wait for her. So it was not because she felt wrong that she came back late, but because the banquet was too lively and she was happy until now? Madame Yao sat down beside her. She endured her fatigue and said with a smile, did many come? Yes. Gu Jinyu recited the names of all the distinguished guests as if he was very familiar with them. He then emphasized the details of a few of them. Sir Zheng from the Imperial College is also here. He is the Minister of Justice, the next Chancellor of the Imperial College. That's great. Madame Yao smiled and nodded. Gu Jinyu continued, although Royal Prince did not come to the residence personally, he sent someone to give me a generous gift. Mother, look, these are all gifts from him. There are truly too many gifts today. Your daughter will not be able to use them all in this lifetime. Elder sister is not willing to return to the residence, so your birthday must be very shabby. Tomorrow I will choose some valuable gifts to send to elder sister. Madame Yao thought that there was no need. Turning her head, she saw that royal prince and had indeed given her daughter a valuable gift, but it could not compare to what royal prince and had given the Jiao Jiao siblings. This time there really was no need. Gu Jinyu continued to show off. The crown princess also gave your daughter a birthday gift. This was something that Gu Jinyu was most proud of. However, Madame Yao remembered something. When Wu Yang was talking with the matriarch, he seemed to have called out, "The Empress Dowager." His voice was a bit soft, so the matriarch did not hear it clearly. Madame Yao happened to walk past him and accidentally heard it. She should have heard wrong, right? How could Liulong's grandaunt be the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager had not only personally made a pouch for her daughter, but also personally combed her daughter's hair for her coming-of-age ceremony? Even the princesses of the imperial family did not receive such treatment. I must be overthinking. Madame Yao shook her head. Mother, what did you say? Gu Jinyu did not hear clearly. Madame Yao returned to her senses. Nothing. I was saying that since these are gifts from guests, then you should keep them well. Gu Jinyu insisted. How can that be? I want to share them with elder sister. Madame Yao was very tired. She patted her hand. No need. You can keep them for yourself. She doesn't have many rooms and can't fit them all. Gu Jinyu still really wanted to give them to Gu Jiaojiao. She wanted Gu Jiaojiao to know that even if she was a daughter that had been brought back, she would still have limitless glory. No one could look down on her. Thinking of something, Gu Jinyu sighed. The only regret is that eldest brother was at the military camp the entire day, and could not come back to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. Madame Yao could not bear to tell her that her eldest brother had just gone to Jiao Jiao's home. The directorate was not far from Marquis Ding and Fu. If Gu Chongqing wanted to, he would definitely be able to rush back to attend Gu Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. It could only mean that Gu Chongqing had not truly accepted Gu Jinyu in his heart. Madame Yao's impression of Gu Chongqing could not be considered good. He was a person without feelings. In the future, if you have nothing to do, don't go looking for your eldest brother. What's wrong? Gu Jinyu asked in confusion. Madame Yao held her hand and sincerely said, "Listen to mother. Your eldest brother will not accept us." Oh. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and complied. She agreed verbally, but the next morning, when she heard that her eldest brother had returned to the manor, she immediately went to wander around Gu Chongqing's courtyard. Gu Chongqing had just finished practicing and came out to see her. He coldly asked, "What is it?" "That?" Gu Jinyu shyly and nervously took out a pouch from behind her back. "Many thanks to eldest brother for the birthday gift. This is my return gift to eldest brother. I made it myself." The birthday gift had been prepared by concubine mother Ling. Gu Chongqing had long forgotten about it. He did not reach out to take it. Gu Jinyu said in a low voice, "I know. I am not father's flesh and blood. I am not worthy to call you eldest brother. I stole the life that should have belonged to eldest sister. If possible, I would rather not have carried the wrong child. The Marquis Manor's glory and wealth are all eldest sisters. I should not have taken the nest for myself." Gu Chongqing more or less wanted to vent his anger on Gu Jinyu, but since she was not Madame Yao's flesh and blood, then he had vented his anger on the wrong person all these years. Gu Chongqing took the pouch. "You are very thoughtful." Eldest brother had actually accepted her gift. Gu Jinyu could not believe it and was extremely excited. "Is there anything else?" Gu Chongqing asked. No. I will go pay respects to grandmother." Gu Jinyu suppressed her excitement and respectfully bowed to Gu Chongqing. She excitedly went to find old Madame Gu. The Imperial College examination was on the 27th of October. On the 22nd of October, Feng Lin also arrived in the capital. He first reported to the Imperial College, allocated his dormitory, and inquired about Xiao Liulong's address. Then he quickly went to find Xiao Lulang. He didn't go alone. There was an acquaintance by his side. The person who opened the door was little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong looked at the person outside the door and exclaimed, "Brother Feng Lin. Brother Qingye." That's right, Lin Qingye was also here. He was also a student of the Imperial College. However, Lin Qingye was not admitted to the Imperial College on his own, nor was he recommended by the local county government. He was specially admitted to the Imperial College after the Lin family donated a building to the Imperial College. The two met on the way. Then, Feng Lin and the Lin family entered the capital together. Hearing that Feng Lin was coming to find Xiao Lulang, Lin Qingye also expressed that he wanted to visit his little teacher. The two of them were very happy to see little Jing Kong. Feng Lin touched little Jing Kong's buzz cut and said, "I haven't seen you for a few days. You have grown taller." Little Jing Kong's face immediately darkened. He was clearly not. He was gaining weight every day. Lin Qingye pinched his little face and said, "You have gained weight." Little Jing Kong's face darkened even more. He was not fat. He was not fat. He did not grow horizontally. Little Jing Kong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The adults in this batch really drove him crazy. For more exciting content, Chapter 129. The novel will be updated faster. Great Aunt Jiaonyang, I'm coming. I missed you so much. Feng Lin shouted as he ran into the yard. Xiao Lulang, who was marking little Jing Kong's homework in the study, suddenly jerked his hand and drew a long ink mark on little Jing Kong's homework. It was a sunny day. The old lady was sitting on a rattan chair in the backyard, basking in the sun leisurely. From time to time, she would grab a handful of sunflower seeds and munch on them. Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Lulang waited in the study for a long time, but Feng Lin didn't come to find him. The silly boy who was chasing after him. He finally lost him. After greeting the old lady, Feng Lin went to the kitchen to find Gu Jiao. He told Gu Jiao about his journey. He took the waterway back to Song County and met his old parents. He also met his older sister who was already married and his younger sister who was about to get married. In order to support his education, one of the sisters married a widower and the other married a tea merchant who was over 50 years old. Feng Lin, who was already married, had no choice. Moreover, the widower was good to his sister. His sister was pregnant with his child. The couple lived a good life and was very filial to their parents. My sister's marriage. I broke it off. Feng Lin mumbled. Oh. Gu Jiao opened the lid of the pot and added a ladle of water. Feng Lin skillfully added a handful of firewood to the stove. Xiao Lulang, who was watching from outside the door, felt his temples throbbing. Boy, you're even more skilled than me at starting a fire for Jiao Jiao. That tea merchant is not a good person. He's so old and his son is older than me, and his reputation is terrible. I heard that he hit his wife. I don't want my sister to suffer after marrying him, so I returned the betrothal money to him and broke off the marriage. If it was the old Feng Lin, this marriage would definitely be impossible to break off. The tea merchant was in cahoots with the local government. Who could offend him? But Feng Lin had passed. He was already a high scholar. Not only that, he had also obtained a place in the Imperial College and was going to study in the capital. Feng Lin said to the tea merchant, "If you cancel the engagement today, I, Feng Lin, will owe you a favor. Otherwise, when I, Feng Lin, become successful in the future, the first person I will punish will be you." The tea merchant was frightened by Feng Lin's words. After much deliberation, he finally canceled the engagement. Strictly speaking, I have to thank Lulang. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to get in. Feng Lin was well aware of his own capabilities. Like Lin Qingye, he was not a gifted student. His grades were all obtained through hard work. Hard work was one aspect of it, but a good teacher was also a very important aspect. When Xiao Lulang was tutoring Lin Qingye, Feng Lin had listened to a lot and benefited a lot. There's also the spot for the Imperial College. I didn't expect that Lulang would give it to me. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to become a top scorer? It's so risky. Feng Lin didn't know that it was Steward Lu who had interfered in the matter of the spot. He thought that Xiao Lulang had directly told the county magistrate to give it to him. Xiao Lulang wanted to give it to him, but with his current status, he couldn't bribe the county magistrate to do it. Fortunately, Steward Lu helped him. Xiao Lulang stood outside the door and glared at Feng Lin fiercely. Why don't you come and thank me? Can you thank me enough to thank my wife? Feng Lin was talking non-stop. Suddenly he felt a chill on his back. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yin went out. Little Jing Kong looked at the hands of the sundial in the courtyard. Usually, they would only go out for an hour, according to little Jing Kong's rules. Today they were out for more than 15 minutes. Little Jing Kong's obsessive-compulsive disorder was acting up again. He frowned seriously. They had been playing for so long that they didn't have any sense of time. Little Jing Kong decided to find his two playful brothers. He knew where they went. They went to an orchard near the market. It was free to enter, but if they wanted to pick their fruits, they had to buy them by the weight. Their fruits were fresh and not expensive. The grapefruit from a few days ago was quite good. They must have gone to pick grapefruit again. Little Jing Kong went to the grapefruit tree in the orchard. As expected, he saw Gu Yan. Gu Yan was sitting on a high branch and hugging the trunk in front of him tightly. However, Gu Xiaoshan was nowhere to be seen. Little Jing Kong raised his head and looked at Gu Yan, who was on the branch. "Brother Yan, why are you on the tree?" Gu Yan said coldly, "Because I'm more powerful." Little Jing Kong didn't have the ability to distinguish sarcasm from irony. He only understood the meaning of the words. "But you're obviously not powerful," he said seriously. Gu Yan was speechless. "Where's Brother Xiaoshan?" Little Jing Kong asked again. He couldn't climb up, so he went to get a ladder. Gu Yan wouldn't admit that he couldn't climb down. So Gu Xiaoshan went to get a ladder and a rope to help him climb down. Little Jing Kong said, "It's getting late. You should go home. Come down." Gu Yan said, "I'm not coming down." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips. "Why don't you come down? You've already played overtime today. I'm going to deduct your time tomorrow." Gu Yan stuck his tongue out at Little Jing Kong. "Fine, I won't come down. Come up and catch me if you can." Little Jing Kong really couldn't understand Brother Gu Yan's naughty behavior. He was only 3 years old, but he already didn't climb trees, let alone make funny faces at people. He was a mature child, but Brother Gu Yan still hadn't grown up. He was still a baby. "Don't tell me you don't dare to come down?" Little Jing Kong made a bold guess. "No, I don't," Gu Yan firmly denied. According to Little Jing Kong's strict observation, whenever Brother Yan lied, he would look left and right. He wouldn't dare to look at people directly. He was right on all 3 of them. "You just don't dare to come down." "I don't. You're the one who doesn't dare to come up." "Why should I come up?" Gu Yan choked on her words. Gu Xiaoshan went to look for a ladder, but he didn't know where he went. Gu Yan's strength was almost used up. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. If Gu Xiaoshan didn't come up, he was afraid that he would fall down. Just when the atmosphere was awkward and anxious, Gu Chongqing, who was passing by, heard Little Jing Kong's voice. It wasn't that he deliberately walked in this direction, but this was the only way to get to Marquis Ding, Anne's manor from the military camp. If not, he wouldn't have met Little Jing Kong last time. He heard Little Jing Kong's voice was a little anxious, as if he was arguing with someone. He paused for a moment, then urged his horse to go over. "What are you doing?" His horse stopped behind Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong raised his head. His big black eyes lit up. "Big brother, it's you. We meet again." Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. "Are you arguing with someone?" Little Jing Kong sighed. "No, it's one of my brothers. He climbed up a tree and can't get down. I'm worried to death." His words were exactly like, "It's my family's child who doesn't know any better. He climbed up a tree and can't get down. I'm worried to death." Gu Chongqing felt his eyelids twitch. He was only 3 years old, but he had the heart of a 30-year-old. He raised his head and looked at Gu Yan on the tree. Without saying anything, he flew up and carried Gu Yan down. Gu Yan was already exhausted, so he was easy to carry. Also, Gu Yan was very light. Gu Chongqing almost couldn't feel the weight of the person in his hands. Gu Yan's head was spinning. He didn't understand what was happening. When he regained his senses, he was already on the ground. He blinked his eyes strangely and looked at the tall and strong man in front of him. He was stunned for a moment. Who are you?" Little Jing Kong explained. "He's Big Brother. The big brother who saved me last time and even gave me a bird." "Oh, that fierce little eagle was a gift from this big guy." "Big Brother Yan, what's wrong with your face?" Little Jing Kong asked. "What?" Gu Yan touched his face subconsciously. When he touched it, it didn't feel right. Little Jing Kong took out a small mahogany bronze mirror from his pocket and put it in front of Gu Yan, See for yourself. Gu Yan looked at his red and swollen face in the mirror. He was so scared that he almost fainted. My face, why is it like this? He was going to die. He was going to die. His handsome face was gone. Maybe you were bitten by the insects on the tree. You have to see a doctor quickly, Gu Chongqing said. He remembered that the little girl was a doctor. He said, go back quickly. Gu Yan looked down at his swollen ankle. My ankle. Gu Chongqing paused and said, I'll send you back. Gu Yan was stunned. Little Jing Kong nodded and said, thank you, big brother. You send big brother Yin back first. I'll wait here for Xiaoshan big brother. Otherwise, I won't be able to find him when I come back later. Gu Chongqing looked at little Jing Kong and said, can you do it by yourself? Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. Yes, I can. I'm very familiar with this place. I won't get lost. That's good. Gu Chongqing mounted the horse and reached out his hand to Gu Yan. Gu Yan was stunned and didn't move. Gu Chongqing grabbed Gu Yan and put him on the saddle in front of him. Then, he held the reins tightly with both hands and held Gu Yan in his arms. Gu Yan had never been so close to anyone since he could remember. Except for Gu Jiao. But Gu Jiao was his sister. They were fraternal twins and were together before they were born. Gu Yan felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to get off the horse, but he couldn't say the words to scold him. He couldn't tell whether he was frightened by the other party's imposing manner or the condition of his feet and face really scared him. Gu Yan sat on the saddle like a little quail and tried to distance himself from Gu Chongqing. But the saddle was only so big. Gu Yan's back bumped into Gu Chongqing's chest from time to time. Gu Yan gasped in pain and whispered, is it made of iron? Why is it so hard? The road wasn't long. They soon arrived at their house. Gu Chongqing dismounted first and then looked at Gu Yan with a bitter face. Can you get off? Gu Yan used his sleeve to cover his swollen face. It was so ugly. It was so embarrassing. Turn around. I'll get off by myself, he said. Gu Chongqing didn't move. He just looked at Gu Yan coldly. Gu Yan's hair stood on end. He stuck half of his head out from behind his sleeve. I told you to turn around. Gu Chongqing directly carried him down. If this silly boy could get off, he would write his own name upside down. Gu Yan roared in his heart, even my own brother didn't carry me like this. Put me down. Gu Chongqing carried him into the courtyard and put him on a rattan chair. Gu Yan was so angry that smoke came out of his head. In the past, he would look good no matter how angry he was. But today, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Now that there was smoke coming out of his head, he looked like a cooked pig's head. He even had a death stare in his eyes. Gu Chongqing, who was usually reserved, couldn't help but laugh. Gu Yan couldn't beat him or scold him. His eyes were like daggers. Gu Chongqing suddenly narrowed his eyes. He stuck out his finger and flicked Gu Yan's forehead. Gu Yan was like a baby who couldn't sit still. He fell down. Baby Gu was stunned. Gu Chongqing directly laughed this time. If the people in the barracks saw this scene, they would be scared to death. Gu Chongqing, who was known as the Iron Face King of Hell, actually knew how to tease a child. He even made himself laugh. There was a saying in the barracks, when the King of Hell laughs, the King of Hell's palace opens. Gu Chongqing would only laugh when he killed someone. Those who saw him laugh were all dead. Gu Yan hummed and turned around. He slapped Gu Chongqing's butt. Gu Chongqing went to the orchard and saw little Jing Kong with another 13 or 14-year-old boy. That boy must be Xiaoshuan's brother. Gu Chongqing didn't show up. He rode his horse to the barracks. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Imperial College entrance examination. The preliminary exam was originally on the same day as the Imperial College. However, due to various reasons, the preliminary exam was brought forward by 2 days. It was on the 25th. There were 2 exams. One was arithmetic and the other was poetry. It sounded simple, but the questions were very difficult. The number of questions was also very large. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the examination hall. Don't be nervous, Xiao Lulang said to the little guy. Little Jing Kong raised his small chin and said, I'm not you. I won't be nervous. Gu Jiao squatted down and checked his small bag again, just like how you usually do at home. Pay attention to your writing. There's no need to rush. The reason why she deliberately emphasized this was because little Jing Kong's only shortcoming was that his writing was too slow. Gu Jiao was worried that if the number of questions was too large, he would be anxious. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. Don't worry, Jiao Jiao. My handwriting is already very fast and very good now. Xiao Lulang looked at his arrogant little face and laughed. You're so good. What rank do you plan to get? Little Jing Kong said seriously. I'll definitely get the first place. Most of the children who came to take the exam were 6 to 8 years old. Little Jing Kong was the youngest one. If it wasn't for the exam fee being as high as 1 tael of silver, Gu Jiao suspected that they wouldn't even allow such a young child to take the exam. Little Jing Kong took the exam and found his seat. He was the youngest candidate, but he was also the calmest one. The preliminary exam wasn't held in a booth. Instead, dozens of children sat in a large classroom with a large distance between them. When the bell rang, the invigilators in each examination hall began to distribute the exam papers. Little Jing Kong didn't feel any pressure to fill in the first few pages. However, when he reached the last 3 pages, he was dumbfounded. What are all these weird scribbles? They were Qi's folk rhyme, Chen's 5 characters 8 rhyme poems, and Zhao's 7 characters quatrains. They were all questions written in different languages. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, who were outside the examination hall, heard the news. When they heard that there was a 3-language exam this year, they felt guilty. They had made a mistake. They forgot to teach little Jing Kong a foreign language. Chapter 130. Strictly speaking, the two of them couldn't be blamed for this. The exam papers of the Imperial College were different every year. Only 1 year had a foreign language exam, and that was 10 years ago. That exam paper had been sold out for a long time, so the people in the study room didn't copy it. Therefore, when Xiao Lulang went to the study room to buy the entrance exam papers of the Imperial College over the years, he didn't buy this one. Little Jing Kong was a very smart kid. He could learn everything that was taught to him seriously. If he didn't pass the exam, it would be the fault of the 2 adults. The examiners did have the intention to make things difficult for the prodigies this time. These prodigies were naturally smarter than ordinary people, so it was inevitable that they would be arrogant and conceited. The examiners wanted to give them a heads-up during the exam and break their spirit. When the examiner started to mark the papers as expected, the last 3 questions all failed. None of them got all the questions right. The most impressive one was that he wrote a complete 7-character quatrain from the state of Zhao, but he got 3 words wrong. The rest of the examinees only wrote a few words. The examiners were very happy. It seemed that this year's prodigies would be obedient in class. However, when they came to the last exam paper, they couldn't laugh anymore. Who was this? What was written all over it? This kid wrote it blindly, right? An examiner asked. Another examiner faintly felt that something was wrong. I think I've seen this kind of writing somewhere before. The 2 of them invited the most prestigious language teacher of the Imperial College over. After the teacher read it, he couldn't give a definite answer. I have to let my teacher read it. The teacher took little Jing Kong's exam paper to a house in the capital and found an old Sanskrit researcher who was over 70 years old. In the end, more than 10 old Sanskrit researchers concluded that this examinee wrote in Indian. It was said that Indian was a language created by Brahma, the guardian of Buddhism, so it was also called Sanskrit. What did he write? An examiner asked. The teacher said. He wrote a Buddhist sutra. Everyone was speechless. What the fuck? It took them a day to come up with the scripts and 3 days to translate the Buddhist scriptures in little Jing Kong. For the first time, the examiners of the 10,000-year exam were confused by a student. Examiner 1. I can't give marks. Examiner 2. That's right. He didn't answer the questions according to the requirements. Examiner 3. And the words are written in a way that I can't understand. Examiner 4. Is it because he wrote in Sanskrit? Examiner 4 was collectively beaten up. What kind of truth was that? In the end, little Jing Kong entered the Imperial College in 7th place. Little Jing Kong was very upset. For the first time in his life, he tasted defeat. He had boasted in front of his bad brother-in-law that he would definitely get 1st place, but in the end he only got 7th place. Little Jing Kong did not even have a good meal. It was rare that Gu Yan did not take the opportunity to ridicule him. He patted his little shoulder and said, "All right, you're already better than many kids. When I was your age, I couldn't even read a word." Little Jing Kong pondered seriously for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. "Will I be as stupid as you when I grow up?" Wah! Gu Yan was speechless. How could I, a flunky, comfort a straight-A student? On the morning of October 27th, Xiao Lulang also started his entrance exam at the Imperial College. The Imperial College had been suspended for almost 4 years. Most of the original students rushed over to take the exam. There were 3 grades in the Imperial College. After entering the Imperial College, the ranking was not based on age but on grades. Those with poor grades would enter the Justice Hall, Chongji Hall, and Guangya Hall. This was the first grade and the semester was 1.5 years. Those with average grades would enter the Cultivation Hall and Sincerity Hall. This was the second grade and the semester was also 1.5 years. Finally, there was the Easygoing Hall. This was the highest grade in the Imperial College. Unlike the previous 5 halls, which were divided into classes, there was only one class in the Easygoing Hall. The probability of a new student entering the Imperial College was not high. Normally, they could only enter the Easygoing Hall after 3 years in the Imperial College. However, this year there was a guaranteed spot in the Easygoing Hall. It was Royal Tutor Zhuang's grandson, Royal Prince and was recognized as a young talent. When he was a hostage in the state of Chan, his talent was well known in the 6 states. Logically speaking, such a talented person could be valued by the imperial court without the need for imperial examinations. However, the Zhuang family had an ancestral rule that all descendants of the Zhuang family had to take the imperial examinations. Over the years, the Zhuang family had produced many talents in the imperial examinations. Of course, there were also some who failed the examinations. The Zhuang family was so powerful that it was normal for them to pass the examinations. However, if they failed the examinations, they would be ridiculed by the public. The Zhuang family did not care about the public's comments. They insisted that all the sons of the Zhuang family were sent to the examination. Royal Prince did not disappoint. During the provincial examination, he was the top scorer in the capital. As everyone knew, the competition in the capital was the fiercest. Top scorer in the capital was also the rarest. Otherwise, the Imperial College would not have made an exception and guaranteed him entry into the Easygoing Hall. The Imperial College's grading speed was not exaggerated. After the examination on the 27th, the results were released on the morning of the 29th. This year's new students generally performed well. However, some of the older students who had been delayed for a few years due to the closed-door examination were slacking. Studying was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not improve, you would fall behind. However, not all of the older students were like this. The quality of the Imperial College's teaching was unquestionable. As long as they put in some effort, their results would not be too bad. Unsurprisingly, most of the students who entered the Easygoing Hall were older students. However, when they were sorting out the last set of papers, they found an unfamiliar name. Xiao Lulang. Zheng Sai asked, "Where did this student come from? Has there ever been a student called Xiao Lulang in the Imperial College? Could it be a new student?" Li Sai asked. Zheng Sai frowned. How could a new student do so well? This result could be ranked among the top in the Easygoing Hall. The 2 Sai officials checked Xiao Liulang's student record and found that he was really a new student. Moreover, he had surpassed the top score in the Yuzhou region in the provincial examination. Li Sai smiled. This is the first time a new student has entered the Easygoing Hall, right? He was inexplicably looking forward to it. Zheng Sai said coldly, "Don't forget, Princeton is also a new student. This student called Xiao Lulang was just lucky. The title of the new student king will definitely be Prince," and Li Sai did not dare to refute this. Even though Princeton did not participate in the entrance examination, anyone with a discerning eye could see that his talent was above the older students in the Easygoing Hall. If he took the exam, would the first place belong to anyone else? Of course, this new student was also dazzling enough. Li Sai kept an eye on him and looked through his student records and information. Then he realized something. He can't be the examinee who wrote in favor of removing the vassals and scolded the emperor so badly, right? At the time, the matter was a bit big. All of the invigilators in Yuzhou were shocked. The main invigilator who was sent to Yuzhou to preside over the provincial examination was Li Sai's good friend. After he returned to the capital, he told Li Sai about the article in private. Li Sai's eyelids twitched when he heard it. Did that student not want to live? He dared to slander the emperor like that? He did not dare to give too high a score for this test. He was afraid that if the emperor wanted to see it, the emperor would be angry and fall ill. However, he could not stop him from doing too well in the first and third tests. Overall, he still had to understand the yuan. Therefore, this was a very strong student. He definitely did not enter the easygoing hall by luck. However, Li Sai could not explain so much to Zheng Sai. The Imperial College's examination did not have a ranking. It only showed the students' class. Xiao Lulang entered the easygoing hall. Feng Lin entered the second-grade Sincerity Hall. Lin Qingye also entered Sincerity Hall. The difference was that Feng Lin was in Class A of Sincerity Hall, while Lin Qingye was in Class B. On the other side, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's private school was also settled. It was in the Qinghe Academy near the Imperial College. The procedures were completed and they could enter the school next month. Gu Jiao made a table full of delicious dishes and called Feng Lin and Lin Qingye to the house to celebrate the start of the school year. The capital became cold at the end of October. It was said that the first snow had already fallen on the mountaintop of the Hugua Dragon Temple. It would probably snow in the city soon. The silver charcoal that Gu Jiao had stockpiled earlier was put to use. She bought a few hand heaters and put the silver charcoal in them. They could be warm for 2 hours. When they came back at noon, she would replace them with new charcoal. Now the price of charcoal had risen again. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had the foresight to stockpile enough charcoal and save a lot of money for the family. On the first day of school, little Jingkong wanted to send them to the Jiaojiao. Gu Jiao sent him and Xiao Lulang to the Imperial College. After that, she sent Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan to the Qinghe Academy. When she returned to the house in Baishui Hudong, the old lady had just woken up and was sitting on a rattan chair in the backyard playing with the baby eagle that Gu Chongqing sent. This baby eagle was picked up by Gu Chongqing at the bottom of the cliff. It should have fallen from the cliff not long after it was born. As for whether it fell on its own or was slapped down by its mother's wings, it was unknown. In short, its mother seemed to have forgotten to pick it up. Even so, it did not accept its fate. It stubbornly struggled to stand up. Its small body seemed to hide a great power. A thin little figure quickly appeared in Gu Chongqing's mind. He brought the baby eagle back and brought it to the Hudong. The people in the Hudong knew nothing about the baby eagle's origin. They only thought that it was a gift from his big brother, just as little Jingkong said. The baby eagle was very fierce. Whoever fed it in the family would be pecked by it. But the old lady had a unique skill. The old lady opened the chicken coop. Little Jingkong's 7 chicks swaggered out. They were very brave chicks. Without any fear, they entered the cage of the young eagles. Then they lined up just like how little Jingkong would usually sneak them out. Each of the chicks took a mouthful of raw meat and fed it to the young eagles. The baby eagle had 7 chicks. It was very obedient and waited to be fed. The old lady looked at it happily. Gu Jiao came over and said, "Great aunt, I'm going to the military camp to give something to second uncle Go Hua." When they left the village, Xuanningsheng asked them to give a letter and a few thick winter clothes to second uncle Go Hua. There was also a protective talisman that Xuanningsheng got from the temple. Gu Jiao also added a jar of pickled vegetables and jerky that she made herself. The old lady nodded, "Go ahead." There were several military camps in the capital. The Gu family was going to Hushan military camp. It was not too far away. If they were fast, they would arrive in half an hour. Gu Jiao hired a carriage. When they arrived at the military camp, the soldiers were training. They could hear the vigorous voices of the soldiers from afar. The carriage stopped outside the military camp. A soldier came over and stopped the carriage. "Who are you?" Gu Jiao got out of the carriage and said to him, "I'm looking for someone. He's Deputy General Hu's subordinate. His name is Zhou Erzwang." Go Hua's father was Zhou Dazhuang. The soldier looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe and said impatiently, "Visitors are forbidden in the military camp. Leave quickly." Gu Jiao said, "Just for a while." The soldier said coldly, "That's not allowed." Gu Jiao said, I've brought something for him. I'll leave after giving it to him. The soldier became more and more impatient. Leave it here. I'll send it to you later. In Zhou Erzwang's letter, he mentioned that some soldiers would embezzle the things that were sent to them. Gu Jiao still wanted to hand it to him personally. When will they finish training? I'll wait for him here. The soldier frowned. Hey, what's wrong with you? Is the military camp a place where you can stay as you wish? How do I know that you're not a spy? I'm not, Gu Jiao said. The soldier shouted, you think you're not a spy just because you say so? I'll say that you are. What's going on? A dignified voice came from the direction of the military camp. The soldier turned to look and immediately bowed respectfully. Sir Lieutenant, there's a woman here. She said that she's looking for someone from our military camp, but they're training now. I told her to go back first. I'll send the things in later. The sir walked out of the military camp and came to the two of them. The soldier bowed even lower. The sir's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face. It's you? Gu Jiao nodded. It's me. The soldier was stunned. You two know each other? No matter how he looked at it, this little girl didn't look like she came from a good family. How did she know the sir? And when the sir spoke to her, he didn't seem as scary as usual. What happened to the iron-faced Yama? Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao. You know someone in the military camp? Gu Jiao nodded again. Yes, we're from the same village. His family is next door to me. His family asked me to bring him something. Gu Chongqing asked, what's his name? Who's his subordinate? Gu Jiao said, Zhou Erzwang. He's deputy general who's subordinate. Gu Chongqing said, you came at a bad time. Deputy general who has just been transferred to the Qishan military camp. The Qishan military camp is very far from here. If you go there now, you won't be able to come back at night. Give me the things and I'll bring them over for you tomorrow. Thank you. Gu Jiao moved the things down. The soldier was dumbfounded. What was this little girl's background? How could she make the sir personally run errands for her? Gu Chongqing looked at the soldier. Don't you know that deputy general who is no longer in the military camp? The soldier choked. Gu Chongqing's gaze was like a knife. You knew, but you didn't tell her. You even let her leave the things here. I think you want to pocket it for yourself. The soldier's legs went soft. I don't dare. Gu Chongqing said coldly, so you don't know? As a sentry, you don't even know that there's such a big transfer in the military camp. That's dereliction of duty. Sir, please have mercy. The soldier fell to his knees. If Gu Chongqing had mercy, he wouldn't be the iron-faced king of hell. The soldier was finally dragged away and punished with 100 canes. He almost lost half his life. Gu Chongqing wasn't helping Gu Jiao vent her anger. He had always been very strict with his subordinates. Gu Jiao handed the things to Gu Chongqing and went back in the carriage. Before she left, Gu Jiao asked him to tell Zhou Erzwang her address. If anything happened to Zhou Erzwang, he could go to her home to find her.